Testing, testing. That works. Okay. There we go. And what the hell? Hello, hello, Mr. Mikolaj. Vilgard, hello, hello. Mr. Hugs. Do I want to even announce the stream? Honestly, the stream is going to be a little boring, so I don't think I'll even announce it. So for those who are here, you're here. Thanks for joining me. But I think I needed some motivation because this kind of sucks. Well, it's not that bad. It's just it's a little tedious, so we're going to dive in, and it's just a little less cool to work on. What else did I want to mention? But we are going to be jumping in and maybe testing out enemy army compositions, seeing how good they are. And so we'll fight probably a few battles. Maybe if we got everything done, which I doubt we will, we could even do like a mini playthrough or something just for fun and just fuck around, but who knows. Either way. There we go. Okay. Fight the battle as Cossacks. Yeah, that could be cool. I used to Pavlov myself. What is that supposed to mean? I used to Pavlov myself with a bite of pet pizza to force myself to work on my assignments. What does Pavloving yourself mean? Are you answering questions? I can answer some questions. Alright, so... But I am going to be focusing on this because we're gonna have to do a little bit of an overhaul. I hate doing overhauls. I really do. Especially this late. So this is going to be called Enemy Div Overhaul. I don't want to do it. Alright, let's grab factions. So, what we're doing is we're going to change what the enemy armies can field. And I think I made a mistake last time. The mistake I made is that the enemy always brings a division or two, which is primarily infantry, but sometimes you can bring an artillery with it. And then it gets like a random brigade or two. And brigades are typically like, that's where you get your cavalry or your artillery or things like that. And I think my issue is it's possible that an enemy AI could bring a bunch of recruits and a cavalry, and then a recruit and a cavalry. And so it's missing artillery entirely. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I kind of feel like the AI should always bring some artillery and cavalry every fight, in the same way that you will, pretty much, as a player. Because I feel like if it's missing one of those things, I'm not entirely happy with that. The other option could be... The other option could be to keep the brigade system, but really lean these brigades into always being very cavalry or artillery heavy. That may be the solution. So this way they could double up on extra cavalry or double up on extra artillery, or have a mix of both. But there would be cases where they just double up and pretty much don't bring anything of another type. Although, like, I suppose what we could do, and I'll just draw out this plan, and you guys tell me what you think. It's like, I suppose the two options here... Basically, I already have the enemy army comps done, but I just want to refine them a little bit more. And so our option one is that you just create 3 types of divisions. You have, like, always an infantry division, a cavalry division, and an artillery division, and those are always the building blocks. So you can reference, you know, I want 2 of those, 1 of these, and I want 1 of these, and then that forms up an enemy army. And then we just fill out what an artillery division is. So it could be 2 field guns and a recruit that could defend them, for example. Or it could just be all 3 field guns. That's an example. Infantry could also sometimes be like 3 infantry, but maybe this one has a cavalry hanging with it, or a battalion gun. But most of the time, it'll just be all infantry. So you generally want to keep everything separated. But now and then you could throw in like a special unit. Like the cavalry could be 3 cav and a horse artillery, for example. So you could break the rules on occasion just for fun. But I think generally you want to keep things segregated. So that's option 1. Option 2 is more random. And it's kind of what I'm already doing, but I guess I would just clean it up a bit. And that would be like a base division and an attachment division. And a base division is always like a core of infantry, like 3 infantry units and maybe a field gun or maybe a cav, but typically infantry, right? And like maybe cav or arty or something like that. And then an attachment division is like, this is where you put all your support stuff. And this could be either cav or arty or skirmishers or a mix of both, question mark, right? And in this way, if you told the AI how to bring an army, in option 1, you could say always bring, if you're forming a patrol, always bring X1 infantry division, or we'll say X2, X1 cavalry division, and X1 artillery division, right? That's what you would say comprises a patrol. And the randomness is you could make 3 types of artillery divisions, right? So it's gonna, if it picks one, it can pick a random one there. The other option here on the right side is that a patrol would be like X2 base divisions and X2 attachment divisions. And attachment could be anything, right? They could bring double cavalry or double artillery or a mixed or whatever. It enhances the game by having more randomness, but perhaps the drawback of this is you could go into the big final boss fight and the enemy brought 2 attachment divisions. That's 4 cuirassiers, 4 cuirassiers, and then their base divisions are like, you know, a total of 16 infantry, and there's just no artillery. They just completely omitted it from their entire composition. So that's where the randomness can come, and like they went way too heavy on the cuirassiers. But also maybe that's not a good thing. I don't know. But I kind of have to lean with one or the other because these building blocks are completely different. And you notice the way I have it now is the version on the right. This is what I'm currently doing. So look, I have the base divisions, and then I call it a brigade that's smaller. So you have your base division and the brigade. And the brigade could be like anything that's like small, like a bundle of artillery or cav. And so this other idea would be to segregate a little bit more so you have more control and say, no, you always have to bring cavalry. The other thing that could be nice with this version instead is I have one more trick up my sleeve, which is that when I define a patrol, I'm actually able to define multiple parameters of a patrol. So I could actually define 2 patrols and give them different weights. So I could say the weight of this, a well-balanced army, is 50. And then I could say the weight of this is a 10. Why would I do that? Well, because I have all this control, I could say this one's 2 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry divisions. So I'm telling it, no, that is by design. You're going to go extra cavalry, but we're going to make that weight lower. And now, when the game goes to generate a patrol, it's going to pick between these 2. And if it picks this one, it's going to randomize what type of artillery division it picks. But it will always be picking from an artillery division, right? Or there's a slim chance maybe it goes into this weird, wacky kind of composition. So that's kind of the segregated option. And then the mixed option here, I think my issue is I don't really have... You know, if I were to form a different type of patrol, what other type of patrol would I make? Like 1 base division and 4 attachment divisions? And then that's my kind of variety there. That wouldn't really work though, because there's a chance they would just bring a shit ton of cav and no infantry then or something. So that wouldn't really work. So I think the disadvantage on the right would be that you'd pretty much just have one template it always draws from. But the template it's picking from is so various. Like an attachment division is so broad, this could be anything. It could be like 10 different things. So it's really like saying, here's your one thing to draw from, and everything within side of it is vastly different and random. Whereas this one's like, no, let's have a lot of control. This is exactly what an artillery division is. Here's when you choose that. Here's when you choose that. So I think, yeah, that maybe explains it a bit better of like what kind of our options are. Pavlov's dog, when you do one thing, do the other, to the point where when you do one thing without the other, it feels wrong. Okay, yeah, like building a habit, yeah. I think patrol armies that have cavalry and artillery should have light cav and battalion artillery. Okay. Segregated divisions works better. Still gamey to feel understandable in playthroughs, but also realistic enough. How much is it? It'll be JG. It'll be $30 US, but it'll be on sale on release day, so it'll be like 27 or 28, based on the sale. I think I personally lean on the left. I think the left gives me more control. And if someone said, "Hey, the AI is not forming enough armies that have, you know, cavalry in them," I could just change the weight. I would just increase the weight, and then you're good. Whereas here, if somebody said, "There's not enough cavalry," I'd go, "You just got to keep rolling the dice," you know. So, Youngin, there will not be AI skirmish battles, at least not on launch. But it's not a huge deal. Like, of the 50 playtesters who played, not a single one brought it up, because I think when they played the game, they realized it's not too similar to Total War in that you're playing it to stage battles. I mean, I'm sure that'd be helpful, but I think people are just mainly playing it for the dynamic campaign. But I'm open to adding that later on. We just don't have much time, and I want to just be careful with the time that we do have. Okay, so I think I lean on going with the left solution here. That is what we're going to do, which does require a bit of an overhaul, so here we go. Okay. Gosh, how do I want to tear this down? I'm a little afraid. It actually should look cleaner when I'm done. Not gonna lie, not only does the left one make sense, I struggle to understand any reason to apply the right one. The right one would just be if you wanted like absolute randomness, just pure chaos with the army generation, which can be fun. It also makes the balancing a little easier, because look, the one on the right is the one I've been using. When I define a patrol army, all I have to write is do a division and do a random brigade. Done. So, like, in terms of balancing, I don't have much control, but because I don't have much control, it's not that hard. But I think the left one's better foundations. It's probably going to be a little harder to set up and get everything correct. But then if we want to make fine-tune adjustments, you don't have to overhaul the whole system. You can just do it. You can just make the change. So, yeah. Okay. So here we go. What we're going to do is we have to assign ID names. So we're going to have Prussian, easy, infantry, and then we'll call them cantonists. We'll actually call these guys recruits, because I want to use generic terms. I don't want to use a specific term like cantonist. This way we can copy these IDs and then just change out the nation tag and use the same infrastructure for the other nations. Same thing with Freikorps. We'll call that auxiliary, and that'll apply for other nations as well then, which will be nice. Go modular, much easier to adjust. Yeah, I completely agree. And you can make different types of patrols then. I completely agree. It'd be cool because you could do like, you could purposefully create a very cavalry-centric patrol that will always have that kind of design that you want to give to it. And then you could have a more balanced patrol. And then if you think the cav patrols are spawning too often, you can just adjust the weights. And that kind of level of control to me seems like easier to maintain in the future, because people had a problem with this, and I have no way to maintain this or to improve it, to be honest. Okay. PRU, easy infantry. Yeah, this is going to be different. Okay, let's just figure this out. So we'll want to do infantry recruits. Let's just call it base, or yeah, base is just like your standard easy infantry. That's good. Base is your standard easy infantry patrol, or division. And then we're going to tag this as an easy infantry. I like that. And then we're going to do easy infantry. What do I want to call it? Maybe auxiliary. Let's call aux, maybe. Auxiliary. I feel like we should design maybe 5 of these options. We'll do light and heavy and auxiliary. And then maybe pure UEI base 2. Maybe 2 base ones. Maybe we'll want 2 auxiliaries as well. And then a light and a heavy. And I think that would be good. If I were designing France, I would do French infantry with this one, mainly French infantry. For base 2, maybe I would do some veteran, lower quantity, but veterans. Auxiliary, I might do Irish, and then Swiss. I wouldn't have room to do German, I guess. So what would I do there? I think that'd be okay, actually. I'd probably move the Germans into the light, because they're part of the voluntaries, so I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. In fact, France has the most various force composition, but I'll get back to them later. That's all right. Pure UEI. Do I want to create any other types of infantry compositions that can appear in easy? I don't think so. We'll create more if we need to. And then we want easy cavalry. You know what I might do is I might create pure U easy infantry mix cav, pure U easy infantry mix arty. So this one brings just an extra artillery or an extra cavalry just to spice it up a bit to make it different. And I'll put that under the base. And then we'll have a dotted line separation. Easy cavalry, light. Maybe we'll do 3 just for region 1. We could probably do more of these for region 2 because there's not much low tier cavalry. We'll do light. Maybe a medium. And maybe a mix artillery. So this is a cavalry unit that can come with a battalion gun just to make it interesting. I think I want to do that. What would be the worst case scenario of that happening, though? They'd bring an artillery unit, bring a cavalry and an artillery unit, and then potentially bring another there. So maybe the cav shouldn't come with it. Yeah. Not until late game when we actually have horse artillery. I feel like we don't have to overdo it. Like, you have a light and a medium. We'll just call light and heavy. And the terms are relative, so an easy game heavy is not going to be actually very heavy, but it's just a ID name. And then we'll do PRU, easy cavalry, auxiliary, and we'll leave it at that. Would I want to design multiple types of Freikorps cavalry armies? No, not really. Okay, so then we're gonna, and I'll do 3 more for the artillery then. PRU, easy artillery, light PRU, easy artillery, heavy PRU, easy artillery, auxiliary. Oh, you know what's kind of cool is we could do a full, if we can define all of these auxiliaries, you can do a full auxiliary composition, because look, you could take these IDs and be like, oh, I guess they have to be tagged, right? They have to be tagged. Yeah, maybe you couldn't. Just thinking. I don't think you'd want an all-auxiliary army anyways, right? You don't want to fight an entire army of non-stop, like Irish, for example. So I don't think I need to define it that way. I think we can put everything under the tag of easy infantry. At least for now. I can always split these into chunks if I wanted to, couldn't I? Because what we're defining here is the tag, which is how we're going to reference easy artillery. How we're going to reference these. Because if we want to define, like, all right, what does a patrol consist of? We would say, you know, easy infantry, comma, easy cavalry. That's one possible patrol. Or another patrol could be an easy infantry, comma, easy artillery. So those are two types of patrols that you can find. Either ones that specialize in cav or artillery. And I think that's good. I don't know if we'd need to be able to... I don't know if we'd want to be able to say easy infantry, comma... like easy infantry auxiliary, comma, easy artillery auxiliary, because then you would be able to hyper define that this is going to be a full auxiliary army. There's some merit to that. There's something that could be cool about that. But the issue is if you then make these auxiliary only, they'll never be used on the base compositions. I'm wondering if I should do that or not. Is that worth being able to define how much auxiliaries there's going to be per army? Or does it make it too predictable, maybe, if we just want to throw everything into a mix? I suppose it wouldn't be hard to start simple now, and then I can break them off later if I needed to. Hi, McElroy. First stream I managed to catch. Impressed with the project. Thank you, man. Stream at midnight, yeah. 7 o'clock. This is a tough one on how much control I want to give myself. There's a good thing with relinquishing some control because you let the randomness, like randomness is good in a game like this, but I'm just trying to define or figure out if I want to be able to do that or not. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Yeah. No, we're good. Okay, sorry that took so long. I'm just deciding how I want to organize the structure because it's going to matter a lot. We don't want smart chips. So that's easy. So we're going to have to copy and paste that a few more times for each type of army. And then we also want to define 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14. I think that's fine. So there's actually more depth that we have now than we did before. Okay. And then we need to define the special divisions, which I'm going to keep the same name. Easy special. We don't need to write the word division every time, I don't think, anymore, because that's no longer relevant. And these get to come with, like, the special renowned units, and I think that's pretty cool. We're going to reuse the same IDs to represent each of those armies, because that'll save us some time. We will... What is this for again? I think it's that's to define it for myself. And every single one needs a unique ID name, yeah. Special, easy. Yeah, we can get rid of the D for division. Okay. Then I'm going to get rid of all of this. Tag all of this with PRU. And yeah, we're going to start clearing all this out. There. And then let me just open up some more space. Okay. Hi, lucky number. How are you? And now we define what's in each division. I feel like I'm going really slow right now, but there's just a lot that's going through my head. I just want to make sure I set up... When you set up a foundation like this, you just got to make sure everything is how you want it. So, yeah. So, in easy infantry... How would we want to define what a boss army composition looks like? If I go over and I wanted to create something like this, I'd probably have to borrow... Well, this is already created. That's interesting there. You know what we have to do? There's a little bit of nuance that's missing currently. And I'm a little afraid to add it because it's going to be a lot of work. But, you know, maybe it won't, because I tried doing all this in one day, and that's why it felt like it took so long. If I give myself a whole weekend, it's not a huge deal. But what I'm thinking is adding another category of 3, right? And maybe... I'm going to go quiet for a little bit as I think about this. 1 second. Basically, what I'm trying to figure out is how would we want the game to know? And do we need the game to know if we need to make an easier division and a harder division? I think all you would do here is use a medium base division and then use an easy base division there. Yeah, so you don't need to do this. I don't think we need the extra 3. I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're okay. So, what a Prussian infantry base in Region 1 includes would be built around probably 2 elite units, or 2 regulars, and a recruit. Is this patrol a little scary? 2 enemy cavalry on your flanks, 2 good infantry, and a recruit, plus an artillery. Maybe it would be a little bit scary. I wonder if they should be built around... If it's a quality nation, I think that's differentiation. If it's a quality nation, you'd get 2 recruits, 1 good unit. If it's a quantity nation, you could definitely go... Like, France could have 2 fusiliers and a recruit. I don't think they need... If they had 2 royal recruits, you're just going to stomp on them. So yeah, I think France needs to be a little bit scarier, but I think this looks nice for an early game fight. This looks pretty good to me. So I would say, you know, a musketeer is the foundation of the Prussian unit. The first unit gets the officer attached, so you want to make sure that unit's the important one. And then they have a couple recruits with them. And the representation of that army should probably be that of the recruit, in order to let the player know that it's not a difficult army to fight. In fact, does that part even matter too much? Let's see. No. Hide this. Hide that. We have weights. Boss regular intro. Difficulty. Yeah. So, oh, I'm such an idiot. I messed something up. 1 second. So the second type of base division they could field might be... Would we want to be able to fight an all-recruit? Probably not. I don't like fighting an all-recruit army because if you want to make them challenging, you have to make them very numerous if they're all recruits. And I think players are put off when they see a patrol that's giant. I think people would prefer smaller, more competent patrols than oversized 10,000-man mobs of militia. And I think that's probably a bad idea to do. Yeah. Yeah. So I think what I'd probably do is give them a musketeer again. And then maybe a land millets. So only 2 units. Might be a little small for the patrol. I feel like 3 would probably be better to fight against. You know what you could do then? You could do 2 land millets and a recruit like that. And then you'd probably want to make the weights are all going to be I'm telling you guys, this was boring. It's kind of hard to explain what's going on here, but I'd say the weight of the standard musketeer with some infantry is pretty high. The weight of the Lamelet spam would be a little lower because they're just less common troops. And then the Lamelets can be representative of this army. Okay. And then there's a chance they get one that's mixed with, again, it's lower. In fact, the mix one, keep it 25. Yeah. I think that's fine. Maybe it'll go 10. Maybe all of these then go 10. So you have a 50, 25, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. And then 85 against this weight of 50. So the majority of the time, you're going to be fighting another one of those divisions, but most of this one's kind of foundational. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. Yep. Then this one's mixed with cavalry. Do we want to do that? Do we want to do that? Yeah, there's a chance they could bring like a provincial cavalry maybe along. I don't mind that. So just swap out a recruit with a provincial. And then we could probably have the cavalry bust represent the army. So if you see a little cavalry bust, it looks like you can tell it's a more cavalry oriented build. I think that's good. And then so in this way, Prussia's always got a musketeer central, which would be different. Yeah. Okay, we'll just see how this goes. I'm being very hesitant at the moment, and I kind of have to just let things go and just go for it. So they can get a battalion gun now instead, like an extra battalion gun. I think that's good. Then we have an auxiliary. So this is like an option with Freikorps, where they have like a Freikorps infantry and 2 recruits. Now under normal circumstances, they would just field a bunch of Cantonist recruits. In fact, it's not even really common or possible that in Region 1 they have musketeers. It's not even really possible. In this new version, yeah, this is much different. In this new version, they've got musketeers built into most of these, and that does make the initial patrols maybe a little more challenging, but they're less numerous. Like, there's most of the time they're going to have 3 units in it and an artillery piece, so maybe 5 units. And in previous iterations, it'd be, what, 3 plus 2 more, so still 5. Okay, so it's about the same size. It just might be a little bit harder. I wonder if that's okay. I wonder if that's all right. That's not a patrol. I wonder if I had like a picture of what the patrols look like. I don't want to make these too hard. That a musketeer is always foundational. You know, would you trust your troops to be able to beat? I think you would. I think it makes it more interesting, and if the patrols are less of a pushover, I think that's generally good. Yeah. We'll see. You know what we'll do is we'll test this out. It's going to be hard to do, but we'll test this out and see if this composition's too hard. We'll just play against it with any regular army. Yeah, this is going to be really difficult, but that's all right. So this other one has Freikorps, and it's led instead by maybe a Jaeger unit and some Freikorps recruits. I think that's kind of cool. And then we have a light Prussian division, which would be led by a regular Jaeger. And then maybe has a Frey infantry. And then a cantonist. So that one's quite irregular. And then a heavy, early on, would maybe just be 2 musketeers. That's it. So you'll usually outnumber that. But yeah, that just might be a little bit tougher. I think that's okay. And now for a cavalry division that they would form, I think the simplest one would just be bringing 2 provincials. Or early game. See, this is where I think it's cool. Early game, they could bring 1 hussar. Or maybe 1 dragoon. And that's not too bad. These are tougher units to fight early game, but they only get 1 of them, and I think that's totally fine, because there are many compositions where you only get 1 cavalry, and it could be a hussar or a dragoon, potentially. Like, Freikorps starts with 1 hussar, and who else starts with a cavalry? And even the Cossacks start with a Don Cossack, too. So I think it's okay to just see 1 of these tough cavalry units. And then for an artillery, it could be double battalion guns, or it could be maybe just a single field gun if it's early game. And if it's auxiliary, it would be maybe double Freikorps battalion guns. And I would say the light and heavy is fine to be 25-25. The auxiliary should be rarer, so a weight of 10. The provincial cavalry should be the main one, which is a weight of 25. And then the heavy and the auxiliary are weights of 10. Now, this says auxiliary, so I meant to actually make this a Freikorps hussar, not a dragoon, which I think is fine. Maybe you shouldn't face a dragoon early game. It would mean you would never find them. And maybe that's okay. Because we have regions 2 and 3 to worry about, right? Where we're then in region 2, you're going to find lots of hussars and dragoons, and in region 3 you're going to find lots of cuirassiers. So maybe hussars and provincials are more common for early game. I think that's probably better. Maybe it just rubs me the wrong way a little bit that they can never field a dragoon. But let me check in our previous version. In the current version, in the current version, this is kind of ridiculous, actually. This is insane. So in the current version of the game, the enemy can't field a dragoon ever in region 1. And in region 2, there's a slim chance they might get a dragoon as a brigade, but it's a 1 in 7 chance that in region 2 they might get 1. So yeah, I think this is at least better than what we've got now. I think this is going to make things maybe slightly harder. But maybe that's okay, because everybody's talking about snowballing region 1. And so we can make these divisions a little harder. And then if people say, well, okay, now it's too hard, then we just take the early patrols and really weaken them. We could really, really weaken them. We could even make a unique tag called, like, First Patrol Army, and have even more control over it if we find players are still struggling. And then we just go to the standard conventions that we're doing now. But I'll hold off on that. I don't think we have to jump the gun and do that quite yet. Now let's create a representation. Who represents, I would say in a mixed... I feel like it'd be weird to see an artillery unit walking around the map. So I'll represent this one with a recruit, probably. Should a division that's got an artillery piece, a musketeer, and a recruit be represented by the recruit? Maybe it's represented by the musketeer. I don't think any army should be represented by an artillery piece. I think that's quite odd. But we could represent that one with a musketeer, and this one with a cavalry. And because there's a bunch of cantonists in that one makes sense. And because there's a bunch of lamellets, that one makes sense. Yeah, I think that's good. I think the preference should be on quantity. Then if quantity is equal, then on quality. So in terms of this, the quantity between these three units is the same. So then fall back to using quality, which would be the musketeer to be the main bust that represents that army. That to me makes sense. So with this auxiliary, the Freikorps are the most numerous here, the recruits. So the recruit represents the army. Same thing here, the recruits also represent that army. Then when it comes to a light, it's equal between a cantonist, a Frey infantry, and a Jaeger. Therefore, use the fallback of the most valuable unit, which is the Jaeger. I think that's good. I may even actually want to use the Frey infantry for variety, because the Jaeger might... you know what? The Jaeger looks cool. It's like a light division, right? So you want to see that a Jaeger's attached to it. I think that's neat. And then a heavy, a musketeer, of course, is going to represent the heavy. So if you ever see a musketeer leading a patrol, you know it's either got a lot of artillery or backup infantry. I think that's useful information. And they're not as common. Their weight is only 10. Provincial cavalry looks good to me. Yeah, all of these look good. Okay, so Prussia actually came together quite well. That was not too bad to do Region 1. So now let's figure out the special divisions that they can field, which would be a von Preußen special regiment. So this is just for the boss, and you want to be basically you want to deck something out, make something a little tough. And I think we probably want to do 4 tough regiments here, and led by the von Preußen first. So it's von Preußen. In fact, let me grab all of these and put brackets around them, because these will be the first units that represent all of these. And you know what I did wrong is I just need to take these special armies and move them down. Yeah, because then we're going to put the medium and the hard, and then all the specials will be at the bottom. Let's just do that. And so if we're doing the specials at the bottom, let's do them last. I think that makes sense too. Does anyone here get what I'm doing? I wonder how confusing this is without the context. You guys understand what's happening at all? Let me read what you guys are saying. Excited for release day. OH gave a lot of feedback here. First division should be the best infantry, renowned troop. Second division should be auxiliary infantry and second tier. Lamellets plus Frey infantry, Act 1 elite troops. I think what I have now is okay. I have one big concern. The player seems to be able to always defend, even when they're attacking the map. Yeah, I think that's an issue that I don't have a solution for. So I think if the AI had a range advantage, they'll never attack. We've talked about that before, that if the enemy has an artillery advantage, they won't attack. And that has not been implemented yet. We had it implemented at one point, but everyone thought the AI was broken because it wouldn't move. And so I think we just need more time to implement that. I thought you were done with dev streaming after the last one. No, just the dev log was the last one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I think this looks fairly decent to me. Now we're going to paste. So all of this stays the same, but instead of easy, we change this to medium. This is where ChatGPT would actually be useful. As I would just feed him this and just say replace the E with an M. But it's okay. Okay. Is it a coincidence you're releasing the game on the anniversary of the French occupation of Berlin? Honestly, Jack, you could probably find a million events in history that happen every day that would be an anniversary. Like, you could say the anniversary of... I mean, there were like 50 major battles in the 7 Years' War in Europe. Not major battles, but 50 battles you could probably find full Wikipedia pages on. So there's 50 days out of the year that are already taken by those 7 Years' War battles. You could probably have hundreds of Napoleonic battles. You could probably create a full calendar where every day is a great anniversary of a major king or leader or a battle or whatever. So, yeah. Are you able to make artillery shoot through lines instead of landing in lines? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't think you can give them an order to, like, try to fire directly and try to shoot through multiple regiments, but artillery... the cannonballs will bounce and they will knock into other regiments. That does happen. I'll be right back. I'm just going to pee real quick. Alright, I've returned. I yearn for a day where we get a Total War game that progresses through the ages. That'd be cool. Sounds real hard to do, though. Because the amount of nitpicking that we get for the 7 Years' War, it's like if you try to cover multiple ages, I think you'd have to make some sacrifices in terms of historical depth. That would make the game probably worse if you did that. Can't you make the AI be more defensive if they're attacked in a global map and be more offensive if they attack the player? What's the downside of this approach? There's no downside to that approach. It's just that trying to teach the AI to like mount a proper defense versus being offensive on the battle map is a little tough. Yeah, I think that's something that we might be able to get in before the launch. I don't think you'd even want too much of the context to matter too much of who attacked who, because you could both attack each other at the same time, so what happens then? So I don't think who attacked who first really matters. I think what matters more is like who has the advantage. Like if the AI noticed it had way more artillery, then it would be defensive. Even if it was the one who attacked you, it would park up and be like, all right, I'm going to bomb you and good luck. And I think that would be appropriate, because then the player would be forced to take action if they neglected to build a proper, like, artillery force, for example. So I think I would rather do that. I think that would make sense. But yeah, it's mainly just a time thing. We would just need time to be able to code something like that in. And, yeah. But right now we're just still getting like the main stuff done right now, and we could always look into adding stuff like that post-release. I think that's fine. Most of the people who have played the game have been totally fine with the way that the battles are set up, and really things only begin to get repetitive after several hours. Like some people put in like 100 or 50, 100, 200 hours, and then things will get more repetitive. So I think if everybody can play it for a while and have fun, then post-release we can look at what is missing and figure out like what kind of advanced AI behaviors we want to add. Or like another idea I had that I thought would be cool is if the AI could be different depending on the nation you're playing as, or against, I mean. So like the French AI would have different behaviors inherently to the German AI or something like that. But those kind of things would have to be best saved for post-release, I think. So I saw you said you gave a copy to Pixelated Apollo. When can we expect YouTubers release videos? Apollo's video will probably come out the 7th, and everybody else will come out on the 8th. He's got one day early because he supported the project from very early on and was the only YouTuber who gave us like really consistent big shout-outs very early on in development. So I give him an extra day that he could cover it first. And then everybody else, the embargo lifts on October 8th, and they can cover any part of the game they want, literally anything. So people can do their Cossack runs or Light Corps or whatever they want to do. I give them no restrictions at all. They don't even have a different version of the game. They get full access to everything. So, yeah. French AI would retreat all the time. Well, I don't think they need an AI behavior to do that because their units already kind of retreat on their own because they're not very strong. There, we'll do that. Easy, medium, and hard. We'll do hard there. What nations or DLC wars would you add? You know, Jack, I don't really have many post-release. I know one thing I can almost confirm is that we'll be adding the Reichsarmee, the Holy Roman Empire, to the game for free. Very likely that'll be the case. If it's not free, it'll be very cheap. And then we will add Sweden as well. Those two things I'm pretty sure I want to do and just put them into the base game without like adding a new war. And then beyond that, I don't know what I want to do. I have no idea what DLC I would want to make. I don't know what future game I would want to make. I'd rather just be reactive and let people request things and see what people are having the most fun with. And then just update those things. I don't think I should pre-plan it too much because who knows what people are going to like and what people not like. So, yeah. Total War is stagnant. I don't know. I feel like Warband, I feel like they're going to come out with something big around Christmas. They're going to have a huge thing where they announce a whole ton of games and a big revamp. So I have a feeling they're going to make a pretty strong comeback pretty soon. I'm only hoping, I hope this isn't like egotistical or whatever, but I'm hoping they ignore us and that they don't see us at all. I hope that they don't look at our game and say, oh, what are things they're doing that we could either like try to shut that down or copy it or just do a way better job than they do. Like, I hope that they just don't have, that I'm completely off the radar and they have no idea who I am and that I can just do my own thing on the side. I would hope that they're not like annoyed that I'm trying to make a Total War style game at all and that they do anything out of spite against us. I would hope that's not the case. I mean, I have no information to think that they would do that, but I just hope we can be left alone because it would suck if they were like, all right, we're doing a 1700s game and we're going to have all of those armies. We're going to do the modifiers and everything. And we're going to have all the customization. And then I'm like, I guess you guys can go play Total War then. Bye. So, yeah, I don't know. But I think our games are very different. Like, we have a real-time campaign. And we'll always have a real-time campaign. Their turn-based campaign is like pretty baked into the identity of Total War. So, do I know how many people wishlisted the game? I think it's like 65,000 right now, and I think there's a chance that we'll end up at. I think there's a chance we'll end up at 80, 90, or 100,000 for launch, which is very good. All I wanted to launch the game was 50,000. So yeah, we're in a very good spot, I believe. Yeah, I think we cracked a little goal here with the top 600 on Steam, which is really cool. We got another little boost there, which is cool. And we're going to get another big boost pretty soon. Pretty soon when all the YouTubers cover the game. Yeah, these are followers, so you can basically take the follower number and multiply it by 10, and that's a pretty accurate amount of wish lists if you want to predict. All right, I'm going to go quiet again a little bit while I start working on this. If every one of those 65,000 people bought the game, it'd be huge. Well, Hugs, it's going to be like 1% of those people. So like 1% of 65,000 is 650 times $29.99. You earn 20K. And if the game costs 100,000 to make, and then Steam takes 30% away, so minus 30%, then now you've earned 13,000, and then you have taxes and fees, which would probably be like another 20%. So now you've earned $10,000 on a game that costs 100K. So it's no guarantee. Like if you're realistically only gonna convert like a couple percentage points of your wish lists. So, so you gotta make sure. What's the average wish list to buy ratio? I think it's like 5%. This says it could be up to 10%, 10 to 20%. 5% is conservative. So the most conservative guess is 5%, and the highest would be 20%. So you could probably average it at like 10%. So 10% of the 65,000 is more like 6,500 people. That's assuming good conversions, though. Like, let's say we had pretty conservative conversions. That'd be like 3,250, and that's times the $29.99, which is actually on sale for going to be 27. Take this. Minus 30%. Then you take this. Maybe you can get this up to like 50,000, but I don't know. I don't want to think about the sales and how much it'll make or whatever. I think that's a bad thing to even think about, to be honest. Because if you think you're going to earn a lot, you'll be crushed on the release day when you don't. And if you think you're not going to earn anything, then you're not going to put in a serious effort because you think no one's going to play the game. So I think it'll actually just hurt you either way. And I don't think it's right to ever think about that, to be honest, unless you're planning because you're running a studio with 100 people. But I really don't want to be distracted by any kind of thought that the game could fail or do really well or anything. I think all that really matters is that you actually just finish it. If you can finish a game and it's done and everything is in it that you want and it's fun, if it's finished and it's fun, I think that's all that matters, and then you can kind of think about it afterwards. So how much did I spend to build the game? Honestly, I probably spent like $12,000 a month, not paying myself, by the way, just paying the people who work on it. And I've been working on it for like probably a year and like 8 months. So probably 20 months. So yeah, I probably spent close to like $200,000 on it. So that's why I don't want to think about how much it'll make or how much that is what it is. It's very expensive. Like, by the way, $12,000 a month to spend on development. There are single programmers, like one programmer who could earn $12,000 a month by himself in a good studio. Just one guy. So 12K, oh my God, that's so much. 12K is like horrifically underpaid studio. A studio should be spending like $50,000 a month or $100,000 a month or something to pay like full-time developers who are talented. So yeah, we are honestly not spending very much at all. Do you have more wish lists for Fire Maneuver or MOC? Fire Maneuver was more popular and has more wish lists, yeah. Rip Tom, yeah. Well, the developers have a percentage in the game, so they don't get paid very much because we don't have any money, but they get a percentage. So if the game does well, they can get a really nice bonus, and that percentage they get to keep forever. So they will always get residuals, and I'll always pay them out. Do they work day jobs? They were all full-time with me. I think we're all just, I'm not getting paid for it at all, and then all the people working on it are getting paid not as much as they would if they were working for a good big studio, right? But we all have stakes in the game, so we're all hoping it does well, you know? Which I think that's the way you do it, because if you don't have millions of dollars from a publisher, I think you just got to get people who are all going to have a stake in the game, and then everybody's in it to do well. And none of us need to get paid that much on the journey there, but if it does well, then everybody can get a payout. And that's kind of the way to do it, I think. Do you have any publisher offers? I spoke to a couple publishers. They just didn't. None of them really liked the game, I would say, or understood it, and were like, yeah, this seems fine. You know, talk to us another time, or this seems fine. Let us know if you make another one of these, or, you know, it's just kind of. I did not get any excitement from any publishers, and the only publisher offers I got were like one or two companies that didn't have big publishing teams that have published like 2 games before, and they weren't going to offer any funding, and they just wanted to put their name on it and help out to like translate the game or something. But I can already do the translations. In fact, I already did the translations, the trailer, all the stuff that publishers, and the marketing, all the stuff that publishers usually do, we're doing. So, yeah. But yeah, I think I had very little excitement from publishers, but the people who have played the game, I think, have enjoyed it. It's kind of hard for me to tell. Like, are the playtesters just not pretending, but like, I guess I chose the playtesters because they were the most interested. So maybe they have a bias and they were going to be interested either way. I don't know. I'm really not sure. But I don't know. We have a lot of playtesters who dumped over 100 hours in the game, like several. So I think that was really cool to see how much time people put into it. Which to me is at least a success in some shape or form, I would say. Damn, I'm not focusing on my work at all right now. I've just been answering questions. This is honestly really, really tough to eyeball. Is AHTV at least doing well? I think, Lucky, I am not going to be able to rely on any of those things soon, and I will have to move on from those things soon. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm strung in a lot of different directions right now, and I do not want to be doing YouTube much longer. That's pretty much all I want to say about that. Gosh, what would be a standard division you could face in Region 2? I'd probably say, let's see what you currently face if you go into Region 2 and you check a patrol army, because I don't think I've heard. I don't think I have heard that Region 2 is like too easy or too hard. I think Region 2 seems like it's in a fine spot. So I'm gonna go check what an army looks like there. Yeah. Is it possible to add Lancers? Maybe. They weren't actually that popular. It wasn't very common at this time, but I don't think I would in this game because it'd require all new animations and stuff, and I don't think I would do it for this game. 2 to 3 musketeers and a cantonist. I was thinking lucky number. I don't know if I want to fight any recruits or provincial cavalry in Region 2. I don't know about you, but I get like annoyed when I've got my army decked out. They're grizzled, they're veterans, and I'm ready to go into Act 2 and I find recruits that I'm fighting against, and I'm thinking like, oh, it's kind of underwhelming. I kind of want to enter Region 2 and be like, oh shit, these guys are tough. You know, let me see what I can do. And every time you enter a region, there should be a moment where you think like, oh, how am I going to overcome this? But if you see recruits in Region 2, chances are you don't even have recruits in Region 2. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even want to see them. By the way, how do you localize dynamic texts with languages with grammar? It can be so easy to mess up. I think with some of it, you just have to acknowledge that some of the translations aren't going to be perfect. But, I don't know. We have a team of a big community who's helping us to translate stuff. But not everything's going to be perfect. And that's okay. Alright, let's check out what kind of patrols are rocking around Region 1. The French don't really count because they're kind of an edge case, so let's look at this. So these guys, yeah, there's no recruits. I mean, this is a perfect patrol, it looks like. They've got regular Fusiliers, maybe add a Grenadier or a Veteran at the start, and then like pop in a Battalion Artillery potentially. I think they should stop. I think the AI should stop using Battalion Artillery by Region 2. I think the AI should be more willing to drop the bad tier units Region 2, like almost immediately. I think that's okay if they do that. I think I'd be okay with that. I wonder if like Battalion Artillery would still be okay to keep in Region 2, but all that would really mean is just giving the AI less guns to fire. But I want the AI to kick the player's ass. Like, I'm tired of seeing screenshots of a player fighting a battle against 20,000 guys and they lose 100 men. You know, I want the player to like get beat up a little bit. So, did you ever think about randomizing army comps for the AI? That's kind of what we're doing, Warband. It is random within parameters of what defines a division. So look here, easy infantry, easy infantry, easy infantry. Like, look how many types of infantry it randomly will select between, and then pair it with a random cavalry. So like it could do a musketeer and 2 cantonists and a hussar, or a Jaeger, a Frey infantry, a cantonist recruit, and 2 provincial cavalry, and so on. So it's going to kind of create a random combo in there. Yeah. That's actually what makes this really hard to balance. Makes it really tough. But yeah, it looks like we can throw a Grenadier in now and then. I would say... And how many guys do they get? It's usually a full... What we're usually doing here is... You could probably reorganize this to be more like this. Okay. And this way you'd be able to define 2 full infantry. Yeah, I much prefer doing that. Okay. So they're going to get a full stack of musketeers, led by maybe a drilled musketeer. And then, because they're Prussia and they're pretty elite, I think they're fine to stay that way. I think for other nations, I wouldn't even mind giving them 2 drilled musketeers. Like for France, they might get 2 drilled ones, because the French are a little weaker. And they rely more on numbers, but maybe not. I think I want to go balance for everybody at first, and then if a certain army is too easy to fight or too hard to fight, I can tinker with it. I think that's probably the best way to go. So a different type of composition, I would say, and they can bring a heavy. I would say is maybe like, gosh, what would it be? Maybe like a Fusilier. No, I don't think it should be a Fusilier. I think what it should be is a Grenadier, just keep it simple, and Musketeers to support him. Or a drilled Musketeer and Musketeers support him. I think that's fine. And then this one is, you know, all Musketeers, but they get like 1 cavalry regiment to help them out. And I am done using Provincials. Like, they might get a Hussar. Actually, we'll give them a Dragoon, because we've used Hussars a lot in the past. I think that's fine. And then this one, they get a little artillery. And I don't mind giving them a battalion gun. That's okay. Do I want to do that? Do I even want to give them battalion guns in Region 2? Or do I want to ramp up the difficulty and make them field proper batteries? I think I want proper batteries. even though it'd be more historically accurate to still be fielding battalion guns, the difference in our game between a battalion battery and a field battery is having 4 cannons or 6 cannons. But why debuff the player or the AI? Why not just give them more guns? Because the player's going to have them, you know? So why are we making the AI weaker than the player? I don't like that. So the auxiliary option is going to be a grenadier leading Freikorps infantry. Or a Jaeger or 2 Jaegers leading Freikorps infantry. I think I like that. Yeah. And we only do cavalry once in the mixed. We save the cavalry for the dedicated divisions. Now we have a light division, so that's where we'll go double Jaeger. So they could actually spawn with a lot of Jaegers. So that's my only fear, I guess. Double Jaeger and then 2 Musketeers, maybe. I think that works. Musketeers are always at the core, so, of any unit. I could even put a Hussar in just to make them feel light. Potentially. I could even put that in the auxiliary, because they're supposed to be kind of like mixed, you know? I wouldn't mind like a Jaeger and a Hussar. And then this one could be the double Jaeger. And then a heavy could be a Grenadier. And 2 Fusiliers. So they're missing 1 slot, maybe? Maybe it could be a Lamellits there. Just so they have the number. I want the numbers there. I want you to feel like the enemy is big and difficult there. So maybe a Lamellits. Fusiliers and Lamellits would be nice. And then a light cavalry would be bringing... We probably want to bring like 3 to 4 cavalry with each composition. So let's bring a Hussar, a Dragoon. No provincials. I'm just tired of fighting the provincials. Maybe they could attach, like... We could do double Hussars, a Dragoon. And maybe that's it. Maybe those 3. And then heavy. Let's have the Dragoon be the face of this unit. And then for the heavy, they're going to field 1 Cuirassier. And can they even use Cuirassiers in Region 2 in... No, they can't even field a single Cuirassier unit in Region 2 in the base game. Which is ridiculous. They should be able to bring a Cuirassier into Region 2. Just one of them, you know. I think that's perfectly acceptable. So we're making the difficulty way more consistent, which I prefer. And if they're bringing a Cuirassier, we can do the double Hussars again. I think that's fine. And then if they're doing auxiliary, here's where we can have some fun and do like 2 Hussars and a Jaeger. I wonder if that would be good, or 2 Hussars and an artillery, and like a battalion artillery. I think that'd be better, actually. I don't know. Yeah, we already kind of do that here, where we do like a Jaeger. Our Cuirassier is a strong unit. Yeah, they're pretty strong, but they just don't even appear in Region 2, and that's just... We have an issue right now where, like, I think what players are having happen to them is the difficulty curve is looking kind of like the player does this. Whoa, and they go up way too fast. And the AI is like this, where you have these like ebbs and flows to give you a break. And I'm kind of meant to design it so that you overcome something and then they overcome you, and you overcome them and they overcome you, and it's this constant tension you build back and forth. But look what the player is doing, and the player is able to achieve this and just completely get their head above water because they can collect the pressure toward the end of Region 1 and the beginning of Region 2 is not strong enough. So the very early patrols actually do give the player some trouble, but once they overcome them, the headquarters and anything else at the end of Region 1 isn't being too effective. And then by the time they get to Region 2, the enemy is still fielding some units with armies with recruits, and so you're able to just destroy them and take all their resources, and now the snowballing's really starting to happen. And then by the time you get to Region 3, you're like, oh, are the battles really that hard? And that's a problem. So we have to push right here, this headquarters, push that player down, and then keep them down while we bring in the Region 2 patrols, and then let you overcome that challenge. And that's why I think we introduce a couple cuirassiers and really, yeah. Can cuirassiers win a frontal charge against line infantry? Sometimes they can. It just depends. Depends if the infantry got a shot off. Depends if they have an officer attached. Depends on what items they have. If it's a rear charge. Well, you said frontal charge. I think there's a lot of things that would depend on. It's definitely possible. As a new player, I could say Act 2 was easy once I broke through the Act 1 HQ barrier. Yeah, that's my problem. That is definitely my problem that I don't like. Sorry, I'm just responding to a message. I would rather the demo and early access be too easy than too hard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with that, because... And by the way, my definition of too easy and too hard isn't like too hard means you can never win, and too easy means you close your eyes and you win. I think that's an exaggeration. But if we're just saying slightly too hard or slightly too easy, imagine if the game is slightly too hard, you lose, you learn from your mistakes, you do a little bit better, you focus, you overcome a challenge, you feel good about it, and then you keep progressing and you keep trying. Versus slightly too easy, the game's a little bit hard. Oh, you just broke the game because you got way too many resources and the AI is not keeping up. Now you turn off your brain slightly and you're just kind of like fast forwarding through battles, and then you close out the game. Uh-oh, that's a problem. Like, I don't think someone would close out a game because it's slightly too hard, but I would definitely close out a game if it was slightly too easy, if there was no way to make it harder, you know? So that's kind of my issue. The game's called Master of Command, you know? I want it to feel challenging. I know there's going to be people in the comments who go watch the stream back and say, like, Griffin, don't fall into the trap of appeasing the hardcore player base. And that's not necessarily what I'm doing, because the hardcore player base, they play with the difficulty modifiers. They stack 10 difficulty modifiers on, and even then, they're like, this is too easy. Okay, that to me is a bit of a problem. If stacking every possible hard thing you can in the game is still too easy to you, then it must mean that and then the regular players are flying through the game. Like, you got to make sure there's some challenge. You want to overcome something that pushes you. So, but yeah, I don't think the game should be too hard, as in you're frustrated while you play. That's not, that's an extreme. But I think it should be hard as in you don't know if you're going to win the battle or not. That to me is fun. If I go play a multiplayer game on Total War, if I jump into a Napoleon Total War battle, I'm not going to think to myself, I will win this. You think, I don't know if I'll win it. But that's what makes multiplayer fun. That's why people ask for multiplayer. They're like, hey, the AI sucks. I want multiplayer because I want a chance of losing. So even if that chance is 10%, I just want that chance there. And too easy means, like, it might as well not even be a chance that you lose. You know, so... With management games like this, it can be easy to snowball. Think of, like, the end of Minecraft or the end of RimWorld, and you have everything you want, and there's nothing to really challenge you, and you just quit because you're bored. That's not good. I don't want anybody to quit because they're bored. I'd kind of rather someone quit because they got their ass kicked and they need a break than quit because the game is boring. That's not good. So, yeah. Of course, by the way, what I'm doing, like, they get 1 Cuirassier and 2 Hussars. I'm not giving them you know, let's put 4 cuirassiers in Region 2 and just annihilate the player. I bet I could even do that and it wouldn't even be that big of a deal. So if anything, I am still going easy on the player at this point. All right, so light artillery. Let's do a chance where they get a ton of battalion guns or 2 field guns. One of which could be horse artillery. Why not? Horse artillery isn't even that much better in terms of accuracy. No. No, it's pretty balanced. It just moves quickly, so I think that's totally fine. And then the auxiliary would be just a shit ton of the Freikorps artillery like that. And so for the Freikorps, we were thinking of giving them a Jaeger attached to the auxiliary cavalry, which I think is cool because they move quickly as well. But it does mean over here that they probably shouldn't get a hussar in the infantry division. That instead they should probably just get maybe the double Jaeger. It's tough to say. You know what they should get is maybe just a battalion gun added to them. Yeah, that's okay. I want them to be a little different. And the Freikorps can be a little weak sometimes. So I don't think there's anything wrong with them just getting an extra unit there. The mixed cavalry we're going to represent with a dragoon, sure. Damn, I'm drinking a Red Bull at 8 p.m. It's not usually that good to do that, but it is what it is. Should we have the cuirassier represent the army? Maybe not. Maybe we would want to save that for Region 3. Maybe we want to save it for Region 3. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Probably be easier to fight a dragoon and 2 hussars than it would be a cuirassier and 2 hussars. Why don't we add in a provincial cavalry? I think that would make it nicer. And I hate fighting provincial cavalry, but if they're just like tacked on with a big cavalry force, I think that's totally fine. And then the auxiliaries are going to be represented by this hussar here. Going to be reserve artillery, horse artillery, and then Freikorps artillery. There, and let's do the weights. These will be a 50, a 25, I like that, and then everything else is 10. And then we want to do, yeah, that's the more common one. I agree with that. And the most common artillery. Now, I gave a 25 and 25 to both of those artillery. Let's do that. And let's do this. I think that's fine. Okay. Hard games give replayability, and then stomping the HQ is enjoyment. I guess that's what difficulty settings are for, to satisfy different gamers. Yeah, definitely Raspel. There are plenty of difficulty modifiers that you can mess around with if you think the game is too hard. But like, yeah, I don't want people to walk away with the game either feeling boring or easy. I want it to feel like every decision is thoughtful and interesting. And difficulty doesn't mean give the AI a stat buff and just make them 50% stronger artificially. It just means like make sure the AI is scaling enough with the player. You have to predict, because the AI will not scale with the player dynamically. They're going to field what they want to field, regardless of what the player has, which is good and bad. It has pros and cons. The pro is like, if you do snowball, it feels satisfying because the AI won't keep up with you. And that's cool because the game isn't punishing you for succeeding. The con of that is just that if you do snowball, the AI will never try to scale. They're just always going to continue growing at the rate I've defined. So shouldn't patrols not have artillery? Again, I think Charles, if you use real life logic for all of this, everything here is wrong. Like half the game is wrong. Like you could say, why would you recruit a unit at another person's town? You know, why would a British army go into southern Germany and recruit an English recruit there? That's wrong too. But if you just do it based on what's fun for gameplay, like if you say patrols can't have artillery, and the player does have artillery, and patrols are the main fights that you're fighting early game, you just win every fight because the AI has no artillery to counter you, because you wanted to make it realistic, and now the game's boring. So there's a huge challenge you will face when trying to impose historical accuracy and realism, and keep it fun. Now, it's possible to do both, but in order to do both, if you want to prioritize historical accuracy, the game needs to simulate real-life conditions as closely as possible in order to provide a simulation level of historical accuracy and fun, and that's where that can be interesting. But we don't have the budget or the time or really the skill to make a full simulation. Like, that's really tough. So you've got to kind of make some compromises and say, hey, look, we can't create the most authentic 18th century simulation you've ever seen. So to compensate, we're going to have to bend a couple rules and just prioritize making the game fun. Now, that being said, patrols typically will use the battalion guns, at least in the first region. And battalion guns are attached to the infantry battalion, so they would travel with a patrol, or the equivalent of a patrol. Yeah, let's get ready to carry on. So we just finished medium. Now we're going to go to hard. And here we are now. Now we got to really crank up the difficulty if it's going to be difficult. So a base unit here is going to be led by potentially like double drilled musketeers. In fact, I would not even give them... If we can avoid giving them base tier units, I would. Let's have a Grenadier Guard leading... Maybe a Grenadier Guard leading a force of primarily Grenadiers. Or a Prussian Foot Guard, which I think we'll make that more common. Well, we've got a heavy that we can still do. We can do a guard leading a bunch of drilled musketeers. And then for the heavy, we could do... Gosh, what would we want to do to keep this balanced? Now, Region 3 is where we just take all the gloves off and we just make the hardest compositions we possibly can. What did we do in the old version, I wonder? Oh gosh, I'm still giving like regular musketeers and regular Jaegers. Yeah, no, this is gonna be a huge wake up for the fucking playtesters. I'm cool with the end of the game being really difficult. Like my ideal actually is something that's like more like that than something like this, where the early game just keeps picking up and then the game just ends. Like, I don't mind it starting a little easy, then getting harder, and the end of the game is just really tough, and you have to overcome a huge challenge. I prefer something closer to that. So I don't mind this Region 3 really picking up, because I'm assuming the player is going to have found ways to exponentially grow, which the playtesters do. They find ways, given enough time, to start exponentially growing. So I need to match them and really throw something that's very challenging against them. Like, I'm tempted to do, like, 2 guards. Two guards. Or, you know what, like, can we do, like, 2 grenadier guards? And then 2 grenadiers? And then a base division here would be... Gosh, how would I want to do it? What's, like, a quality-oriented force? You know what it could be? A heavy? It could be, like, 2 guards, a grenadier guard, but instead of getting a nice hefty infantry, they get a cuirassier instead, which is still really scary. But yeah, that's like a guard division. And then that'll be rare. So yeah, I'm okay with a little randomness. That's all right. That comp can be a little bit harder. And then this would be like 2 guards and 2 drilled. Yeah, I like that. And then this could be 2 grenadier guards. Damn, Prussia's going to be tough late game. What would I do in Austria to create a similar situation? Probably give them, like, I'd have to compensate, because Austria doesn't have foot guards. So what do they get in place of that? Because they only have drilled musketeers. But they'd only get 4 drilled musketeers. So I'd probably have to give them, like, a ton of regular grenadiers and compensate by giving them, like, sharpshooters and other tools. I'm gonna have to get creative, I think, unless I'm just making Prussia a little too hard right now, but that's fine. Do AI units get random muskets and carbines? They do, yes. Do I plan on adding real flag bearers later on? Maybe. That's just not a priority at the moment. Same with musicians. Like, it just is not a huge priority at the moment. I think it's very interesting, not to be dismissive over your guys' suggestions, but I find that the people playtesting have completely different feedback and observations than people observing. I think if you guys played it, maybe you would be so zoomed out, you wouldn't even notice there aren't flag bearers. Like, a lot of the decisions there were made not because we just wanted to be lazy and ignore a major part of the game, but because you're not zoomed in much. If you never see it, you know, I'd rather focus that on, like, AI. You know, like, would you guys rather have improved and really smart and clever AI or flag bearers? And I think most of the playtesters are like, hey, when can we get the next AI update? Can the AI do this? Here's some feedback here and there. That's what the playtesters ask me about. And the general audience is like, where are the flag bearers? Not that there's anything wrong with that comment, because immersion is important. So I'm not saying that that's not a good comment. But I think if you guys play it, I think you're going to feel differently, and you won't even remember, or you won't even notice that there aren't flag bearers. It's kind of a luxury thing to worry about, is adding the flag bearers. It's like the game is so perfect, you can't think of anything else, that's what you would focus on almost. So it's kind of one of those, like, luxury additions, I think. How would the Reichsarmee play? I don't know just yet. I think they'd be kind of like a quantity German build, maybe similar to France, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, you're right, Warband. As an observer, you can only really look at the visuals. Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's really the only thing you have to go off of, so. But yeah, if I were to create, like, an Austrian division equivalent to this, what would I do? Grenadier Guard, Grenadier Guard, Grenadier, Grenadier. Well, what would they get? Like, Grenadier, 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 Grenadier. Maybe they would get, like, a Guard Artillery in there. That could help, like, Yeah, if that's Austria's playstyle, that would actually be quite useful to have for them. I think we are just making maybe this... We are making this maybe a little too hard. Just a little bit. So let's just do... Because they actually get 6 divisions now in Region 3. So let's just give them 1. Because what is it in the current build? In the current build, they don't even get guards. They just get drilled musketeers. They don't even get them. Oh, there's one where they get the double. But yeah, it's quite rare. There's a double guard as well. That's a double guard and a cuirassier. Yeah, I think this is fine. And that guard should be fairly common now. Okay, we'll see how this goes. I can always make an adjustment. I hate that this clears all my formatting, but it is what it is. This stuff doesn't matter on the side. And then a mixed cavalry. Honestly, for this heavy, why don't we just fucking lean into it? And just give them something ridiculous. And they just have a slight chance of fielding one of those. And then a mixture of cavalry, so they get the cuirassier there, and then the guards and grenadiers. Yeah. I don't mind giving them one more drilled. Something like that, maybe. And then the mixed with artillery now. How did I do that before? I did the same exact copy, just swap one thing out. Okay. Guards, grenadiers. And this time they'll do a unit of grenadiers with the cavalry to be more offensive oriented. And then drilled musketeers who shoot with an artillery to be more shooting oriented. And we'll give them a field gun. And I'll save the horse artillery. I don't mind giving him a horse artillery, actually. Why not? And then we have the auxiliaries. And here I would do, like, a huge horde of grenadiers. And maybe a Jaeger at the end. Or do a horde of grenadiers and... What else could they get? What are my other auxiliaries? Do they ever get... They sometimes get like an artillery piece or something interesting. So we could give them a bunch of Freikorps grenadiers. And they get a Jaeger last time. And then this time they get a bunch of Freikorps grenadiers. And it could be a Freikorps hussar. They're a little weak, but it could be that. Because we're already giving an artillery there. I think that's fine. Prussia light division. I think could be... I think light could be like double guard and double Jaeger. They all are shooting focused, so I think that's fine. And then a heavy cavalry force that's a light. I honestly think they should all start with the cuirassier. They should all begin with one. And then field like a ton of hussars. And maybe a dragoon. And then the heavy one is 3... Gosh, I'm kind of tempted to, like... It's double cuirassiers. And then a dragoon and a hussar. And then the heavier one is just triple cuirassiers and a horse artillery, maybe. And then the auxiliary will be a cuirassier and 3 Freikorps hussars. And then Prussia's artillery, light artillery, would be just non-stop field guns. Sorry, that would be their heavy artillery. And then their light artillery would utilize the horse artillery, I would say. Double horse artillery. Maybe triple horse artillery and then a field gun at the end. I think that's good. And then their auxiliary. You can see how hard this is, by the way, because this is just Prussia. We have to do 4 other nations. And then the auxiliary here, and they all have to be equivalent and balanced. And it hasn't even been play tested, so it is very time consuming. The auxiliary artillery would be, I would say, double horse artillery, and then double Freikorps artillery. Now, sometimes you can give an AI a second unit. That's interesting. I wonder if we should do that at all. Like, are there any compositions here where they should get a duplicate unit? Because I'm giving up to 4 per division, but you can technically give up to 5 if you duplicate one. I think. I could test if that works or not. A Czech regiment for the Austrians. Well, you can make Czech regiments. They weren't organized any differently than the Austrian ones, but you could change the flag and the name and the facings and create a Czech or a Bohemian-themed division even if you wanted to. All right, now we're going back to easy, special easy division, which is meant to have... It's meant to have a hard unit and then 3 mediums. I don't mind giving them like a drilled musketeer. And then 2 regular musketeers. Just to make this battle a little bit harder. But I want the game to be tough, so I think that's what I want to do there. And that's the Prince von Preußen, so they focus on the musketeers. The Itzenplitz would probably be quite similar. But maybe they can focus on something else. Maybe they could focus on like a horse artillery to be unique. That could replace one of the things there. And then a dragoon, Bayreuth dragoon, would focus on lots of cavalry. So they still get their drilled musketeer. We'll put them at the end. But then they get like maybe another dragoon. What do I currently give them? I currently give the Itzenplitz, sorry, the Bayreuth, 2 dragoons and 2 land mallets. That's lame. Ah, this is supposed to be Heinrich von Preußen. And Prince von Preußen's down there. That's Heinrich. Ah, is there a little mistake here? Yes, there is. And so if they're doing Fusiliers, we can field more Fusiliers. We only have one composition that utilizes Fusiliers. I feel like we should rely on them maybe a little bit more. Could they appear in the... I feel like a Fusilier could appear in the early game. Maybe in the heavy. It could be like a Fusilier and a Musketeer. There's a lack of opening brackets. Did I miss something somewhere? I'm so bad at it. Where's the lack of opening brackets? Where did I miss it? Oh, I see. It's in Plitz. Yeah, good catch, dude. I love when people catch those mistakes for me. That is very helpful. And I always get the error, and then I'm like, what did I break? Okay. Will there be custom battles? Not for launch, Jason, but we could probably add those in later. We're just trying to get the campaign to be really good. Okay, so Fusiliers can now show up a little bit more often. Because I think they're an interesting unit. It'd be a shame not to utilize them at all. Maybe the Grenadier build should come with a Grenadier, a Fusilier, and 2 Musketeers. By Region 3, they shouldn't use Fusiliers because they're like a militia almost. So the Fusiliers come with 2 more Fusiliers and a Musketeer. This Musketeer comes with 2 drilled. Just maybe 1 drilled. I think that's fine. And then a Dragoon comes with kind of a Dragoon theme. Is the release date still at the end of October? It is, yes. So the Bayreuth Dragoons come with 2 more Dragoons and maybe a drilled Musketeer. I think that looks good. They should be much more fun to fight against, honestly. These compositions look way stronger. And the recruits are utilized just far less. I may have made things too hard, but I don't know. I'd rather things be a little bit tough and then, you know, give the player maybe more resources or something. I just don't want easy battles with easy, useless units, so... Okay, so now Region 2 gets the Prince von Preußen. And maybe just all drilled Grenadiers with him. And the Lenoble Jaegers get a unit of Freikorps Jaegers. Are we using them? Yeah, we are using them. Two Freikorps units and maybe a Freikorps Hussar. The Death's Head Hussars come with 2 Hussars and a Horse Artillery. And the Avida Feldjägers come with an additional Jaeger and maybe 2 drilled Musketeers. I feel like seeing a guard, at least 1 guard, in Act 2 could be interesting. To just have a chance of seeing 1 guard. I don't know where I could put him. I could put him with the Prince von Preußen. What are you mainly fighting in Act 2? You're mainly fighting like 1 drilled Musketeer and just regular Musketeers. What is it in the current game? So in medium, you're not even fighting drilled Musketeers. That's nuts. That's nuts. Yeah, that's way wrong. I'm so glad I'm redoing this. Should a guard ever appear in Region 2, or should we save it? It's not bad to save it, because sometimes it's fun to stumble on a unit you've never fought before. I feel like fighting that Region 2 you'd get... Yeah, I don't want to... Let's not risk it. Like, it could be fun to put in the boss battle. Like your first guard that you have to fight. I'm so tempted to put 1 guard in the Region 2 boss. I might do... I might put it with the Feldjägers, maybe. We can cut one of the drilled musketeers. So they only field 3 units, but one of them's a guard. I feel like that's fun. Yeah, I think that's fun. I'm just determining if I want to just... I think doing one of them would be nice. And then we can just put a regular musketeer in, maybe. And then for Winterfeld Grenadiers, we could do... pair the Winterfeld Grenadiers with the Grenadier Guards, maybe? No, the Potsdam should get paired. Actually, I like the Potsdam with another Grenadier Guard and then just 2 guards like that. And then their Winterfeld Grenadiers could be a Grenadier Guard and maybe 2 Cuirassiers. Actually, no, we're going to use the Cuirassiers in the other area. Maybe double horse artillery. I like that, because that seems tough. And then Pennever is going to get a huge Cuirassier force. And then a guard at the end. Yeah, maybe we went too far. I don't know if these are too hard. But let's make the game tough, because everybody's blowing through it. Let's inflict some casualties. Let's make the player suffer just a little bit. The main thing is you just don't want the player to suffer too much early on. If you can get your footing though, and then the enemy gets tough, that's fun. But if you can't even get your footing and you're just getting bullied and harassed and you can't even like get things under control, that's where things become frustrating in my opinion. Damn, this one looks tough. It's got a guard and a grenadier guard. I feel like the mixed artillery shouldn't get... I feel like it should just get the double drilled. Yeah. And then we'll just use the drilled. It's better. The auxiliary, we can do Freikorps Grenadiers for both, probably. Yeah, that seems fine. And light, we can show Jaegers. And then heavy, we can do proper guards. Auxiliary, we'll do show the Freikorps Hussars. And then Prussian light artillery. You know what could be fun, guys? It's only 8:30. It could be fun to do a little impromptu playthrough and just test these. Just only play against Prussia and just test how hard this is before moving on to the other countries. Maybe even like fully beating a region or two or something. I'm not sure. It takes a long time to play though. Alright, this is an auxiliary. We'll use the Freikorps to represent them. Alright, that's all done. I just have to adjust the weights. And let's make these bars look nice. Yeah, it'd be cool to wake up tomorrow with a cup of coffee, no other stress, and I can just chip away at the other army comps. I ideally would like to get another one done tonight, another nation. And then I've only got 2 tomorrow, and then 1 Sunday. And by the end of the weekend, all the army comps can be done. And this, honestly, is the last major balance problem with the game. Maybe aside from, like, encounters. Encounters need a balance pass. But, like, this is a major part of the game that needed work that I've been putting off. And once that's done, I've got so much time this month where I can just do fun things. So we could do map making streams again. I haven't made a map in such a long time, but I've been so busy with this kind of stuff. But yeah. What were we doing? We were adjusting weights for Region 3. Yeah, this seems fine. I like this. So then what we would do, which is probably going to break the game. Maybe that's okay. Ah, gosh. Is we would call this Army Comp Backup, because that's going to be outdated. And then we're going to start overwriting the changes here. And we're going to say in region. So here's where things get a little tricky. But luckily, we only have to do this once. We have the intro battle. First of all, with the intro battle, we should custom design, most likely. We should most likely custom design what division you fight. Call it PRU tutorial. And we'll call it tutorial division, PRU. And let's create the definitive tutorial force that you fight against when you're fighting Prussia. And so if you're brand new at the game, what do we want to teach the player? Probably that they can fight 2 cantonists and a provincial cavalry. That seems pretty fair to me. That's all you have to fight is those 3 units. So you deal with a little bit of cavalry threat and some infantry, and that's the dedicated tutorial division. And so what we tag this as here in the intro battle is that you fight the dedicated tutorial division now. So that's a new, like, amount of control we can get there. Then we can do easy patrol 1, easy patrol 2, easy patrol 3. Easy field 1. And then before I fill those out, let's see, what would a patrol look like? It would be comprised of an infantry and a cavalry, or it'd be an infantry and an artillery. So one or the other. I think that's fair for a patrol. Could it ever have 2? No, I don't think it should. So that's really it. It's just one or the other. That's kind of the gist. In terms of field armies, I'm thinking a field army is usually... I guess we'll do 2 types of each. So this should be an infantry, a cavalry, and an artillery. This way they ensure they get a little bit of everything. Or the other type of field army you could fight could be what? It could be an infantry and... I don't know if we want to do like a double cav and a double artillery. We could try it. We could try to go like, there's a chance you fight a double cavalry or a double artillery, but make those rare. I think that would be a good idea. So put these on easy. You know, we used to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regions that we'd make the players go through, but it was way too hard to balance, so we did not do that anymore. And then these are our patrols for 1 and 2. And I would do a dotted line and a dotted line here. And to separate the ID, I would do a big line. Okay. And then I would do that, that, and that. And these are now regular armies. True, true, true. False, false, false. Okay. And then that's the patrol now done. Then we have field armies. And field armies could also 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, not field armies. I mean encamped armies. We'll just call them encamped 1, encamped 2, encamped 3. And the boss... I wonder if we should make multiple boss armies or not. We'll see. So an encamped army, we want to do like 2 infantry divisions and then 1 of each of those. So we do 2 infantry, and then an artillery and a cavalry. Or we do 2 infantry and I guess 2 cavalry. So again, there's always a chance the AI wants to double up and go like do an arty build or a cav build. It'd be interesting if they could do like an all infantry build, but I think it's less interesting to play if the AI has no artillery or cavalry. I think that's probably just less interesting, right? Like I don't think we should ever have a case where it's 100% infantry with no other, nothing else, right? Sad what happened to Ultimate General American Revolution. If your game is successful enough, I hope your team tries a similar campaign. It was a great theme, but not finished. Yeah. Yeah, that is a shame. Any weekend streams planned? I don't know. I could do one. I've actually been finding the more streams I do, the less views they get, and that's okay, but I don't want to like spoil people on the content to the point where they get bored of it. So I think a little bit of scarcity actually helps keep some interest, a little bit of intrigue. Plus, it ensures that every time I show off the game, that it looks vastly different than the time before. But if I stream too often, each stream is kind of the same. Can we have an all cavalry AI Cossack army? I think all cavalry would be not good, but there could be a case where they bring like half Cossack cavalry. That's possible to do with this system that we have. It is possible to do. 100% Cossacks. It'd be kind of funny if there was a small chance you could run into that. I wonder what they would do if you fought. Like, let me just check out what the AI does. I'm just curious how the AI would decide what it wants to do. If it had nothing but Cossacks. Okay. And here's an example, then, of the AI dealing with having only cavalry under its control. Let's see if it even works. I don't even know if this will even work. Will there be a future stream where you play all the factions' army composition? I think it'd be fun. Maybe. I mean, I can't do that all in one stream. I don't know what you mean by that. I would like to stop doing the... like, oh, British nation overview stream, and I would like to just pick a composition I like and just role play and customize the units, make them all historically accurate, and then do like a more of a role play stream would be fun. By that I just mean like focusing on, I don't want like drug units and just doing overview stuff. I just want to play fun. Like it would also be fun if I was like, all right, let's try Frycore, put the game on hardcore mode, and with the Frycore, see what kind of reload stat we can get. Like, how fast can we get our guys to reload? Because the Frycore have a bonus toward reloading. So that'd be a fun, like, playthrough to try that style. Oh, Jesus. All right, guys. Light infantry, you're going to make the ultimate sacrifice. And regular infantry, let's kind of, like, just form up and do our thing. Oh, this is going to be disastrous. I would definitely play House of the King. They're my favorite composition, I would say, by far. Alright, how much damage can we do onto this cavalry? Not bad. It's not bad at all. Killed a whole bunch of them because they were on a clump. Everybody lost cavalry. I have no idea what the hell's going to happen here. Let me turn on the volume. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Okay, the artillery's actually helping out. They shattered my light infantry. They're crashing into the main line now. It's like Zulu, isn't it? Oh fuck, I forgot. This is like Zulu. Hold! Hold! You know, whoever suggested the all-Cossack army, it is quite funny. Look at all the horses that are dead that are all running away. Oh, that artillery, holy shit, it fired straight into the bunch of them, it routed them. Wow. We are actually holding up surprisingly well. Damn, that artillery is just deadly. 850 kills is nuts. They broke my infantry, though. I still have somewhat of a challenge. Alright, victory. Well, Nicolas Vico. Hey, Nico. It's like fighting the Mongols, yeah. I'm actually surprised how poorly they did. I think it's my, artillery because I was testing it. So I gave them like 8 artillery pieces when the artillery shouldn't have been that big. You can see here, I made them too large. See, they only should have 150, not 250. Hold on, let's try that again. And I'm gonna give them upgraded Cossacks this time. They get some of the Orenburg. And they get some of the Don Cossacks too. Alright, here we go, round 2. Imagine chilling down the road to sell items and you get jumped by 4,000 cavalry. It'd be more than that, honestly. Let's see. 400 times. How many would be in there? Maybe a 20 stack? So 8,000. 8,000 Cossacks on the road. That should be a Region 1 patrol. You just find a huge horde of Cossacks. We're definitely going to make it. That is quite fun to see. So we are definitely going to make just a funny composition that's like that. Okay, you can see how much more realistic. Oh, I put a 50 instead of 150. God damn it. Hold on. Alright, we're changing a couple things as well. We're going to go switch to map 1. So they have some cover. We're switching that to 150. Save it. And go. Okay, here we go. So move up the Jaegers. The Jaegers, I mean, these guys are just not going to make it. We're going to hide in the forest. I'm going to form up my box. We're going to have the cavalry kind of in the back to countercharge, I guess. Move the artillery over to a safer location. Make the general central and... This is where I think a custom battle mode would be fun. It's just to test your comp against massed fucking Cossacks. Form up. Take aim. Here they come. we go. Damn, we do good damage on them. Okay, we're fending them off. These guys are getting wrecked in the front. Oh, my artillery, I gotta set it up. Hold the line, hold the line. Uh-oh. Get back to position. Alright, we're in danger. Oh man, the front line's buckling. We are buckling. No, no. Okay, the artillery got one good shot off there. Oh, look at all the retreats. Oh, our artillery is now gone. That artillery is like essential to killing the cav. Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, we're getting sandwiched. Let me screenshot this. I'm just gonna say yeah, I think I've lost this. I think the Cossacks did much better. Yeah, yeah. I feel like the cavalry takes a lot of damage when they get shot, and it kind of takes the wind out of their charge a little bit. You know, like some of the cavalry that was charging. Some of the cavalry that charged lost like half its strength when they were shot. And I wonder if we should give cavalry a little bit of a... Look, we have a cavalry fire damage received modifier. So this is how much fire damage they get. They get normal 100%. So whatever fire damage is given infantry, they get the same amount. If that moved to like 0.8... they would take like 20% less casualties, which I know doesn't make as much sense because they're bigger targets, right? But they are in motion, and the game does not currently simulate. You know, if you had a musket and you're trying to fire at somebody in a big line standing there in front of you, versus using that musket to fire at a cavalry soldier traveling about 40 miles an hour, sprinting, I feel like it would be harder to hit that moving target. And for gameplay purposes, a single volley can just annihilate cavalry before they even get a chance to do anything. And I feel like just giving a little buffer would be nice. Like if I move that to 0.8, let's see how this changes. Let's rebuild the core data and see what the result is differently. I don't want to buff it too much, but I just don't like when cavalry in the... I'm using context of having done playthroughs. I've done playthroughs before where a cavalry unit will just get caught by a little bit of stray musket fire and bang, half its force is gone. Like half the guys are dead. And it just feels a little bit like they're hard to use, and the AI especially does not have the reflex as a player does. So if they get caught, they're all just dead, and then the whole unit is just gone. So I feel like, yeah, I think Total War does do something similar, but... yeah, cavalry in this game Feels a little, it does feel a little Victorian. But yeah, we're gonna form back up. Let's try that again. I'm gonna set the artillery up, like, almost instantly this time. I'll sacrifice a hussar to distract them. They'll all gang up on the hussar, and then I'll shoot at them. And then unlike last time, we're gonna get the artillery set up quick. But also, unlike last time, they should now reduce about 20% of the firepower they receive, so that the cavalry doesn't just die instantly. Because it just feels... I don't even care about the realism, just for gameplay purposes. It's not fun to fire at a regiment and half of it is gone. So I just want to make it a little sturdier. Alright, come after me. Come after me. Here they come. Now we'll fire artillery into the pile. Alright, let's see how we do now. See, we still killed half of them in that shot, okay? So it's still really good. So I think the 20% modifier is just fine to include. Yeah, we're still massacring them. Oh man, look at them. We're actually holding fairly well. Damn, those artillery shots are shattering them. Some of them are coming back, though, now. My musketeers are going to break. There they go. There's the main line. Once they break the main line, it's over. There they come. Oh, man. Run! Run! Uh-oh. Yeah, it's over. Get into formation. Okay, we broke them. Get into square. Form a square. Run. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, it's over. The all Cossacks build. It's Jover, that's right, man. It is Jover for sure. I wouldn't mind as well, not to keep doing bounce changes here, but something I've been meaning to do for a while now is give cavalry like 5 more melee attack across the board to make them sturdier in prolonged melee combat. But I may hold off on that change for now. I think I'm going to hold that because what we want to test now is we changed all those Prussian compositions, right? We've been going in tonight, and we've changed those Prussian compositions here. This is what we're doing. And I want to play against the Prussians and just see how things feel. So we're actually going to jump into campaign and play some battles soon, but I need to finish this up here first. So the encamped armies could have 2 infantry, cavalry, artillery, or the double cavalry, or the double artillery. And I think those should be rarer if they double up. It should be possible, but it's rarer. I think I like that. Unfortunately, it can't be nation-specific. If it was nation-specific, it'd be cool to say, like, only the Austrians could do the double artillery, and only the Russians could do, like, the double cav. But that's not something that you can really do, unfortunately. But yeah, once we finish this, we'll jump into campaign and test out these armies, make sure they're not too strong. Oh, I've seen enough nerf Cossacks, yeah. I could play as the Cossacks, I could play as them. But you know what, I think we wouldn't be playing for fun tonight. We're playing to test the balance, and Cossacks are like a very wacky, out of balance, irregular force. It would throw off the test, as much as I would love to play as them. It would really throw off the test. I have to play as the most conventional vanilla composition. All right. And then the boss army 2 and 3 are going to be, let's see here, easy special, right? And we're going for ideally about 16 units is what we want. So that's 4. Sometimes I like to take a medium as well. I'll throw that in. That's another 4. So that's 8. That's 12. What do we want? 16? Well, that's 4, 8. So yeah, that's actually 8 and... 9, 10, 11. That's actually 11 now. 12, 13, 14, 15. How did I get 16 from this? 2, 3. Yeah, what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Ah, because you want to give them more artillery and cavalry, don't you? Yeah. We probably want to give them a medium cavalry and a medium artillery. And you probably want to do that for the encamped armies as well. What could that end up showing up as? That could be showing up as like 4 artillery. Yeah, that's fine. And then to make these armies special, you could do extra cavalry potentially, but I don't know if I want to do that. I think I may just do no gimmicks on the boss. I may make the boss fairly consistent. I don't really want a gimmick where you get lucky and the entire boss battle that everything's building up to is easy. I don't mind if like there's an easy encamped army or an easy field army that you're like, oh, I got lucky. But you shouldn't fight the boss, of which you're only going to fight 3, and go, oh, that was easy. There's nothing more disappointing than that. So I'm going to just do 1. And so this will be the boss, which is true. And so that's elite. That's false. There we go. And then let's make the weight for all of these 0 for now. And easy weight is 100. 100, 100, 100. It's fine. And this is like 50-50. And this would be 50, 10, and 10. That would be 50, 10, and 10. And that would be 100. That takes care of the whole early game. And then we need to add more rows and more rows. And this will help us design the medium and hard armies. Okay. And then let's use our buddy ChatGPT. Thank you, ChatGPT. Look how quick that was. Bang. That's where AI is useful. Doing the bullshit work like that. That's nice. And then the divisions it will fight. Now you normally fight, I guess, what, an infantry and a cav and an artillery, I guess. We don't need an intro battle anymore. I assume there should be 2 infantry. I think you usually come out of region 1 with 3 divisions. So if the enemy patrols are also 3 divisions, I think that sounds about right. And I don't think we need a second type of patrol. The field armies that pursue you, we don't want them too difficult. But I think what we would probably do is just add an extra division in. Now, what did we do for the field armies here? We just added in a little bit of extra support. And in this case, they get 2 divisions and the support. And I think that's fine. I don't think the field armies are kind of annoying to fight, so I don't think we need to give them much more. And they could get should we have them double up? We did that over here where they just get a ton of cav or a ton of artillery, and it's rare. So we could do that again. Let's just see how that feels. Let's go in and do the extra patrols and field armies. And these are basically the gimmick compositions where you just get like a ton of artillery or a ton of cavalry. But it should be just rare because I think it's most fun when you fight a balanced historical looking force and not something that like spammed a gimmick that's not even going to be that fun to fight against. So we're going to lower the weight of it, like the chance of it happening to be quite low. The only thing that should never have a gimmick is the boss. because you really want that to just be consistent and difficult. The gimmick armies are usually going to be easier to fight against because they're so they're leaning way too heavily into one particular build, but it just makes them kind of unique. It might even just give you a little break. Or it could catch you off guard. You know, if you built all infantry and you have no cav and the enemy has a shit ton of artillery, what are you going to do? You're just going to get bombed. So I think it does keep you on your toes at least. And so in these builds, we'll give them double cavalry or double artillery. And in the field army, we'll give them, again, like, let's see what the pattern is. It's always double cav, then double artillery. Double cav, then double artillery. Okay, double cav, then double artillery. Then double artillery. Okay. And so for the encamped armies, we want to keep everything the same, but now we switch to the hard level for, let's see, it's 2 divisions. So yeah, they'd probably now go to 3. So that's 5 divisions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 5 divisions. And in an encamped army, the cavalry now becomes difficult. And the artillery also becomes difficult. And then we do the gimmick of the double cav or the double arty. And then the boss army I wonder if early game it could be fun if there was 1 patrol. Yeah, you know what? Look, you have 3 types of patrols here. Why don't we add a 3rd type of patrol to be consistent? And just for fun, if there's a time to do it, let's do it now, where it gives you a medium cav to fight against. And the reason I'm going medium is because they have no infantry. It's just all cav. So it's like a genuine patrol force of just all cav, and you just have to gun them down. So it's like a freebie battle, but that's kind of fun. Because what we just did against the Cossacks was pretty fun. If I'd fought that a lot, it would not be fun. But fighting that once, especially against Russia, could be kind of funny. So I don't entirely mind that. In fact, what I would do is I would make it, I wouldn't do medium cav because they're a little bit hard, some of them. So I would just do 3 divisions of easy cavalry. Because there's a chance that a cavalry comes with 1 unit. So this could be just 3 units that you're fighting. Which, yeah, might be a little too easy if it's a cavalry spam. I mean, most likely that won't happen, but it is possible it could just be 3 units. We'll see. Let's just try it and we'll see, and we'll make adjustments and we'll be flexible. I've not checked the chat in a long time. What's your opinion of having to fight a huge army, but it's all recruits, something like 20 line infantry recruits? I think I liked those ideas before, but they aren't fun to fight against. And they just are too easy because... Well, the one issue, too, is if you put that in the early game, the new players get confused and concerned. And if you put that composition in the late game, it gets destroyed. So really, it's cool for the people who know what we're trying to do with it, but for everyone else, they just don't like it, so... Are you still balancing the units? Last time I saw the veteran musketeers, they had 3 times worse stats than the mid-tier Prussian musketeers. Let me see. The Russians have 3 times worse stats. A veteran has 3 times worse. So, like, the accuracy of a drilled Russian is 20, and a drilled Prussian, or no, a regular Prussian is 20. So they have the exact same accuracy, so it's not 3 times better. The morale of a Russian is 55 versus a Prussian, which is 50, so they have higher morale. The stamina is 40 versus a Prussian is 45, so the Prussian only has 5 more stamina. The drilled Russian has 25 reload to the Prussian's 30, so they've just got 5 more. The Russian has got 25 charge, which is 10 higher than a Prussian musketeer. I mean, across the board, they just seem better from what I'm seeing here. The amount of men they get in a regiment is 1,400 compared to a Prussian, which is 1,200, so they get 200 extra guys. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty balanced to me. I don't really see an issue. Last time I saw, they only had 15 shooting. Damn. The regular Russian musketeer only has 15. Some of the observation units actually go up to 45, as you can see here, which is higher than any unit in the entire Prussian roster is the observation units. So the Russians can actually really lean into accuracy if they wanted to, which is kind of cool. Is this coming to GOG? I saw a comment tonight in the GP that scared me. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know. It is not coming to GOG. It's just Steam. Okay, and then let's go back to enemy army comps, and let's do the boss here. Which the boss of medium is going to start with a medium special, and then a hard infantry. Actually, no. Sorry. It's a medium infantry. We made the support weapons the harder ones, which I think is appropriate. And then... Actually, no. We did do a hard, yeah. So you get a hard infantry, and then a medium infantry. And then... two hard cavalry and a hard artillery. Like that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we go to a patrol. Now we're looking at 2 hard infantry, 1 hard cavalry, 1 hard artillery. Now the thing is, when you go into region 3, you most likely now have 5 divisions at this point. When you go into when you start region 1, you probably have 1 division. So look, you're actually outnumbered just a little bit. When you enter region 2, you usually have 3 divisions. So you're actually here, you've got the same amount of guys as the enemy. You might actually have a slight advantage against that patrol. You usually have 5 going into the 3rd. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we give them a 5th. Players are usually not happy when I do that, because they're like, why is a patrol a full 5 divisions? So for now, we'll not do that. I mean, what do we do in the current game? In the current game, a patrol has 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 4. So yeah, let's keep the 4 idea. And then this one doubles up the cavalry. And this one doubles up the artillery. And then a field army is supposed to be basically just adding an extra division. That's all a field army is. Just 1 extra division you have to fight. And then an encamped army is usually supposed to be making everything harder, or making the support weapons harder. You see how we have even though it's a medium region, we gave the support weapons on hard. Well, we can't do that because we're on hard now, so what do? But I have a trick up my sleeve, right? We do the encamped army 3 times, and then what? We do the hard cavalry, hard artillery, and then what do we do to make this harder? Well, now we've actually added a 6th division slot, so we can add in a 6th division here. The thing that we have to do is just make sure it's not as hard as the boss, right? So that's where it becomes tricky. So what I'd probably do here is give them probably give them like a medium infantry there. So they've got 6 divisions, right? And then this one, instead of the medium infantry, they just get 2 artillery. And on this one, they just get 2 cavalry. So it's always a gimmick. So even though they get the 6, there's always a gimmick, like an extra cav or an extra artillery. Or like a medium unit that I just threw in. Whereas the boss is just going to be purely difficult, which is going to be hard infantry, hard. Then another hard infantry. And then a hard cavalry and a hard artillery. Like that. I think that's the way to go. Yeah. And so now this is done. And then we just have to set the weights again. And what we do here is we go 50 and 50 and then 10 and 0, 0, 0. And then here you go 50, 10, and 10, 50, 10, and 10, 50, 10, and 10, because there's gimmicks, 50, 10, and 10, oh, 50, 10, and 10, 50, 10, and 10, 50, 10, and 10, and 100. And there you go, that's all set. And then we hope that we can build campaign data without a giant error breaking everything. That's what we hope. But I'm suspicious that I will break everything. Damn, I gave the game to YouTubers and they're all struggling right now. I feel a little bad. They're losing their first battles and... Oh, you're right, Raspel. You are absolutely right. Thank you. Dude, that's why I stream, is you guys help me with what I miss. I suppose on the other hand, sometimes I wouldn't miss it if I weren't streaming because I wouldn't be talking, but you're absolutely right. Oh, no, I did add it. Look, hard special division. What do you mean? Or do you think they should get 2 hard special divisions? Which I actually think would be... Oh, no, this... Sorry, I'm on the wrong... Ah, there we go. I was on the wrong tab. So yes, you are absolutely right. They should get a hard special. And maybe they get 2 of them. Maybe that's the way we make them more difficult, is they get 2 special ones. Because you really want that finale battle to feel like a hard fought. Like everything, you throw everything into it. And I've watched people play, just to give you guys context, I've watched people play, and their final battle... hold on. Their final battle looks pretty damn easy. I can't find a screenshot, unfortunately. I'm scrolling through. I just can't find anything. But people will... Maybe this one? Look, here's an example. They'll put 13,000 of their men against 16,000. They only lost 1,000 guys. The enemy lost 10,000, right? And it's because if we look at the AI's composition compared to the players got all full-stacked grenadiers, high veterancy, right? All full-stacked veterans, full-stack artillery. And we look at the enemy, and they've got a missing slot, a basic musketeer, another missing slot, only 1 cuirassier, 3 veterans here, which is good. That's a good division. Like a little bit of artillery and a fusilier. This guy didn't even do anything. This is a basic musketeer as well. And then more basic musketeers at the bottom. And then 2 recruits. It brought recruits. And meanwhile, the players got all grenadiers. So it's just like, I think the AI needs to bring good shit and not just bring recruits and stuff, you know? They need to bring something a little more challenging, I think. Now Now, what we're going to do is, I guess I can't make a build. We take the overhaul. Let's grab these, put it into the regular division comps, pop it there. Like that. So that's done. That's done. And then what happens if we build campaign data? Let's see if we break it. Error. Yeah, we broke it. Okay. FRA Swiss Guard. An item with the same key has already been added. A Swiss SHD? SHD Swiss Guard. Oh, there's two of these. That's odd. I know why. There. Okay, all right, we fixed our first error. Okay. Let's go to new campaign and let's go see if we can get this to work. Oh, what have I done? 2 specials now, yeah. Would we be able to make custom battles? I don't think we're going to launch with custom battles, but we can add that post-release. All right. Let's take the French. The French are a little gimmicky, though, because they've got very low morale. I think Austria is the most well-rounded vanilla. Yeah. So let's go vanilla. Only fight Prussia. And no modifiers. Simple vanilla run. There. Okay. Grab the artillery, elevation screws. We don't need the limber chest. I'm going to sell that. Buck and ball. Veterancy gain and ammo consumption. I'm going to give that to the battalion artillery. And then less casualties, because they're going to get up close. We're going to fight the Prussians. We're going to go to combat bonuses from elevations. Great. Officer higher cost. Or recruitment cost. Recruitment options in the next region -4. Well, our recruitment options are +3, so that'll balance itself out. So we're going to go to Bohemia and get the Dragoons. Let's also make sure my debug is on. Good. Good. So this is the new Act 1. Hopefully it does not throw an error. I'd be very surprised if this does not throw an error. I'm going to be very surprised. It already... yeah, it threw an error. God damn it. PRU Fusiliers is not in the dictionary. Luckily, we can just reload our save, which is pretty cool. Did I spell the unit's name wrong? Yes I did. Little syntax error. Okay, syntax error is fixed. I hate how it... There we go. Hide your mouse sometimes. I think I just hit play without rebuilding campaign data. So let me go out. And then rebuild campaign. Good. And then front end campaign. And then we're going to try loading our save, see if that works. And if it doesn't, we will just try it again. Load game. We don't have an autosave. That's okay. Damn, I like the start we had. All right, let's turn off everything but Prussia. No modifiers, and jump in again. This time we won't customize our guys or anything until we load the region to see if it throws an error. Plunder is nice. What's this? Item profit. Selling items. I like selling items, so I like that. Let's go to... Oh, we're going to Bohemia again. All right. Oh, it says there's still an error of the Prussian Fusiliers are not in the dictionary. Well, that's quite odd because I just fixed that. Let's see. PRU Fusiliers. So what it's saying is that this is wrong. Let me just first check for a spelling error. There's no spelling error there. PRU Fusiliers. So if I type in PRU Fusiliers, it says I did something wrong with one of them. It might be missing a bracket or something. So see if you guys notice any syntax mistakes. Well, here's what I want. Here's what we'll test. If we do this and then type the word fusel, actually fuse, and then we can see if any are wrong. No. And it says PRU Fusiliers is not present. I may just have to rebuild campaign data again. And then we have to just check that that's the correct name. So if I were to go in and paste this over, same thing, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything wrong. No, I don't see anything wrong here. So let's rebuild campaign data again. Good night, Mr. Terminaro. Okay, let's close that out and we'll try this again. Just Prussia. Jump in with the Austrians. Try it again. Those damn Fusiliers, I don't know what to do about them. I don't see a syntax error anywhere. I even control F for it, which is odd that it's working. All resource costs. At settlements, that's pretty good. I don't like that one. Camping on a hill is good. I feel like this is good. Let's wait for our error. Don't you dare give us PRU's Fusiliers can't be found in the dictionary. Let's see if there's any other clues here. Those damn Fusiliers. What are they doing to us? The other thing, let's make sure... Oh. Oh. I'm real dumb. I was on the wrong tab. Oops. Ah, god damn it. I was just on the wrong tab. Because I have a backup and a main version. So that I can revert if I need to. And I was just editing the backup and not the actual version that the game's referencing. But yeah, let's see. Right now, a patrol... I don't know how many guys a patrol has at the moment. Let's see. A patrol at the moment would normally have 3, 4, 5 units. So the patrols are going to stay the same. Hopefully this time, though, because it comes with cavalry and artillery, it should be a little easier. If it's too hard, I could actually make the patrols a little bit easier in Region 1. I have a feeling the patrols are going to be a little too tough for most players, for new players especially. And I want the intro to not feel especially hard. But then it should pick up in difficulty, and that's okay. Loot from battles, campaign visibility. I like the loot idea. Let's go to East Prussia. Okay, we're in. So, buck and ball, artillery, sell that. No, equip that. Grab this, sell that. Deer. Why do you need a multinational army to do both? That seems wrong. This is incorrect. So I'm just going to take one, because I shouldn't be getting both in this case. I'll take the hides, because they're worth a lot. I'll open the supply cache. I'll take the coins, because I'm pretty poor. Oh. Zero divisions found for tutorial division. Hold up. I thought we made a tutorial division. Don't you guys remember me making a tutorial? And I gave it like a cavalry and 2 units. Wonder why that's gone. Yeah, I'm just a little confused at the moment. I guess I just have to remake it? Just thought I made one. Wrong tab again? That's what I thought, but I looked between both tabs, and there's nothing on either of them. So I'll have to remake it. Peer tutorial. Just call it tutorial. And it'll have 2 cantonists and a cavalry. There we go. You know what I'm going to have to say is I'm going to have to get rid of all the backup shit. I'm just going to have to lean fully into this new tab. Yeah. Which is okay. Let's get rid of the backup. Let's get rid of this. And we're just going to start overwriting things. I think we just have to do that because there's too many issues. But yeah, that should work now. Rebuild campaign. And let's go back in. I have my autosave, so let's see if we can try it again. Do you have the Charleville musket? Yes, there is. Charleville's kind of the meta musket, honestly. It's got the best range. Alright, let's try this again. Give me the hide. Ah! 0 divisions found on tutorial. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm so bad at this, guys. Your art guy really smashed it. Seeing you achieve 2D in the 3D engine has been great. From a person with a low IQ, making a Hex War game for a minute, yeah. Yeah, it's been tough. We kind of blended. We started with 2D and then turned it into 3D. So the engine supported it for 2D. Everything was 2D. And then we just kind of like changed the camera so that the camera was 3D. It broke like half the stuff. And then we just fixed it. We just kind of band-aided it. And now we have kind of like a half-mixed situation going on. This is now fixed, though. I'm so frustrated that I keep making my syntax errors. I'd be a horrible programmer. This is how I know I'd be so bad at programming. Everyone says I should learn, but I know I'd just be fucking up all the time. Just non-stop syntax problems. All right, what were we going to do? Only turn on Prussia, right? Good. All right. We get the campaign movement speed's not bad. Elevation combat bonuses, officer cost. I like the elevation idea. We'll go that way. Just means we have to camp hills. I like to sell off those lumber chests. I got $100. 800, god damn. Cavalry is expensive. And with my first 100, I'm not going to buy anything. I just want to go into that tutorial battle. There we go, we got it to work. So here's the tutorial army. I feel like the cavalry should have the officer attached. So I'm going to go change that. Okay, and then we'll just fight the tutorial battle, and this is meant to be quite easy. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, I've got artillery, I forgot. I'll go set up my artillery over here. We just have to make sure we hit that cav. Let's set up quickly. Let's rush forward. We've reloaded our buckshot, or buck and ball. We'll go hit those recruits with the buck and ball. We got canister loaded as well. Canister shots going out. I think we're blocking a few of our cannons, so we'll move away so we can use the canister. There we go. Nice. Good, they're almost breaking already. They're holding their cav in the reserve. They've got to commit that cavalry. Thing is, I think the AI is like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, my infantry sucks. What am I supposed to do here? But they're going to commit. Oh, jeez. Oh, we didn't get the shot off in time, damn. Still broke them. Okay, nice and easy win. So that's like the little intro tutorial battle, which I think is perfectly easy. I don't think it should be hard even in the slightest. It should just get you comfortable. There we are. Got 145, 146, damn. I feel like I got way too much money for that, actually. I feel like I should have got like 80 for that. And plenty of loot, too. But that really starts you off pretty well, doesn't it? Meanwhile, I got people messaging me saying it's way too hard right now, but I feel like I'm already set from that one easy tutorial battle. And by the way, that tutorial battle is the same difficulty in the current game that they have as the new version that I'm working with now, so it's about the same strength. I will give these guys of the buck and ball, I'll give them sell this, sell that, sell this. I give the artillery the gunner implements. Yeah, that's worth buying the slot for. Get the reload down quicker. And I'll sell everything else off. Bang, 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 bang. Look, now I'm up to 560. I can immediately pick up a recruit. I will get a Grenzer. And I don't need anything else right now. And I'm just going to replenish. Start moving, go to a battlefield just in time. Yeah, we'll try it. It worked out. Got some free weapons. Equip a bunch of the free weapons I got. Now I have no more crappy weapons. Go up to the local town, sell off because it has a sell modifier. Get rid of all that crap. Up to 370. Again, I probably just want to still search for patrols. There's a patrol 4,000. Aha, so we have a commissar. Oh my gosh. That is so lucky. So I don't want to take this because I'm balancing for a new player, and a new player is not going to know to do this, but essentially I have a commissar here, and I can trade him in for 2 infantry regiments, which is insane. That's like, I mean, that just fills out my full 2nd division. So before I take that, I'm going to go fight. Oh, I forgot to replenish. I'm going to give it a day or 2 to replenish. And then I'm going to fight this patrol, which I outnumber already. It's got a hussar. And then a musketeer and 2 cantonists. So these are the new types of patrols that are smaller that you can immediately outnumber. Which in the previous version, I think would be a lot harder. Or the current version that the playtesters are on. So yeah, I don't mind making the early game a little bit of a breeze at first, just so you can get the ball rolling, and then we really dial it up and start showing the big armies off. But if you're a brand new player especially, you probably want to start feeling things out, get the first amount of money, and there we got cantonists, and we got proper Prussian musketeers we gotta face. And they have buckshot. And then they've got hussars. Now we've got artillery, so we're going to start firing. And I'm going to form up, fire my first shot, and then switch to buck and ball. So we're going to fire. Nice shots. Switch over to buck and ball. We've got the Grenzers of the Hill. I have 77 accuracy to their 40. The Grenzer accuracy is just unbelievable. I honestly think it's a bit too high. We do have these hussars who are charging at us now. Let's pretend we were a new player and we didn't catch that. Let's say we were still firing at them instead. No, no, no. Turn back, guys. Let's just pretend we're a new player and we're like, oh yeah, we're doing so good over here, aren't we? Which you're at, this is kind of ridiculous that my recruits are beating the musketeers. I think the accuracy is just way too high. How do I have 76 accuracy? Like, hold the phone there. Those goddamn Grenzers. That's ridiculous. 40 accuracy. Which is the same as a foot unit. Morale is 30. Which is quite low. Like a Prussian. What I think I would do is go 35 on the accuracy there. And then go 40 and 55. And then go 50 on the Grenadiers. In fact, these Grenadiers don't need almost as much accuracy as a sharpshooter. Actually, they can, because they don't get access to open order. So that actually is fine. Yeah, okay. So the Grenzers will be a little worse, because that's ridiculous that I'm beating proper Prussian musketeers with a recruit. I don't really like that. But let's say I miss this charge. They get a bunch of the shock damage off because they're hussar. But then they suck in melee, so I should start to bring it back. Fast forward a little bit. And their melee skill is what? A 25 against my 44. Now, how do I have such good melee skill? Let's see. I have a 10 plus a 5. So what am I, a 35 base? I should have 35, but I'm getting 45. Now, why is that? Combat effectiveness, 10%. My combat effectiveness is 10%, so it's getting boosted by about 4. Still doesn't explain where the rest is coming from. But I do feel like the Hussars should have made a bigger dent. I know they frontal charge me, but it almost feels as though Cavalry just needs better melee damage. And I've been meaning to do this for a while, but honestly, I am going to go ahead and say that all Cavalry have had their melee damage stat boosted by +5. Now, do I want to do that through their actual stats or through the sabers? If I do it through a saber, you know what? Not through the saber. I'd do it through the stats. Let's give them better melee, because they're just so crappy. Let's really make the Cavalry feel scary to fight in hand-to-hand combat. We even saw when the Cossacks charged us, right? When the Cossacks hit us, they just couldn't even keep up. They're just getting melted in a melee, which is fine because they're a hit-and-run type of force, but I would have liked them to do more, like get a couple more kills on the way down, you know? And the fact that they had a 25 melee stat, which is the same as a basic Fusilier in Austria. I don't know, it feels a little bit off. So I just wouldn't mind the Cavalry just doing a little bit. They did great shock damage. I love the shock damage they did. That looked very nice. But the prolonged melee, they're just melting, right? I mean, look, I'm not even... I could probably take on 3 Hussars at once. And they have an officer attached with extra charge damage and veterancy, and I can just still beat them, and I don't even have any equipment. I didn't even shoot them. Imagine had I shot them before they came in, so... Now I will shoot them here. I won't let them get away. Ah, they got away. Oh well. Alright, well, we beat those guys. And I'm beating the Musketeer, which is hilarious. Because my accuracy is way too high. I only reduced it by 5 as well, but... What's theirs? 20? Okay, 25. 25 plus... What are they getting? A Grenzer recruit costs 300 and 150. 375, so they're supposed to be better. Sorry, I'm... Why does the Grenzer recruit have so much melee as well? Like, why is my melee skill a 13, 17? I bet... Honestly, they should have just charged me. I would not mind if the Grenzer melee skill was more of a 5 there. How much gigabytes a game will take? About 8 gigabytes, I think. It's about 8. Might be up to 10 by the time of release. And what else did I want to do here? I think reduce their accuracy by 5 and reduce their melee by 5. And I want the AI to want to just charge this guy. I think that, honestly, the melee skill difference should be like a 35 here to charge. Yeah. And then my melee will be worse, and then next patch they would, if I update that, they should charge me. And now the Hussars are back. So I'm going to swivel to turn to them. And imagine had I taken that one encounter that gave me 2 free recruits, how much more of an advantage I would be at in this battle. These guys are dead. Yeah, they're gone. And then what we want to do is let's report a bug. Okay. And then this gets us... We got 223. Something's wrong with the plunder here. What's up with this? Did the plunder get increased? Because... This should be worth like 50, so that's wrong. 67 to 50 is what percentage decrease? It's about 25%. So 25% decrease on 0.075 is what? Is 0.05. Like that. And then the plunder cash gain. A battle like this should get me like 120 maybe. Yeah, so it's like double the amount. Jesus. 223 to, let's say, 140 is what percentage decrease? It's about 37%. So let's say 35% decrease. 35% decrease on 0.25 is what? And we'll round. We'll probably round higher. 1.6. So we'll go 1.5. There. So it's 3 times as high as what you would get here. So if I got 1,000, that would be like about 350 here. Which feels like kills 2,000. So I got 2,000 kills there. This guy got 10,000 kills and got what? Only 846 plunder. See, that's the thing that confuses me. 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's 4 times as much. 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. But he killed 10,000. But 800 plunder sounds perfectly reasonable there. Sounds perfectly reasonable there. So maybe I just went a little too far by reducing the plunder. And what was that before? Was that 2.5? Let's just go 2. This way it's 4 times higher than the prisoner gain option, which that to me sounds better. Anyways, look how rich I am already. I'm at 700 or 660, and watch this. All my promotions are up. I immediately go off, force march. I go and sell the quartermaster, get 2 more recruits, 2 Grenzers, which is nuts. Then I go back here, immediately sell off, let's say everything, just to be a little min-maxer. I got 861. We use the 800. There's nothing good here. We can get another artillery. Look at that. We got double artillery, full thing of Grenzers, 2 divisions. And only 600 for the next division. So we're moving. This is the snowball already happening. We got very lucky, to be fair, but let's see if we find another patrol. And let's say we didn't get that extra encounter. So I'm gonna say we didn't get the encounter that helped us. Okay. And now let's look for another patrol. Uh-oh, we're a new player and we ran into this army. Yeah, I feel like we're outnumbering like all these armies now. A musketeer and 2 artillery. This is very easy now. And the intention... It's almost too easy. The intention was to actually give them 1 of each. That was the intention. It is too easy, right? So I'm going to give them a cavalry and an artillery. Or there's a chance that it's infantry, cavalry, cavalry. Or there's a chance it's infantry, artillery, artillery. It is too easy. That's okay. It's not a huge deal. It's just an easy change. I still like the idea of like the giant cavalry force. Kind of want to give them like a medium cav and an easy cav. Fuck, I fucked it up. There. And then we give them I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think we lowballed it for the most part. I think we made the Region 1 just a little on the easier side. So we will cut this down. I don't like early game if you face too much artillery. I feel like that'd be frustrating for a player. But if you face a bunch of cavalry, I think that would be funny. Because the player would just like form up a square, and I think they would have fun with that. But if they face a bunch of artillery that's being annoying and just bombing the hell out of them, I don't think a player would be enjoying that early on. Add medium infantry. Racer, I know it looks easy. But when I give the game to other people, they have no clue. They're losing. They don't know how to sell things. It's a mess. So it's really hard because you watch me play and it looks like I could just sit there, end deployment, and not do anything and win. But people I give the game to still manage to lose. So I'm trying my hardest. But yeah, we're gonna have to rebalance Region 1 a little bit here. So we want to give them those, and then the easy field army should be that, which means the easy encamped army is supposed to be what? An easy encamped army is meant to be 2 full divisions and a cav and artillery. How about you give the game to your fiance and have her play it? Well, first we are married. This is my wife now. But I think I want to show my wife the game when it's all done. Because I haven't shown her this ever at all. And I kind of think it would be kind of nice. That's a good idea, though. I put it through that test often. I will do, like, the wife test on certain things to see. Because she's just interested enough, but she's not playing these games frequently, that you could put things in front of her and get good, honest opinions on it from an unbiased kind of perspective. And I have other developers have their wife test things out sometimes for that reason. But no, I think I want her to wait until it's done. There, this looks fine. And these are rare, right? Have you ever done a husband test? I'm gonna go 60 to 1 in there. I may even go 100 to 1. So I think that should be really rare to get the all cavalry force. It's more of a joke. And then the encamped army. It gets the medium troops, which is nice, but it's still as hard as a field army. Now, that's not entirely a problem. It's not a huge deal. I don't think they should have 5 divisions, to be quite honest. Does the easy boss have 5 divisions? It does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What we could probably do is just replace one of the encamped army divisions with a medium, and the rest can be easy. And by the way, you can't have OCD like I do and keep everything consistent following the same patterns through each region, because the player is growing exponentially. So you can't say, oh, you do exactly 4 divisions. Always grab one harder than the last, put it in front, and then do 3 regulars. And then go here, take a 1 harder division and put it in front. You can't do it that way. You just have to just feel it out, unfortunately, which I like to be all OCD and make everything very clean and follow rules, but I don't think you can. Okay, this should be better. So now what we're going to do is we're going to run this back. We're going to rebuild units because we changed the Grenzers. We're going to rebuild... Yeah, rebuild units, rebuild core data. And then rebuild campaign. And then I'm going to hit play, and I'm going to pee while it loads. I'll be right back. Alright, I've returned. Why are 40 of you guys watching this at 10 p.m.? I don't know. Who is watching this? Why are you guys watching it for those who are here? What's up, everybody? All the people lurking. What's going on? What's everyone up to? I assume most people just have it on in the background. They're just doing their work and just chilling out. Alright, so we rebuilt. We'll go to Austria. Turn everybody off besides Prussia. I was playing Empire Total War on my phone. Okay, that's cool. It's 5 a.m. Checking on development. Cool, cool, cool. We'll give these guys the items. Give them the Commissar. There we go. Sell the Limber Chest. Take the accuracy bonus. It's tough, though, balancing this, isn't it? Because, like, you guys... saying it before, you guys watch this and you're like, this looks so easy, and then I give it to someone to play and they have no idea what to do. Yeah, let's go check out the outpost, see what's there. You know, I don't want to do that. I just want to check out the tutorial battle. Which now we changed it so the officer is attached to the cavalry. And we also changed it so cavalry has 5+ higher melee skill. And we also changed it so infantry is slightly more willing to charge if they think they have an advantage. What else did we change? And we also definitely changed the patrol armies. It'll all be harder, but we'll see how that goes. Let's move these guys up. What I've got to do too is I've got to go and check out the version of the game that's live on Steam that people are playing, where they're getting stuck, and I have to compare the difficulty of the battles and see if they are genuinely harder or if people are, you know, what they're doing. Good shots. No, they're doing okay. Yeah, we're just wrecking these guys. Wrecking those dudes. Let's hit the artillery. Oh man, dude, I shouldn't have done that because I wanted to test the artillery, but I just wiped out so many of those guys. Alright, well they should fare better on their charge, slightly. Because I gave them +5 melee. Yeah, no, they suck. Well, it's because I hit them with artillery. Look how good that artillery is doing, dude. This thing's just kicking ass. 3-pounder as well. I feel like the artillery is like OP, honestly. There we go. Easy. So tutorial battle, that's fine. That's meant to be super easy. Meant to just be a good chunk of free resources. And the money I should get from this should be like 60 or 70. Oh, 109, that's way too much. That's alright. Look how much stuff I have. Like, look at the value of all of that. And I don't know, I'm just gonna skip the encounter again, I guess. Because the new players don't know how to do encounters, I guess. Dude, if you just sell... Like, we can keep a few things for fun, right? We'll keep these two, we'll sell these. I'm at 545 already. Again, you get the Grenzer recruit right off the bat. I'm assuming new players aren't doing that, and they're just not spending any money. So let's say I'm a new player, I don't spend any money at all. And I go la-di-da, I skip all the encounters. I don't sell anything. I don't go to any towns. I just walk around. And then I run into a patrol. Now what I'm being told is... Gosh, who did I speak to? That he had 5,000, or no, they had 5,400 against his 4,000, and he didn't like that. So if you're outnumbered by about 1,000 guys, people are getting intimidated. So if you're a new player, here's my issue. I don't know what you guys think we should do about this. New players are seeing this and getting way too scared to fight this army. But I don't know what to do, because if I make this any easier... Like, You can win. You're a player. You're going to know things more than the AI will. You can do it. Like, I don't think they have any confidence. So let's just try this. I have no items. I didn't buy any units. I didn't equip anything. I didn't sell anything. I didn't do a single encounter. And if I can still beat the patrol, then I don't think there's anything I can do. I think at that point, I just need to improve the tutorial. I don't think I should make the game... I don't think I should dumb it down or anything, you know? And let's not even use canister shot. Let's say I've never even heard of canister shot before. I don't even know what cover is. Let's stand out in the open. Let's move this guy up there. Put the general. Get the artillery ready. Yeah, we're already thinking of adding that. The warning if the patrol is better than you or not. This is a fucking problem. Hold on. Nah, it's not a huge deal. Just that the bugles are just going off over and over again, but... They stopped. It didn't really matter. That'd be a good shot if we could hit that on the side. Alright, not bad. You got 20 kills. Let's hit these guys in the front. And again, I'm not using canister or my quartered shot ammunition. I'll use a little bit of the cover. Just a little bit. These guys will stand outside of cover. I'm going to move these guys up. They're charging me now. I should be able to beat the cavalry. I'll move the general up. Fend off the cavalry here. Damn, that artillery is like... The artillery is forcing me back a little bit with those guys. How do I know where cover is? We're going to add a tooltip for it where when you hover over the map, it'll tell you. For now, you just have to guess. But we're thinking of adding something. Killed their general. Look, the officer got killed. Fucked them up. Yeah, that charge is doomed. There's a little bug where the AI is walking into the charge, so they just need to stop doing that. Was this too hard? Do you guys think this was... I think this seemed fine. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, we killed my officer. Well, that's where maybe a new player... If the officer gets killed, uh-oh. I wonder if the officer death chance is a little too high. I mean, I lost half my guys, so I can understand why it would kill my officer. But yeah, I mean, I can still win it even if I lose the officer. Watch. They're gone. And now I just need to blow up their artillery. I don't know why that's a new bug. We're switching to canister. Ouch. There we go. So that was a little bit challenging. That was a little bit challenging. I don't know what I would do, though. 167, I think that's a perfectly fair reward. Um, 42 is a fair with ammo. Get a little bit of cash, little ammo. That's fine. Loudon died. That sucks. I do feel like the officer death chance is just a little bit too high. I feel like he should have been close to dying, but not. What we'll do is bump that up to 65. We'll just do a little bit of a slight, just 5% less chance, just very small. I'd want to go larger than that, but I don't think I don't want to overcorrect on just one example because I could have just gotten unlucky. Let's save this. And let's go test the base game that the playtesters are playing, where they're stuck. So this is where players are stuck. So we're going to go with Austria and do the same thing. What achievement does he have? What is it? NMM? He's got British casualties. Win your first battle. Start the first campaign. Okay. We're gonna go Austria and do the same thing. So this is the current build that people are playing on. Am I gonna do a stream of each nation before release? Probably, yeah. The doctrine doesn't even matter. So what we need to do is fight the initial depot battle. We fight this. So in this version, it's just 2 units, which is even weaker than what I set up. In the new version, that was supposed to be easier. We fight 3 units, but you fight 2 here. Dude, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to make it so as your 5 units, you fight 1 unit because it's too hard? Like, I don't know. I'm raging a little bit, but I just don't know what to do to make it easier for newer players if they're just losing battles to. I don't know. That's tough. Make it 1-to-1, yeah. And to be fair, the light infantry are a little overpowered in this build, so they're gonna get nerfed in the next update. I'm gonna focus fire the recruits instead. What's their melee? Their melee's worse, so I'm gonna fire at them. I'm gonna let them fire at me. Maybe bring the officer over and charge. Well, new player wouldn't know to do that, but either way, this is just a patrol battle. I don't care if... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna charge them. With the officer nearby, I think I can win. It's close. Okay, artillery's got to stop firing on my own guys. There we go. And then you can probably just charge these guys and win. Yep. Have you looked into a supporter edition? I'm thinking of doing it. I was thinking if I did a supporter edition, maybe it would be like a... Maybe it'd be like a folder that you get that has a bunch of concept art and official art from the game all organized neatly into high-quality files, and then all of the whole soundtrack and wave files in another folder. So you get like the soundtrack with like an art book or something. And I could make that like $5. I've thought about that. I don't know if I will do it yet, though. Yeah, maybe some wallpapers and stuff, too. Again, if I'm a new player, I'm not buying anything, doing anything. I'm not upgrading anything. I'm just running around because I have no idea how to play. Holy shit, that's 6,000 guys. Okay, so this is interesting to me. That other one at 4,000 looks way easier, by the way. Now, my question is, in my new version, in my new compositions, what would they have brought? Well, they bring an infantry division, a cavalry, and an artillery. So their best case scenario, in my new version, the best case scenario for them, first of all, they're going to get 3 divisions, so they will get an extra officer. That's one slight advantage they get. But then the biggest thing would be they're going to get, in the best case scenario, let's see. I'd say that's their best case scenario, is that it's a musketeer and 2 recruits. Which would be... picture of musketeer? Where would I find a picture of musketeer? I probably can't. So there's a musketeer here. God, I would just love some pizza or something. I need to fucking eat. Oh, I have pasta. I wouldn't mind just going... I'm kind of tempted. I've got this little passion in me right now to just go till like 4 o'clock in the morning. I know that sounds kind of nuts. I think it's because I drank Red Bull so late in the day and... I just want to work all night, and I just want to make I just want to, like, I want to get, the game is, like, 99% done. I just want to make a big dent in it. I just want to, like, do something, accomplish something and feel good tonight, so, and then go to bed feeling like I did a bunch of stuff, and then sleep in. It's kind of what I want to do. I do have to let the dog out, though, so I'm going to do a timer, and in 30 minutes, the dog goes out for the night, and then gets a little snack. Definitely got to make sure I do that. So in the best case scenario in my new version, they would get a musketeer and 2 cantonists. They would get 2 provincial cavalry. And then they would get 2 reserve artillery. Now, which of those would you rather face if we were to look at this? My issue with this is it's 5 infantry units versus my 3. That's an immediate problem. Plus, there's a cavalry running around. But this thing is going to be, if I look at my composition, basically what happens here is this guy beats this guy, or let's say they trade, and then it's 2 recruits on one of mine, 2 recruits on one of mine, and let's say the cavalry and the artillery kind of balance out a little bit. And so because they have a 2-to-1 advantage per recruit, they're going to win that. So they win that battle, in my prediction. If it was the new composition, let's be honest, Musketeer versus Musketeer, they cancel out. Cantonist recruit versus my recruit, cancel out. Cantonist recruit versus Cantonist recruit, cancel out. Artillery beats, let's say, 1 cav. We could cancel though, because they canceled out here. So let's say they cancel out there. And then you get swarmed with another cav running around the flank and 2 artillery guns pounding you. So we improve the infantry situation for sure. Damn, it's a really tough one. It's really, really tough. That is really tough. I don't know what to do. I'm really having a tough time. The only thing I could think of... One potential idea is to just cut. Look, the cavalry runs into you and just dies if it's provincial. Provincial cavalry is so bad that 2 at least does something, right? So I don't want to eliminate that. I think this being 3v3 is really good. I like that. That feels like it'd be a genuine challenge. These guys will fuck around and die. It's maybe just the double artillery that's a problem. But I don't know, man. You know what the issue is, Striver, is that if I was, like, as someone who plays the game and all the playtesters, what you would do is you don't fight this army first. You use that battle that we had just fought. Look at all the stuff we got, right? I equip one of it. I go and I sell all of that, let's say. Let's say I want to keep at least one thing. I'm already up to 428. I just buy a recruit, right? Look, I buy one. Then I jump over to an encampment. Ah, you fucking idiot. And the encampment kills an officer. Well, then I run away and I cry. And I run back to an outpost. And I find weapons. There's an enemy army. And I get hides. And I run back here. This is actually a great example because we can see what the strength of this other recruit division was. So this other division they spawned, this looks far reasonable. These guys match my infantry, and then they have 2 cav. That probably would look more balanced to fight against. But we just fought that. You know, we just fought. We literally just fought on stream this type of division. And it was incredibly easy. I stomped on it. So, shit, I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Because I don't know. Stomp the noobs, make them learn. Yeah, I know. Thing is, you guys have seen me play, and it's not that hard. Like, I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not firing off abilities and... What about 3 infantry, 2 cav, 1 artillery? That's a thing, Grim. That can spawn. Look. 3 infantry, like you said. 2 cavalry, like you said. 1 artillery, like you said. It's just that there's a chance that they get 2 artillery, but the only time they will is if they have weak militia artillery. And there's also a good chance they actually only get 1 cavalry, but if they do, it's a higher tier cavalry. So I'm kind of already doing that to an extent, and I don't know what else to do to make it easier. I really don't know. You know, maybe it's the case that they aren't playing Austria. Maybe it's the case. Maybe it's the case that they're playing as Prussia. And let's say as Prussia, you were fighting who? Or whom, I should say. Austria is easy. France can be tough and Britain can be tough. Who do I want to see? People don't complain about... You know what? They complain about France. People run into a French army and they freak out. So let's see what's going on there. Maybe it's not that they were having an issue with playing as Austria against Prussia. Maybe they were actually fine in that case. Maybe most people are playing as Prussia because that's the starter nation, right? And then they go fight a French army and they see it's big. And let's see if I messed up and made specifically the French army compositions too big. Let's see. We're actually going to skip the depot battle too and pretend a player missed it. But I honestly think we do need to just put our foot down a little bit and just let the game be tough and let players have to fight a few times and feel like they're overcoming odds and getting better at the game. Something... Oh, Jesus, 10,000 guys. Holy. Not going to fight them. That's not a mistake, by the way. That's an encamped army, so they're meant to be there. And they're meant to scare you, and you come back and you fight them later. It's like in Dark Souls, if you see a boss and you have to come back to it. Now, usually if there's a town, there's going to be a patrol nearby. I've actually gotten quite unlucky. There's one. So here's, I think, where players are getting intimidated. 7,000 men. Opposed to their 4,000. In reality, though, it's 4 fucking units. So let's go fight the French. Let's see if they're scary. Dude, it may be the case, Obsidian. It may very well be the case that I just have to say, you know, just try again. You know, just... Is it so wrong that there are certain games that you need to try a few times and get better? I don't think it's unfair. Like, if you guys have watched me play, and I'm not using exploits to win, right? I'll walk up. I, like, usually hide behind a hedge, or maybe I don't. Maybe in this battle I won't hide behind a hedge. I'll just stand out in the open. And then I just engage the enemy, and I prioritize targets, and I'll move the general up to give a little morale, a little inspiration. And now we're fighting these big French armies. I feel like the tricorn could probably protrude a little bit forward a bit more, but that's all right. So this is the French that everybody's afraid of at the moment. Let's see if it's warranted. If it's warranted, then we can learn to fix the French. But if this is easy, then I don't know what the hell to do. There we go. Move up. I'm actually hoping I lose this battle. Because if I lose this battle, then we've learned that it's the French and the Russians with large numerical superiority that are scaring players. If I win, then I don't know what the fuck to do. But if I lose, I can fix this, because this does look a little bit scary, right? And I'm about to be outflanked, but let's see if I win this battle. Now, their cavalry should be better than mine, actually. Yeah, let's get out of there. Ah, no. Okay, this is looking good, but promising that I may lose. And that is something that we want. Oh, their cavalry glitched out. That's fixed in the next game version, so let me go and... I'll lose my cavalry on purpose, yeah, because they were glitched out. And I don't want to abuse a glitch that's going to be patched. Let's say I'm a new player and I walk up there. Let's say I'm a new player and I don't respond to the cavalry charge. Can I retreat? Okay, alright. Well, this is looking good. We're losing. That's a good thing. I think maybe this is the issue, right? You're playing as Prussia, you get jumped by a French patrol, and you just get fucked, right? Thing is, the French are just not, they're not doing much damage. I'll just go kill these cavalry. '61 morale. Oh, because they have the horses. And the treatise, wow. So they got lucky with that cav. Again, I'm just hoping I lose here, because I want this battle to be an example of losing. Now, I did skip the depot battle. So I may want to go in and fight that Austrian battle again and skip the depot battle there too. Because maybe new players are skipping it. But the depot battle shouldn't be essential to getting off the ground. Like, it should still be possible to win without the depot battle. And I gotta fall back because I'm getting flanked now. And yeah, I'm just not able to put a dent in these French troops because they have so much manpower. They have 1,600 men per regiment that I'm really getting grinded down. I'll beat the cavalry at least. There we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, look how bad I lost that. That was an initial patrol battle. Good. So we know that that's too difficult, right? And that was... Let's check what that battle looked like. So this was too tough. Surprisingly. Because each of these comes with 1,600 guys. So, too tough. Now, let's jump in as another country. Let's try someone playing as Austria. And fighting Prussia again, but skipping the depot battle. We skip the depot, right? We skip recruitment, and we just go hunt for the first patrol. Which is not how you're meant to play, but we're doing what a new player might do. And then we get engaged by 6,200. The Fusiliers are going to kill me. If the Fusiliers weren't here, I'd win this. I think we're starting to see the root of the issue. Is skipping the depot and not taking advantage on the campaign level and just running straight into an enemy army and then just getting screwed. That seems to be kind of the crux of this. And also, like, if they get a good quality infantry unit, they shouldn't get a lot of other infantry. The AI uses infantry better than any other tool that they have. I'm going to go into the town. They have no cav. They do have one cav. Okay. I think I will lose this. I think I will lose this. Because there's just too much infantry. That's why I think, like, at least my solution... Where was it? Here? I'm only giving the AI 3 infantry. Compare that to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think my new comp is way better because it's relying more on support. And look at the provincial cavalry. Tell me that was effective, right? That's super ineffective. So the cavalry is not that scary early game. They're not good enough to make a dent. They kind of just throw themselves. They're not good for much else, and you can just fend them off. But the infantry, that's where I get overwhelmed, right? Because look, there's an infantry there, infantry there, infantry there. And that's where units are getting tag teamed or double teamed and getting hurt. So I think as long as we limit the amount of infantry they're getting, we should be in a much better spot. I'm surprised these guys don't want to charge. Oh, I guess I have... How do I have 44? Oh, the combat effectiveness buff. Damn. Yeah. My guys are quite good. I thought the Fusiliers would want to charge me. But the Lamolets is going to charge me. That's funny. That's actually pretty close. Okay, I got them. So yeah, you can see the struggle here. If I was a new player and I wasn't even using the town as cover, I could definitely see the struggle with this much infantry. I think that my new change, moving the enemy armies more reliant on... Oh, fuck. More reliant on... the cavalry and stuff is going to be way better, because the cavalry is not very good. At least early game. Late game, they can slam into your lines. But yeah, I may even lose this once this officer dies, and he's about to. I don't think the enemy's targeting me, so I'm lucky. Now, the one thing I'll reiterate is, had I fought the depot battle, and had I just went to 1 or 2 other encounters, I probably could have recruited an extra unit, and I would have won this. But I'm pretending I'm a new player, and I'm ignoring all the benefits thrown at me, and I'm just brute forcing my way through. Which I know we want to probably not encourage, but at the same time, I don't want everyone's first experience with the game to just be just getting destroyed. I don't really think that's the type of game I'm trying to make. So now, the mid to late game, I will punish the fuck out of the player. So I'll give you a bone, and you know, you'll do okay at first, but I just want to completely destroy them in Acts 2 and 3. I want it to be a real hard-fought victory to actually beat a campaign. But Act 1, I don't think you should be losing the first intro battle. But yeah, I should lose this, as you can see, I think. Unless I can turn my flank and beat the Lamolets. No, yeah, they're routing. And they're coming back. I've lost this. So yeah, that's where it's the infantry. Too much French infantry, too much Prussian infantry. That's what we have to balance around. And so now let me load up Unity again, and let's jump into a battle against the Prussians with the same composition. Play as a new player, skip the depot battle, and see if it's any easier for us. For those who, so not so simple, you said, what did I miss? What we're doing is I went on the old version of the game, that's what we were just testing now, to see if it really is truly too hard. And we did notice it is pretty tough. And now we're going to jump in and test my new update and see if my new armies look and feel better to fight against. Wouldn't a new player play with more positive buffs? Yes, they would, but most new players don't even know to do that. They hit new campaign, click a country, and they just hit play. They ignore it. So I want to make it so new players who do that aren't horribly beaten. If you had like 3 armies, I wouldn't mind if that happened, but because you only have 1 army, if you fuck up once really badly early game, your entire campaign's ruined. Which, I think like Slay the Spire is actually a great example of a roguelike, where like the first act is pretty hard to mess up, except for the boss. And then acts 2 and 3 in Slay the Spire actually just ramp up massively, and you're probably not going to win. So you kind of want to give the player a little bit of a false sense of security. Oh, I can win. I can do this. I can win the first few battles. And then slam them with regions 2 and 3, and then they go, oh, I have to learn. Let me go back. Let me go back with everything I've learned. So look, this is a new patrol. I've skipped the depot battle. I skipped the opening depot. It's 3 infantry, right? They're not spamming too much infantry. And then their units are instead mainly cav and artillery. So now we go into that. Skip the depot, no encounters, no recruitment, didn't do anything meta. And let's see if I can win this with average tactics. And if I can, we're in a very good spot. And if I can't win this, that's where it's dangerous. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it going to break? What is this? This says, damn, that sucks. I really want to go in there. Store debug. Or is it store debug? Let's see. I don't know. I guess we'll just restart. I don't know why we were just running it fine. That error fucked it up. Okay. Let's try it again. Austria just against Prussia. Sorry, one sec, I was just responding to something. Try it again, try it again. By the way, I'm not even using canister shot or buckshot, which are 2 other advantages I get. Kostet. Wo ist der preußische Armee? There it is. Damn, look how tiny that fucking thing is. I can just wipe that out. Look at this fucking thing. I think this is fine. I think these patrols are completely fucking reasonable. This does not look hard at all. Just move up. Get the artillery up. I'm not even going to take cover. They got a couple Jaegers. I can just destroy these fucking guys. Do I have anything in melee? Look, these guys can just go mass charge them. Well, a new player wouldn't do that. A new player would sit there and fire back and forth against a light infantry unit. And go, alright, I will fight you and hope in combat. Yeah, and then the Jaegers are just getting destroyed. Oh wow, they outranged me. Move up. Honestly, I'll just hit the Jaegers. They just get wiped out, don't they? Why is their morale so high? What do they got there? Reload speed. Oh, then they're going. Oh, the officer's dead. I mean, this is just fucking... Oh, the Hussars are going to actually make a little bit of a dent before they die. Yeah, Hussars actually were a little bit dangerous. I'll move up. That's cool they had better cavalry. There we go. So, I mean, this was pretty easy. I skipped the depot battle, and this is pretty damn easy. And I think I'll keep it this way. I don't need to make the game super tough. There we go. My artillery, I forgot to even unpack it. I didn't even use the artillery. I didn't even use the artillery that battle. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating, like, feeling like I'm dumbing the game down just a little bit, but... I think we have to do it because I just don't want to get a bunch of negative reviews by people who don't want the game to be challenging at all. And there we go. When do field armies spawn? I think like 40 days in. 97, that's pretty reasonable. A pursue mechanic? I don't think so, because pursuit, Andrew, doesn't mean anything. Like, Total War taught you that pursuit is necessary only because on the grander campaign map, if you pursue an enemy, you can destroy it in battle. And so on the grand campaign map, the army's gone, right? Because you pursued it. In our game, even if you don't pursue, the enemy army is disbanded. You won. So there's absolutely no point to pursue besides to sit there on speed 5 and just watch your guys run at them and do nothing and collect extra prisoners, but it doesn't have any actual benefit. So you've been conditioned to believe it's absolutely necessary, but in the context of this, it would add nothing and it would add busy work. And if you didn't pursue every time and sit there on speed 5 and just stare blankly, then you'd be putting yourself at a disadvantage. So you'd be encouraging players to just sit there pursuing every single battle to milk as much cash as they can out of each fight, and that's not what I want to do. The ransom tollers is just way too low now. I think this should be like more like 30. So I think I overcorrected. This cash gain used to be what? 0.75? And I went down to 0.5. Why don't we just go 0.6? What was that? It was at 0.75. Yeah, so 0.6 is better. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And the plunder looks perfect, 100 for my first patrol. Good enough for me. Where'd I find Jacob? Jacob, I found him during fire maneuver. I don't recall the exact circumstances. But yeah, 100 plunder is okay here. And the AI should just not use light infantry as much because they're not very good at using them. As a player would be. Like, I think they should only bring one per division. So in this case, that's one that's perfect. That's 2. It's a little bit much. I'd rather just do a Jaeger and 2 cantonists. In this case, we have a Jaeger and a bunch of infantry. That's perfect. Double Jaegers doesn't make any sense. So I think it should just be a Jaeger and musketeers. And then 1 Jaeger there. That's fine. That's reasonable. And then 1 Jaeger here is reasonable. 2 double Jaegers is dumb. So let's do 2 guards. Let's put the Jaegers in front. If they're representing the army, right? That seems fine. I don't even need those cartridge boxes. We don't need it right now. I feel like running out of ammo doesn't really happen anymore again, but... Cover bonus 20% is not bad. I don't have any cav, so I'm going to get rid of all this. I have 400. I can easily pick up Grenzer. They're all 300 exactly, which... You know what? I feel like with Austria, their specialist recruits should be equal to Prussia because they can become powerful. Or at least maybe like 325, but let's go 350 for their specialist recruits because they become something very hyper-specialized, like 45 charge damage or 55 accuracy. So I think getting those initial recruits should be a little bit harder. Because if it's a choice between a Grenzer and a Crownland, I'm just going to pick the Grenzer. And I already have 400 anyway, so even with that price increase, it doesn't change very much. In fact, I could even be convinced to make all the unit costs a little bit more, you know? Because I play with all the modifiers on, and with all the modifiers on, they're 50% more expensive, and I still do fine. Now, I made the game, so I'm okay with that, but maybe it should be... Maybe everything should go up just slightly. I'll put a note for myself, because I don't want to do it now. Anyways, if I took a Grenzer... They were really overpowered before, so I'm going to see how overpowered they are again. And then when the next battle launches, I'm going to let my dog out as it's in the loading screen for it. There's not going to be any patrols around there, so I'm going to go force march and head east. Alright, there should be a patrol around here, especially around that town. There's one. 3,200 with a Fusilier. But because he's an elite unit, they don't come with very much. See how it's only 2 infantry. So I outnumber this, actually. Yeah, these patrols feel way more fair to the player. And look, the AI is just it's fielding a little bit of everything. So I'm going to load into that and let my dog out and be right back. In fact, before I go, I'll let you listen to the music. Here. We'll test out this next battle. How to use light infantry. You just, I mean, they're very mobile, so you can kind of outflank and reposition. And you can also put them in front of your main lines, and they can crouch, and your guys can fire over them. Okay. .57 accuracy. Okay, so it's about the same as the Prussian Fusilier. Just gonna set up right there. There's only 2 enemy units, so... Engage with my Grenzers. So they've got 2 cavalry units that are kind of roaming back and forth, and 2 artillery. I wonder why they don't just go all the way around. I feel like that behavior was disabled again. But we'll see. Maybe it's just because the battle's small that they don't feel like flanking, because sometimes the cav goes into the extreme aggression behavior, where if they notice there's no point in flanking because the battle's kind of doomed, they will just front charge and just try to push you. Which is okay. Like, you can see that actually helped them out a little bit on the right flank, bought them some time. And they'll make this charge, and they'll, like, just make a small dent. Yeah. Not very much, though. Provincials are horrible. This Provincial's doing much better. It's got an officer attached. And the Grenzers suck, yeah. So they actually rushed the Grenzers. And the artillery came in and just routed them. I'll swing the general over. They will die on impact. When their general's dead. Should be able to rally these guys. They're back. We're back, baby. If I leave, will they... No, they don't retreat, but they are wavering. This battle seems pretty fair. For another patrol. Oh, fuck. Run! No, run! No, I'm fucked. Okay, they hit the wrong guy. Alright, we're doing good. There we go. I think I can rush them. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the musketeers are much better than recruits. Try to charge him again. There we go. Okay. I mean, that was decent for another patrol. Have you ever thought of an endless mode? Yeah, we've that's been widely requested. I think we're just not focusing on it right now. That'll probably come as a post-release update, honestly. I know people will want it. Okay, so we'll refill our losses. We do need to get some manpower. Is the manpower too cheap? 50 for 500. Feels a little bit cheap, doesn't it? Should it be like 60 for 500, maybe? I think so. I think it feels cheap. 70 for 120 ammo. That's actually, like, that is pretty expensive, and I think that's fairly reasonable. Only 30 for 50 food, but you do burn through food. I mean, I burn through almost 10 a day. So in about a week, I'm already out of that food. I would have to buy a couple packs of food. Manpower, I can just buy it once, and I just covered all my losses in the whole battle. And I have manpower to spare. and I have plenty of money to spare. I feel like 60 is maybe a better cost there. So right now, $1 of manpower gets you 10. But if we change it and make it 60, 1 is worth 8.3. Don't you have a hard time getting troops once your army gets bigger? You do. You do, but I've been watching people play, and when I watch them play, let me see if I can find an example. When I watch them play, they have outrageous amounts of manpower. I'm just trying to scroll through and find someone's game. Yeah, look at this. Ready? 1,000 gold. All right, that's pretty high. 2,000 food. Okay, that's pretty high. 100 ammo. He's pretty low. 15,000 manpower. So, I think me making it just $10 extra is not that bad. But because players just fucking reaccumulate. They accumulate the manpower like crazy right now. That's nuts. So I just want to dial it back just a little bit. Look, 14,000 in there. Is this a different person or the same person? No, it's the same person. I like how cheap the officers are now. I think this looks much nicer. I really like that you can get a cheap officer for like 38. That's really cool. I'm assuming there's a cost modifier there. It'd be cool if you stacked. There's another. Here, you know what's kind of cool? If you were playing as Prussia, and you had the Junker aristocracy, add skill. No, add stratagem. So this costs 38 and 220, right? Fuck, it doesn't work. Oh, that's veterancy gain. That's why, sorry. Wrong one, wrong one. Sorry. This one, Austrian War Council. Okay, 38 and 220. 19 and 110, dude. If you got the Austrian War Council, we can pick up a level 3 officer for 110. Cover effectiveness, infantry accuracy, melee. Yeah, this is so cost efficient. So that's a very good stratagem if you find it at a place that has a prestigious academy. And places with the prestigious academy also guarantee a staff house. I think it's supposed to be a staff college. I wonder why I called it staff house. I feel like it should have been college. Staff house. Staff college. Staff college is where you train military officers. A staff house is wrong. Yeah, I actually named it wrong. It should be a staff college. What are you guys asking about? What made you want to make a historical strategy game that's a roguelike in the Black Powder era? No one's done it before. I haven't considered the idea impressive. We needed to make a small game, but I wanted to make a historical strategy game, but it had to be small. So you could make a big game that has a bunch of missions that are very detailed and have voice acting and have all these things. Or you could make a game... The thing is, I play all the different genres. I've played like every major genre. And the whole purpose of doing roguelike games, or at least it started this way, when the trend blew up with indie games, is that you can make them pretty damn cost-effective. Because all the content is procedural, right? So, and it's highly replayable, because it's random. So you pretty much get... a cheap, cost-effective game that's highly replayability, or highly replayable, and that is very advantageous. So that's the gist of it. And it's just a cool mix because you're right, it hasn't really been done before. I've never seen anyone do a brigade with only artillery. Yeah, it's absolutely viable. You're supposed to do brigades with only artillery. I mean, this guy did it right here. Look, 5th Brigade, all artillery. Unless you're saying an all artillery army. Someone's done it where they had 2 full brigades of artillery, which is 8. That's the closest I've seen someone get. I'm sure it's possible if you really, really got lucky and worked hard at min-maxing. But yeah, let's carry on. This is broken. Doesn't work. Budweis. Sell all this crap. Another 300. I feel like, yeah, doesn't the recruitment cost feel a little cheap that I can just pick up another recruit? I feel like it should be like 350 or something, you know? This feels a little too easy to just start recruiting. I just want it to be slightly more expensive. Because I have not touched the recruitment costs in almost like a year. Everything else I constantly tinker with. So I feel like it is worth tinkering with the recruitment cost just a bit. I did recently bring the officer recruitment cost down, and I'm happy I did. Because it's way more viable to just grab new officers. Could you make it so we could make a custom army bust and post-release? Yeah, a lot of these things are like post-release things that we would have to consider. By the way, the muskets should just be worth a little bit less. Well, they give you 20. I don't know, I'm tempted to make basic muskets cheaper. I've been meaning to do that. Because you get them. Yeah, I got to. You get those basic muskets all the time. They're just like handed out like candy. And if they're worth a lot, it screws up the balance. In my humble opinion. Okay, this is ×2. So reinforced Potsdam is 160. If I drop this down by, let's say, 20, it's now 120. If we want to go back up to 160, we got to go like about 2.5. So what we'll do is we'll drop everything down by about... Carbine only costs 30, wow. I feel like it should be a little... I feel like it should be like... Yeah. Alright. Muskets would come down by 20. Carbines would come down by 10. So that comes down there, that comes down 10. That comes down 20. That comes down 20, that comes down 10. 20, 10. And the rustic musket is actually fine. And then these need to be 2.5 times multipliers to get them back roughly to where they were. They also need to be round. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa, how do you do the round? Oh my god. I don't know what to fucking do here. How do you round a number? Equals round, and then put in parentheses. Aha. So, equals round, and then put in parentheses. And then 2.5. Alright. Well, This sucks. Equals round times 2.5. This is going to take forever. I mean, could we not... Hold on. If I just do this, doesn't it just update? Take that and round by 2.5. That's nuts. I don't really like multipliers on the quality increases. I prefer addition. I prefer, like... We want to get to about 150, right? So I prefer add. Add 100, I would say. And no round needed. Equals Z2 plus 100. That's what I would do. And now look at the Jaeger. Oh. Look at the new Jaeger cost. Look, all the prices are about the same. Look, you go from 150 160 with the new addition thing. But then look at the Jaeger. Yeah, 400 is much better than 750. So, yeah. And then this one, we want to get to what? It used to be 240. So we want to get this to about 240. 240 is the goal. We go... Honestly, we just add 200. I don't mind doing that. Just make the highest quality weapons like a little more pricey. It definitely helps with the goddamn Jaeger rifle. Because that Jaeger rifle is like so expensive, it's like impossible to even acquire at that point. I think that looks nice. And now these weapons are a lot cheaper, so you can't just grab... Look, they're worth 80, so I just go sell them and get 120 from that. By the way, my math isn't wrong. It reduces the sell quality, so if I go... Uh-oh. So I'm out of food. I'd have to engage that army. Yeah, these patrols are easy. Ah, Frag Corps Musketeer is a little tougher. Double provincials. I'm gonna ignore that army. Yeah, so you can sell these off for 60, for 120, like I was saying. But now that they're worth 60, you'd sell them each off for 40, and then you'd only get 80 from that instead of 120, so it's much better. Because right now, you can just fucking sell that and get a ton of cash. Theoretically, if you want to lean into what we just did, because of how much those muskets are worth, you can just do this. And then look at my money, and look, bang, another one. I got another recruit. So the recruitment cost has got to go up just slightly. I don't want to make it annoying to play, but I haven't tried very hard, and I've almost got 2 full divisions decked out. I feel like the player should have to work for that just a little bit more. And I can just go destroy that patrol over there. So yeah, if I went in, let's go check this out. And then what I'll do is I'm making all these big sweeping changes, right? I will do a playthrough like tomorrow. I probably won't stream it, but I'll do a playthrough tomorrow and make sure it feels good. I don't want to just make everything harder. So if I were to say, do this, equals that, maybe no multiplier actually. Maybe just increase everything by about 50. Maybe increase it all by about 50. Or 100. Do I dare increase everything by 100? That might be a little rough. Nah, let's go 50. I don't want to overdo it. I think that's going to compound and become a problem. Let's add 50. Like, spending 400 on your unit sounds better. It also makes the items more attractive in a way, right? Because if an item only costs 100 and a new unit costs 800, for example, you're like, all right, I'll just buy the item. You know, I was going to save for the unit, but clearly I have so little cash that I'm going to get more value out of buying that item. But if, for example, an item gave you +4 accuracy and cost 200, and another unit costs 200, right? Do you want the +4 accuracy, or do you want 1,200 guys who are going to annihilate an enemy regiment? You know what I mean? I would just take that immediately. So, if you make the disparity, I recently brought all the item costs down dramatically. Like the items I did minus 100 on all their costs, so you can buy items way easier. So to compensate a bit, I think if the units were like just $50 more, I think that does help out a bit. And let's just review some of these prices now. So drilled fusiliers like 700. A basic recruit is 350 for Austria. That seems perfectly reasonable. The foreign units are now 400. And remember, before I was buying up the Grenzers like candy. I was just buying them all up. But if they cost, and previously they cost 300, now if they cost 400, now I probably would have taken a German recruit now and then, because they're just much cheaper. In fact, I wouldn't even mind bringing down that Crownland recruit down to like 325. Let's see. I might rebalance the recruit costs. You know what we'll do? Let me just take a look and see if there's any other problems with this. Look, a French recruit only costs 300 now. That's perfectly reasonable to me. So I'm going to merge these in. And worst case scenario, guys, if we, if players find this too hard, it's so easy to revert because we just subtract everything by 50 again. That's nice and easy. And so what we're going to do now is move that over, delete this column. And let's take a look at the recruit costs. I don't want to make the recruits too expensive. That's the thing. I don't mind if like the higher tier units do cost more though. Let's see. So a Cantonist I would say is worth like 375. They're not incredible. So I'll go 375. Therefore, the Freikorps should go down to like 350. I think that's perfectly reasonable to me. It's a little bit cheaper. Which one would I pick up? I would probably pick up... I would honestly say the Freikorps should be like 325. Their unit tree is just a lot less scalable. So 370, yeah, that's good. A Landmilitz versus a Musketeer, I would definitely save up the extra 100 just to get the Musketeer at that point. So I wouldn't mind bringing this down to like 450. And a Prussian Musketeer costing 600 is perfectly reasonable. Saving up an extra 150 for the drilled unit is good. I feel like that's not saving up that much more. So maybe this could come down to like 550. And that could stay at 750. Fry infantry are fine. I feel like they could be like just a little bit more than a Musketeer because they're specialized. And a Jaeger's not worth that much. They're more like 800. So look, I bumped everything up by 50, but I'm bringing a lot of costs down. And the only ones that are going to stick at that plus 50 are any of the units that I find to be extremely powerful. I think this is reasonable. The Fusiliers are worse than Musketeers in some ways. In some ways they are. So I would put them at 500. Because they're actually not. Look at the value. The actual value is low. So why do they cost more? So they should be 500. Because they were used as a cheap stopgap unit. But they're slightly more expensive than a Landmilitz. And a Landmilitz upgrades into a Fusilier very quickly. So having to pay only just 50 more makes complete sense to me. Yeah, this is fine. I like this. The Prussian Grenadiers are pretty nuts. They're pretty fucking nuts. 950. Would I pay an extra? Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. The Grenadier Guards are crazy, and the Guards are even crazier. I'm fine with those prices. Provincial Cavalry is really bad. They're really bad. For Prussia, especially. I would put them at like 450. And a Hussar is not too bad. But they're not crazy. I'd put them at like 700 relative to a drilled Musketeer. They're worse. And a Dragoon's okay. I think people typically like to use light. These guys are pretty equal. But people like to... Which is more attractive? You get way worse charge. You're shooting. You're hyper-specialized into shooting, and you get more manpower. I'd say the Dragoon's worth slightly more. I think 750 is actually a fair price. Because they're about equal. And then the Cuirassier, no one buys them right now. Like, nobody uses them. So I wouldn't mind just making it a flat 1,000. Especially because Prussian cavalry isn't very good. And then the reserve artillery is quite bad. It is pretty damn bad. And people can't get artillery early game, but artillery is pretty fun, so I wouldn't mind making this cheaper. It was originally, what, for 50? So I could make it 400, so it's just slightly more expensive. Actually, we'll go 425. This way it's 50 more than the Cantonist recruit. So you save up just a little bit of extra cash, and then you can get either a provincial cavalry or a reserve artillery. And look, it's proportionate. It costs slightly more for the provincial cavalry, and look at the value. The true value is slightly more too. So that actually adds up. Field artillery is pretty damn good. I would say that or a drilled musketeer is honestly a good choice between them. So I'll go down 750. And then the horse artillery is good, but it's not amazing. It's fine. I would put it at 950. And then Freikorps recruits are cheaper by 50 to the Cantonist. I think that's fair. I do think that's fair because their tree is a little shallow. And they're kind of like a cheap Prussian unit. So I think that's fine. They would lose against the French Royal recruits, and the French Royal recruits will probably end up being cheaper. So if 325, if anything, is a steal, or if anything is overpriced, I mean to say. And I think that's okay. Freikorps recruits are just going to be 100, I would say 100 worse than the regular musketeer. So I'd put them at 450. And to go musketeer to Cantonist, yeah, that's a big jump though, because the musketeers are very good. 550, 375. It's a 175 difference. 450 minus 325. It's a 125 difference. That's okay. And then the Jaegers are actually quite good. The Freikorps Jaegers are better than the regular German Jaegers, actually. But if I make them too expensive, you're just going to buy the Freikorps recruit and manually upgrade them. So we'll hug the in-between between these two and go like 750 because they're pretty valuable. I'd even bump up their value a little bit because they fire real quick. And then the regular Grenadiers are much worse than the Prussian. I would even say like 875 would be... I would buy a drilled musketeer more than I would a Freikorps Grenadier. If this was used as a cheap Grenadier, like 800, I would buy it. Its value is 600. Or at least that's what I had its perceived value at. Which, yeah, that puts it around this range, so I think that's accurate. And Freikorps Provincial Cavalry is so bad. It's even worse than the regular Provincial. So I'd go 425 on that. So if anything, we're actually debuffing or making some of the units cheaper. And then an Austrian Crownland recruit is the worst option for Austria. It is probably... It would beat a Freikorps recruit. So I would say 350 is actually a perfect price for it. But it's worse than a Prussian Cantonist slightly. So 350 is actually a great price. 550 for the German Fusilier. Now, you're paying an extra 200 to upgrade, basically. Whereas in the Prussian tree, you're paying an extra 175. German Fusilier, well, that part doesn't matter too much. Let's just look at the true actual cost. 550 versus 550. Well, the Prussian Musketeer is better, so this should come down to 500. And the drilled Musketeer is 750. This is 700. Okay, that's fair. And the Jaeger is 900. It's better than the German one. I think that's fair because the Austrian Jaegers are slightly better. And the German Grenadiers are not as good. I would honestly put them on the same par as the Freikorps, but a little better. So 900 is a great price. Still cheaper. Yeah, it's cheaper than a Prussian Grenadier. I could even be convinced to go 850 for one of them. I could be convinced. I think I'll go 850. So it's still better than a Freikorps one. but it's worse noticeably than a Prussian one. And now the Austrian provincial cavalry is actually called the chevaux légers. So they actually get to skip the provincial cavalry step, and they go basically to a dragoon, a light dragoon. So it's like mixing a provincial cavalry and a dragoon. So maybe they cost like 600. I'd probably go 550. Let's see what they're at currently. Let's go 600. Because you get to skip a step, I feel, and that's... Maybe 575 would be good. Because they're... What's their melee at? Let's see. They got 40 morale, 25-10. 40 morale, same as the Prussian. 25-15. They're actually worse in some ways. Okay, let's go down to 500. So they're only marginally more expensive. And the reason being is because they have 20 reload, 10 accuracy, and they're really fucking fast. And don't they come with a gun, too? They don't, but they should. Because they're chevaux légers. So now they come with a gun. Yes. So that's what helps really reinforce that value. Austrian Dragoon's going to be better than a Prussian one, probably by 100. Yep, that's already done. A Cuirassier probably by maybe 150, and that's also correct. And then you got to pay an extra 200 for the Horse Grenadier. I agree with that. 1350. I would argue it's right behind one of these guys. I would even argue you could even go up to 1400 for that Horse Grenadier, because these guys get nuts. 65 morale, 55 morale. Yeah, that's justified. Do you get grenades too? No way you actually come with grenades with the Horse Grenadiers. That's so funny. Yeah, that definitely justifies the value then. Reserve artillery. The Austrian reserve artillery is not bad. They're actually better. So 425 and 550. I would just go 525 so that they are... So though that they are 50 more, right? Or did I read that wrong? 425, 5... No, they're 100 more. That feels wrong. I feel like they're like 75 more. So 500 would be good because... Yeah, that's fine. Field artillery, this is where, yeah, it starts to really pick up. That's 850 is perfectly justified. Austrian artillery is very good. Dutch field artillery is incredible. It's definitely worth the 1400. You could even argue that it's a $1,500 unit, just like a Prussian guard. I would honestly argue that. And then the guard artillery, nobody takes it, but it's still really fucking good. So I'd go 1250 for that. Then the foreign recruits are just, you would generally take them over a German recruit. And then the Grenzer recruits are pretty damn good. And I did debuff them. But I could maybe go 350, 375, 400. So that the Grenzer feels like the most pricey. Because that's kind of your go-to. When you're playing Austria, you just immediately pick up the Grenzer, like right off the bat. So now you've got more attractive choices, which I think is better. And then the Hungarian Fusiliers are 500, equal to the Austrian Fusiliers. You could argue that they're hyper-specialized towards melee. And they lose a lot of other stuff. They have good morale. You could argue... I wouldn't mind just making them 525, because they're a unique unit. And the Austrian Grenadiers are way better. The Hungarian Grenadiers I'd put on the same level as the Prussian ones. I'd go 950. Because they're just incredible shock units. Austrian Hussars are incredible. They're as good as a... They're not as good as a Prussian Cuirassier. I'd put them at 800. Maybe 850. No, I'd put them... Because they're better than an Austrian Dragoon. I'd put them at 950. What were they at before? 1,000? Yeah, I'd just go 950. And then the Frontier Cavalry can stay. 1,250. I may even argue they're worth like 1,300. Because they can kick ass. And that still puts them worse than the Grenadiers. I go maybe 1,300. So this way it's a tough choice between the Horse Grenadier and the Veteran Hussar. I think that's justified. And then the Grenzers are great. They can stay the way they are. The Grenzer infantry I'd go 675 to put them right underneath the drilled musketeer there. I don't know. I'll keep them at 650. I just debuffed the open order light infantry. Now, Grenzer sharpshooters are very good, but people don't love them because you lose a lot of manpower. You lose a lot of manpower. So people don't love them, but they're very good. I would say that they should still be the most expensive Jaeger. So I could make them 1,000. Which is a pretty good price decrease. Does the ammo have the same chance of dropping? What do you mean by that, Pions? I don't know what you mean by that. And then Grenzer Grenadiers is a pretty weak choice. They're far worse than the... I would honestly make them 700. There. Does the ammo have all the same chances of dropping? I'm still not sure what you mean by that. What kind of ammo are you talking about? And then the Grenzer Provincial Cavalry kind of blows. What's the stats on this thing? 35 morale and 25 15. Yeah, it's even worse than the... It's... Oh, that's weird. I made the price of the Freikorps Provincial Cavalry more expensive than the cavalry there. Why did I do that? I would go 425 here. I wouldn't go 500. Now, these are the same price. This actually should be worth a little more than the Prussian. I'd go 450 on that. Did I forget to do these prices or what? And the Hussar is better. Yeah, that's fine. So that's 425. I would honestly mark a Grenzer Provincial Cavalry as 400. They're quite bad. And a Grenzer Hussar is fine. It's kind of like a Prussian Hussar, but a little bit worse, so I'd go 650. They're not that good. Like, is there ammo that's rarer than the others? There's, like, ammo types that are equipable that are rarer than others, yeah. Now, this seems fine. Let's go down. Gosh, we got 3 factions left. God damn, this is taking a while. Russian volunteer recruits. Now... They are better than the Freikorps, probably right under... I'd probably mark them at 350 seems fairly reasonable. The Russian musketeer should be right under the Austrian. So like 475, maybe. Or just a flat 500. Yeah. Because they... I think they're the same price because... They get 1,400 guys compared to 1,200, and that's very good for them. A drilled musketeer, that's where it drops off a little bit. I think it should be slightly worse. That's perfect. Yeah, 675 is perfect. And a grenadier, I would say, is going to be better. So 875 is also perfect. The rider recruits are horrendous. They're a 25.5. Yeah, they are worse than the Grenzers. So Grenzer cavalry is 400. These guys are going down to 375. In fact, I'd rather pick up a volunteer. I'd make them 325, to be honest. They're like the foot in the door because you still have to upgrade it to provincial cavalry. So 325 is fairly reasonable. Their value is horrible. Provincial cavalry, they get a little bit better. They've got 45 morale. It's actually pretty decent. I would say it's a better investment than this one. So I'd go 475 on this. And the Russian Hussar is not bad. It's kind of like a... I would say it's equivalent to like a Freikorps one. I'd say 800 is fair. Yep. 650, I'd say equivalent to the Austrian. So maybe 750. It's not quite as good because they don't fire as well, actually. Yeah. And then a Russian cuirassier is better than a Prussian one for sure. So 1,100, I think. And a horse grenadier, I think we go 1,400. We can go 1,350 for that. Let's actually check. 70 morale horse grenadier versus 65. And a 55-30 versus a 55-35. So they get slightly worse charge, but better morale. So, yeah, I'll just mark them down just a little bit. Artillery recruits are a 25-20. Am I reading this right? 40-20? Holy shit. That reload speed's incredible there. 40-20. 25-20. Only 100 guns versus 100 guns. 20 morale versus 20 morale, I think. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just worse. I would say it's similar to... I would go down to 300 for that. So it's cheaper than the infantry to get a artillerist recruit. I think that's actually kind of true. I wouldn't mind just going 325. And then the reserve artillery is going to be now at a 30-25. So now it's picking up. And the reserve artillery is 40-20. So it's about equal in that way. And I think it actually has extra guns. 125, yeah. So slightly better than a Prussian reserve. Yeah. So we'd make this like 475 or 500. I could go 475, but... yeah, we'll go 475. And then their field artillery should just be better. That's 850. What's the Prussian one? 750. So we go 800. Perfect. That's it. Frontier recruits are pretty bad. I'd make them a solid 300. Pandors are pretty good. They're not worth 900, though. They're like a Grenzer. So they're worth like 650. That price is way out of control. Cossacks are pretty rough. Cossacks are like... they can be pretty bad. I would put them at a 400. And then the settled hussars are slightly better, I believe, than these guys. So 850 is actually reasonable. The Orenburg Cossacks, these prices actually now make sense because the good Cossacks are very good. And serf recruits, these guys I usually think are a little better, but they're almost equal. I'd say 375 because they're better shots. Observation, again, I just go 525. Just creep them up a little bit each time. Maybe put the Fusiliers behind the drilled musketeers in cost. That's fine. And the observation grenadier, yeah, the heavy infantry arm of the observation is slightly cheaper because heavy infantry is meant for shock, but the observation heavy infantry sucks at shock, so that can go down. Observation reserve artillery is very good. It's arguably as good or better than the field artillery, actually. So 850 is reasonable. I think that's fine. Okay, only 2 nations left. I'm getting tired. I haven't even I haven't even eaten yet. God damn. I'm losing it. All right. But I want to do this all in one sitting because I'm remembering values better. I think a British recruit is worth marginally more than a Prussian one. So if a Prussian one's 375, a British one is 400. Which is good because people are having trouble early game with Britain. So I think coming down a little bit is good. And then a British foot recruit is probably the same value of a Prussian one. I would say it's 600 is good. I don't think it needs to be 650. 600 would still put it ahead of everybody else. Because it has less manpower, you know? Now, veteran recruit, they start getting real good. They get that 50 accuracy, 55 morale. They get the ball roll. Like, you start to get just greater returns. So I would say it's better than anybody else is drilled. So 800 is perfectly reasonable. British Grenadiers actually aren't that good because Britain's more of a shooting faction. So you don't really need... In fact, I usually like veteran foot over Grenadiers. So I'd actually put them closer to like a Freikorps Grenadier where it's more situational. Like 800. So this way you're almost choosing between the veteran or the Grenadier. You're like, one or the other. I wouldn't mind going 850 just so they seem a little bit more like elite. And something I wanted to do is I wanted to bump up the morale on all Grenadiers by 5. In fact, if I took a British veteran foot and fired at 1,000 men versus the 800, of the British Grenadiers, who wins that line battle? And I would imagine, who do you guys think should win? a British veteran infantry, veteran foot, or a British grenadier? Who wins a firefight? And not only who wins, but by how much? That part is an interesting question to me. I would say if the veteran foot is meant to be more of the shooting infantry, should probably win, but only narrowly, because the grenadiers are meant to be elite. So I would say it should be a narrow veteran musketeer win. And if we notice here, the veteran musketeer decimates and just fucking wipes them out, then we know that the grenadier, the regular grenadier units need some kind of morale buff. Okay. First shot, I lost slightly more than they did, interestingly. They get a morale... their accuracy is higher, because they have combat effectiveness 110%. And I'm at 100%. So once we can get the morale down, they're going to lose the combat effectiveness buff. But that's what's currently helping them. And they reload a little bit faster than me. So we might have a slightly hard time. Oh no, now we're... They've only got 400 guys left. There's like no one left in the regiment. So now we get our advantage. And we're probably just going to start destroying them now. They're very fragile, as you can see. They're incredibly fragile. Because there's so few of them. Yeah, I mean, I won pretty hard. I think them going down to 800 guys is really, really tough. And so I always have this rule that grenadiers are always 200 guys less than the base unit. So if you have 1,000 in your base unit, you have 800 in your grenadier. If you had 1,400 in the base unit, you have 1,200 in the grenadier. If you had 1,200 in your base unit, you have 1,000 in the grenadier. The issue is, like, when you get down to 800, that's so little. You're really not taking... you don't have that... what do you want to call it? Like, robustness that you would need. So I'm wondering if I should just bump the morale up by grenadiers up a little bit and just make them a little more viable, because they just seem to get decimated. And that wouldn't even help him, clearly. If he had higher morale, he would have just stood a little bit longer, but maybe it helps compensate for the lower numbers. I don't even think I should give them higher accuracy, because it doesn't make sense if a grenadier is more accurate than a veteran foot. I could make the grenadier have the same reload as the veteran foot, so that they're in equal terms. Why doesn't the British get grenadiers at the same troop count? They could get 1,000, but it would break my rule. Do you also change it for the Grenzers? Do they switch their 800 up to 1,000? Do you just... Also, what about the Irish? Do the Irish change their 800 up to 1,000? So I feel like you would have to change a lot, which we could do, but it just means that lower manpower units have a disproportionate advantage to their grenadiers, where they don't drop the manpower for an arbitrary reason. Which, for balancing, maybe it's a good thing if they... Maybe it's better if they have 1,000. But you can see, yeah, you can see how it causes a little bit of an issue. So I'm somewhat tempted to give them morale, so that the grenadiers will fight longer. And it'll also help them in melee combat, because if they try to do a charge. Just out of curiosity, if I ran the test again and had the British Grenadiers charge, I wonder if they'd win a frontal charge. They should. They should win a charge. Yeah, running after 4 volleys is rough. The issue is their just being focus fired down, and they just sustain incredible losses. What I could do is make the actual soldier loss from gunfire a little bit less, but keep the morale loss about the same, so that units with lower manpower aren't screwed as much. Let's let each of them fire. They'll return fire now, and then we'll charge. Let's see who wins it. If the veteran foot win, I'm definitely gonna have to change the morale around. Yeah, dude, the grenadiers are just not effective, see? So, what I almost want to do... I'm thinking. Do you have to set up the test every time? I don't think so. I don't know what you mean. 800 men might be too few for the current balance. If not, just getting a little bit better. Yeah. Dragoons or heavy cav. Dragoon, there's only light cav or heavy cav. In fact, I don't know what to do to... Their dragoons are line cavalry, so they're in the middle. They're like a medium cav, but they're certainly not light cavalry. And they're also mostly not heavy cavalry. But to maybe put it in better perspective, if you have a British light dragoon and a dragoon, and you had two categories, light and heavy cavalry, you kind of just have to put, you know, the dragoon in the heavy cavalry category. They don't behave like heavy cavalry though. It's just it's a completely arbitrary label. Yeah. I have a pretty wild idea that I don't think I want to implement, but I do have a wild idea. My wild idea, which I don't know if I like, is I could... No, I can't do this. This would fuck up so much. But I was thinking, like, what if I raised the amount of men every regiment in the game had by about 200 guys? And then the British Grenadiers would have 1,000 and wouldn't get decimated quite as quickly. And everyone else will have more men, but you would have more bodies in a battle to burn through. So, and the armies would look a little larger on the map too. I don't think I should do it, but dude, the amount of rebalancing it would require would be nuts. It would be mayhem in rebalancing. Like the manpower costs, the time to replenish a unit, how much a unit should cost with its true value now that there's more men in it, the availability of manpower. Also, units will disproportionately gain strength. Like a British Grenadier going 800 to 1,000 is a larger percentage increase than a French infantry going from 1,600 to 1,800. Optimization wouldn't really matter because the frame rate is pretty damn good. Like in editor, I'm at 80 FPS in an unbuilt version of the game in a full battle. So I would be at about 120 FPS or 140 on the built version on Steam. It would be funny as fuck though if I increased all the units by 200. I don't think it'd be that accurate. The other thing too is like these Cossack units, only 400 men, they get destroyed. So anything with low manpower is just getting wiped. I really don't think I could do it, but I'm just thinking about it. Just for fun, I'm just thinking about it. How many men in a Prussian battalion in the 7 Years' War? Let's see. About 800 men. but it's 570 musketeers and 126 grenadiers. So let's detach the... If you detach the grenadiers, they'd have 600 men, musketeers. So that'd be 1,200 strength. It'd be 1,200 men in a full regiment, if you had 2 battalions, basically. Oh. The only benefit is you would get like larger looking battles, I guess. Have the same issue in the current Napoleon Total War 3 balancing. Oh, really? Yeah, I would say for me, like, my 2 solutions would be making the fire damage. First of all, the Grenadiers need the extra +5 morale. That's a guarantee. They just need the morale. Even if you... The speed... The thing about the speed bump is you can get them speed through, like, items, and you can get the morale through items, but, like, at the end of the day, the morale is going to win you that fight if you can tank a shot. Or the initial melee shock. How much will the game cost in New Zealand dollars? I'll tell you right now. It will cost in New Zealand dollars... $39.99 with a 10% sale. So 10% off of $39.99 is what? It'll cost 35 New Zealand dollars. Which... the price I came up with is 10% lower than what Steam told me to do. I lowered everyone's currencies besides the US dollar by about 10% because I know Steam fucks up the conversions from the US dollar to other countries. So I hope that price is okay for you. And then, yeah, so the solutions could be to reduce fire damage for everybody so you don't get ridiculous kill counts. But keep the morale shock, like, pretty high, so people still run. The other solution would be to increase everybody's manpower by, like, 200, so you can just you just have larger battles, you can take more damage across the board. And so losing 100 guys doesn't decimate you. And then the other solution that we're going to implement regardless is that all the Grenadiers get a morale buff. I think that's just a guarantee that we do that. Maybe except for the Russian ones, but Russia's kind of insane. I'm just looking around. I think I want to make that change. Just making sure I want to do it. I am just curious, like... Let's finish the price of... actually, hold on. Let's do a couple things here. Let's let's grab the heavy infantry. And what we're going to do, first of all, is all heavy infantry have had their charge damage boosted by 5%, or by 5. All heavy infantry have had their morale increased by 5. That's something I think we need to do, because the thing is, I could test a charge where nobody shoots, and then they'll win, but in a real combat situation, you're going to get shot once or twice. And if you get shot once or twice, they just flounder, like they just completely collapse. I mean, I didn't even... Look, this is me after the charge. I feel like I didn't even take any damage. So it should really be scary when a grenadier charges you, and it doesn't feel like that currently. And again, it's not just speaking from this one test. It's felt like that for a while now. This is something I've had on my list. So I would say anything considered grenadier tier, like Fusiliers, can go up to 35. Grenadiers can go 35. Grenadier guards can go 45. Guards will stay. It's just they're not. To me, they're not the. They're not grenadiers. And then these grenadiers go up to 45. German grenadiers go 35. Hungarian grenadiers go 50. Grenzer grenadiers go 35. Russian grenadiers go 40. Observation go 35. British grenadiers go 30. Highland grenadiers go 45. Hanoverian grenadiers go 35. Hessian grenadiers go 45. French go 40. Irish go 50. German go 35. Swiss go 30. Rayo go 35. And I think this would be helpful, especially for like the Irish, because the Irish only have 800 guys in their units as well. So they're when I've played as them, they just get fucking torn apart. And then we have to do the morale increase. The morale increase on all grenadiers. Units meant for charging. Let's keep the Prussian Grenadier the same and make the Grenadier Guard go up to 70. Because you still get what? What do you normally get? You normally get between... You just get a 10 from the drilled to the regular, right? So the drilled in this case is 55, so you'd think it goes to 65, and we go to 70 instead, and then 75. Might be a bit overpowered. You could probably break 100 morale pretty damn easy. In fact, the Grenadier Guards don't need to go up to 75 because they get 1,200 men, so yeah, they're fine. These guys can go up to 65. These guys can go to 60. They can go to 70. It should just feel like Grenadiers are scarier units, right? But like, right now they're not scary because they always come with less guys. So yeah, they've got good morale, but they're just gonna fucking die. Swiss Grenadiers would get 80 morale. Holy shit. They get 80 morale. Alright. Maybe I went too high with that change. We'll see. We shall see. So I fixed that. Now let's do prices. And I think I was in the middle of the British, right? And I said these should be 850. That's where we stopped. Now the British Provincial Cavalry is not very good. It's kind of like the Grenzer Cav. So let's take a look at the Grenzer Provincial Cavalry. It's 400. I think that's perfectly fine. And then light Dragoons are pretty damn good. They're the best Dragoons in the game. So take the regular Dragoons at 850 and mark them also at 850, I would say then. Damn. Are they really 850? What's a Prussian Dragoon? 750. I feel like that Dragoon costs a lot, right? His accuracy is 30, 35, with 45 morale. 30, 35, I'm a 3550, so I'm just way better. I almost want to invert the prices. I almost think that 850, I should take the 850 cost on the light dragoon. They're incredible. And we'll make these guys 1,000. And then the Prussian dragoon is 750. And then the regular Austrian dragoon will be 800. And mine is 850. That makes way more sense. My reserve artillery is not very good. I would say it is kind of like the Prussian artillery, but maybe even a little bit worse. Theirs is 425. I may even go 400 for my British artillery, because you don't really play into artillery as Britain. They kind of suck. And then I'll take the field artillery, and mine is, we'll go 725 on that as well. What is it currently at? I'll go 725. Highlanders are pretty damn good, but they're very specialized, and I nerfed them. So 500 seems reasonable. And they're better. Highland Grenadiers are better than the British Grenadiers. They're at 900. That seems reasonable. German recruits are basically like Prussian ones, so they should be 375. German Lamelites are basically like the Prussian ones. They should be 450. They have almost identical stats. German Grenadiers should be, they're modeled after this one as well. They can be 800. German Provincial Cavalry is pretty decent. They're like the Prussian ones, honestly. 450. Let's check though. What do we got here? 35 morale at a 2010. 40 morale, 2515. Oh, they're horrible. Oh my gosh. Why are they so bad? What's like the Russian Provincial Cavalry? They're a 3010. I'm a 2010. What's a Prussian one? 2515. I wouldn't mind like going 2515 as well. Okay. And then keeping the morale lower than the Prussian one. So I got lower morale than the Prussian, which is fine. They have 40 stamina. How much have I got? 45. So I got better stamina, worse morale, and just about equivalent of my charge and melee. That seems fair. And then my cost should just be just under theirs, so 425 probably. Yeah. You know what? This cavalry, the British Provincial Cavalry is great because it upgrades into light dragoon, so I'll go 450. And then the German Reserve Artillery and Field Artillery is based very directly off the Prussian one. So I'm going to use the same cost. And the Brunswickers, what do? They have pretty low manpower. They're very good at reload. They're incredibly good at reload. They kind of remind me of the Freikorps infantry. Yeah, they're like your Freikorps infantry. Should cost 450. What do we got? 450. Hanoverian foot. They're good all-rounders. They're worse than the British foot, though. I would think they're like Prussians, kind of. 550, yeah. And their Grenadiers. What do Grenadiers normally cost? It's usually an extra 375 in that case. What's it here? Also 375. In this case, it's 250. So usually about an extra 300. I don't think Hanoverian Grenadier is very special. So I would say they're just under the Austrian one. 850. I'd go like 825. And Hanoverian Cavalry is decent. They're like Hussars. They're like Prussian Hussars. So I'd go 700. Hessian Musketeers. They're pretty decent. What do they remind me of? They're similar to... They're like a good melee. They're like a Hungarian, but with good shooting stats, but less men. So honestly, it kind of balances itself out. I'd model them after the Hungarians, who are 525. Yeah, that's fair. You know, I have good morale, though. Let's go 600 for them. Or let's go 575. That works. And Hessian Grenadiers are quite good. I would say they're better than the other two, so 900 is fair. And the heavy cavalry here is actually based off the horse grenadier. So yeah, they can be pricey. Actually, they're worse than an Austrian cuirassier, I noticed. So 1,000 is perfectly reasonable. Yeah. That part's done. Vlogging through history. You've played at Vlogging through history. Well, it's late. What are you doing here, man? Are you still there? How much have you played? Are you liking it so far? There's a lot of work left in balancing. We got the whole month to like balance, bug fix, and clean everything up. But I saw you posted a screenshot. I gave out all the keys today, about 20 keys, and no one said anything so far, so I've been kind of scared. I'm glad that you're liking it. That's really cool. What did you feel about the difficulty? I made the patrols a little bit easier in the next version because people were saying the very early patrols were a little tough, especially Britain. If you're British and you have to take on some of those patrols, you're outnumbered like 2 to 1. And you might even lose that first patrol battle and you got to come back and fight it again. I don't know if that happened to you or if you just powered through it. I know some players have had more luck than others. So I'm curious what you think, what you've thought about the balance of that early game there. I restarted a couple times because I struggled. Okay, yeah, that's what we're fixing. I'm glad that you said that because if you said, no, it's super easy, that would be a problem because I'm making the patrols a little easier to fight. So I'm glad that you said it was a problem because that hopefully I should be able to fix that for you. It is definitely a game, though, where you have to fail a few times and then you start to get it and then you're good. But I think a lot of people come in and they just will flop pretty quickly and go, oh, this is not what I was expecting. And then they change up their tactics. They start using cover a little bit more. They start paying attention to the items and then they start to win. And also the encounters. Those little encounters around the map will provide you with good resources. So I think I got to improve the tutorial just a little bit. Yeah. I agree. I was afraid to make it too easy. So what I landed on was I made the early game patrols just a little bit easy, but I made the Act 1 headquarters, the boss battle, a little bit harder. So you've got an easier start where you're not kicked in the face, but to overcome that challenge at the end of that headquarters is just a little bit more work. And I think that's better, because it just gives you more time to get your bearings, to get your foundation laid for your army, and then you can start challenging the player. But I don't want to kick them when they're just starting out. I want you to feel comfortable and not under too much pressure. So I'm glad that that aligns with your experience, from what I can tell. But yeah, it's cool for you to check in. I'm glad that you're having fun. That's awesome. Thank you for the compliment. That means a lot to me to say that you love it and that you can't wait for people to play it. That's really cool. I've been very nervous giving the game out, so I'm very happy that you are having fun with it. And so far, dude, the other 2 YouTubers I gave it to also were really excited, so I think we're like, everyone I've given it to so far has been really happy, and that's very good. So I'm hoping that things work out and that it's a better situation than the last game. So, yeah. All right, how long have we been streaming for, man? How long has this been going on? It has been... Well, I don't have my thing up anymore. Let's see. We've been at it for 6 hours. Well, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We got more prices to balance. French royal recruits are 300. 400 for the British recruits. 350 for Russian. 350 for Austrian. I think 300 is completely fair because the royal recruits suck. 500 for French Fusiliers. Austrian Fusiliers are 500 as well, and so are Russians. That's a tough one. Let's see if a French Fusilier were to fight an Austrian one, 1-to-1. Are they equals? Let's see that. So let's grab a French Fusilier. Debug. 1200. 1600. I have a feeling the French are going to win. I have a feeling they'll win. Because those numbers just really start to build quite the advantage. Save and save. Don't burn yourself out. Look, man, I think Mange, that I think you just have to do what you've got to do. I don't know how else to say it. I think you have to. I think anything that's a creative work that is worth something, that's worth your time or your money, if you're going to give me money for it, and if it's going to be good, it requires a little bit of blood, a little bit of sweat. I think you have to make some sacrifices. You can't say, "Oh, I'm going to work 9 to 5 and I'm going to treat it like a regular job." I think if it's going to be something that you care about, that you want to get other people to care about, that they're investing their time, their money, if they're going to pay me $30 for it, I got to make sure it's the best I can do. And if it fails or doesn't do the way, if it doesn't live up to my hopes or whatever, at least I knew that I spent every waking hour doing the best I could on it. So I just got to do what I've got to do, you know? Even if it's a little bit miserable at times, and if it gets tiring, you just got to do it. And you know what? It could be worse, right? I could be working night shift at McDonald's at 1 a.m. working the drive-thru, okay? And that's a reality that a lot of people in this country have to deal with, right? And I don't have to deal with that. I'm in my own office with my air conditioning on a nice little live stream as people give me compliments, working on a video game. So I think relative to that, there are some sacrifices that you take, but you get, there are benefits to this too. And, all right, let's have them attack me and I attack them. Let's see who wins this. And let's see who is worth more, the French Fusilier or the Austrian Fusilier. I have a feeling the French will narrowly win this because of that manpower advantage. I think that'll be the case. Damn, their reload sucks. I can reload way faster than them. Then again, my morale. Look, my morale's at 25. There's just 31. Not too much of a morale difference, to be honest. Then again, if I fall to 20 morale, I go wavering. And if I go wavering, I get a combat effectiveness debuff. So, what's my kills? 355, 332. If I'm trading evenly, that's fine because I have so much extra manpower. But I think once my morale falls, it's at 20. So if that morale goes down at all, I'm now wavering. And if I'm wavering, that combat effectiveness is going down to like 90 or 80%. I'm going to get one more shot off. Now they're at 19. What am I going to go to? 19. Oh, okay. I'm doing fine then. It's actually a pretty even fight, isn't it? Because they're close to wavering now. And I'm close to wavering. But my guys, I think, are going to pull through. I think it is because the reload's pretty damn good on these dudes. I think the French reload is actually too good. Let me just check. The French reload speed is at 20, which is actually not very high at all. The Austrian reload speed is at 15. Okay. Maybe my accuracy should go down. I feel like it should have been a closer fight. Just a little bit closer. But that manpower advantage is crazy, isn't it? I got an extra 400 men, so I just decimated them. So I kind of want to lower that French accuracy maybe a little bit. It's tough to say. I don't want to lower the morale because the French will just break too quickly. How much does random rolls on each volley sway the success? It's not very much. It's like plus or minus 5 kills. Hot sauce, if you want the launch discount but you want to support, we will probably have some kind of little, we'll probably have some kind of pack, supporter pack or something for like $5. Mange, isn't that the whole point of the larger size regiments? It is, but you should still have some kind of deficiency to work around. You should have some kind of disadvantage that you have to play around as France. Like, if you've got the numbers, and the morale's fine, and the accuracy's fine, and your charge is actually pretty high, and your morale's a little low, I feel like that's enough advantages that you're actually okay. When is wavering? Because I was able to go to like 20. It's at 15. I could lower all the French morale by 5. I could be convinced. But in a real combat situation, if I ever got doubled up on by gunfire, I feel like I would just get screwed. So maybe the accuracy just needs to come down a bit. Because I've got so many men. You know, if a Prussian musketeer has 20 accuracy, and a French fusilier has 20 accuracy, but he has 1,600 guys and I have 1,200. You know what I mean? So I don't want to lower the morale. I'm just thinking the accuracy should come down. Like, the next test is, let's test a Prussian musketeer against a French. And remember, I was showing the game, for anybody who was here for a long time, I was showing that the French were actually destroying... They destroyed my... A French patrol destroyed my force with only like 4 or 5 men. So I think they're just landing shots too efficiently because they have so many guys. And that's helping them too much. Okay. French Fusilier against the Prussian Musketeer. And the Prussians have such high morale that they get a combat effectiveness buff right off the bat by 10% due to their 50 morale. So that first volley bonus they're going to get is substantial. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And so let's fire. Bang, bang, bang. Fast forward it. Yeah, I have a feeling the French are just... I think it's because recently I lowered the amount of, like, kills that accuracy does. So if you have high accuracy, you can't murder as many guys. And if the French don't lose as many... Like, to be honest, in this fight, I shouldn't even be standing a chance against, like, professional Prussian musketeers. It does feel like the kills are too high. Like, I've already fucking destroyed so much of this regiment. I feel like the kills are really high right now. I don't want the gunfight to go on too long, but, like, I'm already missing a whole rank of soldiers, so I feel like I gotta lower the fire damage for everybody a bit. Just by a little. But let's see who wins this. It shouldn't even be close, though. Like, Prussian musketeers cost, like, an extra 200. And yet it looks like we're just exchanging, and they're doing pretty good right now. They have more kills than I do. In fact, they may even win this. Just due to the sheer manpower advantage. Look how close the fight is between the elite Prussian musketeers and the basic French fusiliers. And yeah, I think they're too good. They got 743 kills. So I have one more idea. I got one more radical idea. Are you going to plan on having wounded animations? I've thought about that. Like if a guy dies, that they crawl around a little bit first. I do have that noted. You know, I have one other idea. Okay, we've got a couple ideas we could do here. Option 1 is lower overall gunfire damage by very little. Just a little. And I think I will do this regardless. Because people are just getting killed. The kills are a little high. Especially, by the way, none of these guys have upgrades. Could you imagine I had all the items and an officer and veterancy? I'd be at like 1,400 kills or 1,600. They would have all been dead. And that's just too much. The morale loss is actually not even that high. The fact that these guys are fighting down to their last 300 men is a little impressive there. These guys are only gonna fight to 600. I think the morale is roughly in the right place. I don't want to overcorrect with it. But I think we should lower the gunfire down just a little bit. The other thing is, right now, Prussians and Austrians get 1,200 men. Russia gets 1,400 men. France gets 1,600 men. Britain gets 1,000. The difference between a French and a British is almost double. They've almost got 2 times battalions, which there's a couple ideas here. These are still radical, and I don't think I'll do this. But just out of curiosity, I wonder if we narrowed the gap between all regiments so that they're more incrementing on 100, which could be, it may look awkward, but let's say the British got 1,100 men, the Prussians got 1,200 men, the Russians got 1,300, and the French got 1,400. Or even alternatively, what may even look even better, is the British keep 1,000 men. The Prussians, you still get the 1,100 problem. Okay, so Britain would have the 1,100, which would mean their grenadiers just go down to 1,000, which is actually good. The Prussians and Austrians still keep the 1,200. The Russians lose a little bit of the manpower advantage because everybody's been telling me that the Russians are way too good. They're fighting to the death. They're really hard to fight. And the French would go down to 1,400. So they'd be massively losing that big manpower advantage, which means they would have lost this fight way sooner. They definitely would have lost, which is more of the intention. So I would say that... This doesn't look good, by the way. Hold on. British getting 1,000 is ahistorical. Why is that? More than 1,000 is ahistorical. I don't think it's a huge deal, to be honest. But that's an option. Okay? That's like the least problematic solution, because it means the Prussians, Austrians stay the same, which is great. It means the British are a little bit sturdier, which is great. It means the Russians are a little less stubborn, which is great. And it means the French Fusiliers aren't beating elite Prussians, which is also great. So this is like the most, I would say this is like sensible solution. The numbers are more awkward because I love the 1,000 flat, 1,200, 14, 16. Looks great. This looks a little less good, but is more sensible, right? Then I have like the nutcase crazy idea, which is that everybody goes up by 200. Essentially what this means is, I'll show in a second, that Britain would go to 1,200, that the Prussians and Austrians go to 1,400, that Russia goes to 1,600, and that France goes to 1,800 guys. We even could do a half nutcase idea where you increase all of these, or you bring all of the numbers closer together, right? See how we brought all the numbers closer together, and then increase it by the 200, or even the 100, right? So Britain could get 1,200 men. Prussians and Austrians could get 1,300. The Russians go back to 1,400. And the French are closer to where they were at 1,500. But what you're essentially doing here is you're bringing up the British and Austrians, and you're bringing down the French. So Russia stays the same. France goes down a little bit, and then you bring up the smaller countries. That being said, 13 is a very awkward number for... it's a very awkward number for the default nation. That's what I don't like about that. That's the thing that I think is awkward. I'm okay if the British have an awkward number because they're unique, but, you know. So I would probably vote no on this, on the half nutcase idea. And with this, I wonder if there's a way... I have another one called the nutcase compromise. Okay. This is how you know it's like 1 o'clock in the morning now. And this could be to keep Britain at 1,200, keep the Prussians, Austrians at 14, then make them 1,500. Aha, much cleaner number, right? And then keep the French at 1,600. So you tell the French to keep their advantage, right? And so this is a 0% increase. And then you do 1,600 to 1,500 is what percentage difference? The Russians just lose minus 6%. That's it. Not much of a difference, right? And the Russians are annoying to fight because they are fighting to the death so frequently. They're obnoxious. And 1,200 to 1,400 is what percentage increase? And now this goes up by plus 16%. So now the Austrians, who are kind of mediocre, and the Prussians go up. And the British become much more sturdy because they're getting a plus 20% increase in size. So this is an interesting solution to me because you don't get the French overinflating, nor the Russian problem either, but you bring up the other numbers and just make the battles a little bit larger in reality. The cool side effect of this is that the battle numbers would go up because more typically if you're not fighting with Russians and French, you just have more guys per battle. Just interesting. Which of these do you guys like, or do you want me to keep it the way it is? Actually, look at this. Russia would be going up, wouldn't they? Russia would be going up. Not losing men. I'm going to add all the percentages because it helps understand what power level you're basically doing to each of these. And then this is the crazy one, the nutcase solution. That's a 20% and a 16% increase. I'm assuming this would be 12%. That's 14. And I assume this would be 12% then? Yeah. Nutcase numbers are bonkers. Yeah. I vote compromise, either sensible or nutcase compromise. Why don't we do this? Which is the worst solution here? You vote for the worst. We'll do process of elimination. Which is the worst solution possible? The sensible one, the nutcase one, the nutcase compromise, or the de facto, what we have now. I'll do a little poll and you can vote. And so you can pick the worst solution there. What do you not like about the nutcase solution? What's wrong with the nutcase solution, guys? Why, you know... I think the nutcase solution would throw off the balance, though, pretty massively. And it still has the same problem, because the disparity is massive, right? 1,800 to 1,200 is a huge disparity. Whereas at least in these other solutions, 1,400 and 1,100 is not a huge disparity. And 1,200 and 1,600 is not a huge disparity. That's a 400 difference. That's also a 400 difference. I guess by percentage, the disparity is less, though. Like, the difference between, in the nutcase solution, 1,200 to 1,800 is what percentage difference? So it's... Really? It's 50% smaller than... Is that true? That's not true. That's not true. Yeah. No. It's like a 35% smaller than the French. In the current iteration of the game, in the current version, it is 37% smaller than the French. In the sensible option, they are 20% smaller than the French. And in the nutcase compromise of 1856, they are 25% smaller than French. To me, I think the nutcase and the regular are problems here. I think these are problems. The 40% decrease, the 40% difference in size is a big problem. To me, either go sensible or the nutcase compromise. So we're eliminating nutcase. And you guys followed that up by saying the de facto is also a bad situation, which I would agree with. I think with nutcase, yeah, that doesn't even matter. And then which is best, the sensible or the nut compromise? Now in sensible, the numbers are awkward. That's the downside. 1100 is a little bit awkward. And 13 is also an awkward number. 12, 14, 15, 16 are all pretty clean numbers. It's all even or flat on 5, 10, 15, 20 type of thing. So that's nice. The downside is that we're giving little buffs to like the Russians a little bit, and not to the French. So even though the numbers are clean, you are buffing the Russians still. Whereas in the sensible one, you're just buffing Britain who needs it, and you're just debuffing the factions that are a little OP. That being said, I think this looks like the finished product. This looks like clean, very clean numbers. So I do like that. You guys like the nutcase compromise? Yeah. Yeah, I prefer this incrementation. I prefer the increments done here. I think it looks nicer. Even if it buffs Russia, it helps Britain and others catch up. That's what I think too. It marginally helps Russia, but everybody else is catching up. Like a 20% efficiency bump is so helpful to catch up. So like if we ran the same test, guys, you guys saw the test, right? That we did against I wish I screenshotted it, but the French against the Prussians. Now let's take the Prussians. So the French don't change size, right? They're still 1,600. Now let's say the Prussians are 1,400 men. And let's run that exact same test without even changing the accuracy, because we wanted to change the accuracy, right? How does that affect the other line infantry like Hessians and Hanoverians? I would automatically adjust all of those. So the Hessians have 1,000 guys like the British. They would go up to 1,200. And the Hanoverians have 1,200 like the Prussians. They'd go up to 1,400. It also helps the French with their Irish. The French have Irish troops that go down to 800 men. I mean, would you rather have a grenadier with 1,400 or a Irish grenadier with 800? With the change, the French grenadier stays the same. It stays at 1,400. But the Irish grenadier goes up to 1,000, which that sounds nicer. That sounds like, which one do I want? But 800 men versus 1,400, the Irish grenadier is going to lose to the French grenadier every time. So let's grab a French, same French, and now the new and improved Prussian musketeer of 1,400 men. Is this the default large scale? No, this is ultra. Okay, perfect. I was going to say, I don't like how there's a line back here now for the Prussians, but we're not on the default. The default is large, and so if you were a normal player playing on the default, which is large, they would form 3 ranks still. So that's perfect. It didn't actually hurt the visuals, which is nice. But let's now try French versus Prussia with the new unit scales. I still think the damage is too high. 128 kills in one volley is too high. So I will reduce that, just very slightly. Morale damage is fine. I'm actually completely okay with the morale damage. I think the firepower is just a little too high. Griffin, go to bed. Dude, I told everybody I was staying up. I was staying up late. I'm gonna keep working, dude. I'm gonna get this shit done. Working hard or hardly working. And look, the Prussians are winning. Here we go, Prussia. There we go. Now my Prussians can win. And look, now I don't even have to debuff the French. I could actually keep the French the same, because everyone else is getting... all the weaker units are kind of getting pushed up. For this context in 1v1, who should win? The Prussians should certainly win. The Prussians are more drilled. In fact, the Prussians should have probably won more decisively, to be honest. But look, this volley, they're going to crush them. Ready? Here we go, and... fire. And now they're done. And they're broken. They can't come back. To recover the morale, they can't get up there, so they're gone. And I've won. Kaiser, have you seen? Like a madman, I made lots of charts here. This is a pretty extreme change. It's going to be very controversial, but I think I'm onto something, okay? We are thinking of bumping the British up to 1,200 men, the Prussians and Austrians up to 1,400. Yep. And then take Russia and bring them up just by 100, and then keep France the same. So bring everybody else up a bit, and primarily buff these nations. Because who's the most dreadful to fight against? Russia and France, right? France just has way too many men, and Russia's morale is just incredibly high. So if we bring all this stuff up, the British, half the time I fire, I'll triple shoot one of its regiments, and it's just evaporated. So if we just beef them up a little bit, it also makes their grenadiers just a lot better. How would this affect performance? I don't think it would affect it that much, because the biggest nations aren't even really changing much. It's just the other nations. So it'd be kind of the difference between, I'll say this, if you're normally playing as Prussia is now going to feel like you were playing as Russia. That's it. But like essentially, I'll explain it this way as well. The biggest unit in the game, in the current version, looks like this on that parameter. Let's say this is the scale of how big a unit could be. And the smallest unit is like that. With this change, it now looks like this. The biggest unit is still the biggest, right? It hasn't even changed. It's the exact same. But the smallest unit has been pushed up. Do you see that? So it just makes the disparity between the best nation and the smallest nation. It brings those smaller nations up. Britain gets thrown up a lot. Prussia gets pushed up a little bit. And Russia gets up a little tiny bit. And France stays the same. But all it's doing is raising the bottom up. But it's taking the ceiling and it's not pushing the ceiling. There's no unit larger than 1,600. That's still the max size, you see? So in terms of performance, it shouldn't really hurt anything because you're not getting bigger regiments in terms of the biggest units in the game, yeah. Your Austrians should perform better because they would be getting a 16% strength boost, which is going to help eclipse the Russians and improve their performance against the French. But the British are going to be catching up right on your tail because they're getting a 20% buff. I think I want to do this. I really think I want to make this change. And I think I want to very slightly decrease the kills. Before I do that, what about cavalry? I think all the cavalry will probably get adjusted if everybody else is going up a little bit. We could have... yeah, I could always reverse it. We could have 800 strength heavy cavalry and 600 strength light cav. That would be much better for me, honestly, because I can barely use Cossacks. They have 400 guys. They take one shot and they're dead. I was doing a playtest with 20 Cossacks against 3 Prussian musketeers, and I just obliterated them. I ended up losing still, but like they lost. They were just losing everybody. So I don't know. Yeah, Cossacks are way too small. So I think bumping them up, bring all the light and heavy cav up a little bit is it would be much nicer. Let's use ChatGPT, because this is going to be more advanced math. And we're going to say, keep these numbers within proportion to each other, but globally reduce the numbers by about 10%. Let's reduce the fire damage by about 10%. That would change this to... I mean, I got 900 kills in that fight. If I were to play on Epic, just out of curiosity. Prussian Musketeers got 900 kills. Let's try that again. Kaiser, the math I've given ChatGPT in this case was very good because I tested it and it worked. That I had it balance the global accuracy scales based on the size you're playing with, and you deal just about the same amount of kills now. So it did work in this particular context. I do like how big these Prussian units are now with the 1400. That looks nice. I like the size. It feels like I can go up against the French a bit better now. Yeah, I like AI as like an assistant who like does the shittiest work and the most menial work. Any other use for AI beyond that, I think, is not good. I don't think AI should be doing creative work, of course. It's basically an intern, yeah. Just if I want to proofread something or just save myself 10 minutes of copying and pasting Excel stuff, then it's very useful for that. I'm wondering why the recoverable morale doesn't go down at all, but the unrecoverable does. See how they're just... That blue bar never has a buffer. It's always at the end of the dark blue. I'm wondering why that's the case. I'll shoot them again. See, it's not really going down. Let's see how many kills I get this time. So I got about 900 last time. And this time I'm imagining I'll get probably closer to 800. So it's a little bit off. No. I mean, I'll be at 800. I'll be at like 850. So it's only slightly off now. I feel like the French accuracy is still too high, though. I feel like that French accuracy... There we go. So 855. So it's almost the same between scales. So yeah, the damage reduction thing is very close. I'm just wondering why, when they were shooting each other, I'm wondering why none of the morale was recoverable. They just instantly lost all recoverable morale with each shot. There was no buffer. And that seems peculiar to me. I don't know if that's always the case. That one had a little bit of recoverable. That one had none. I mean, I'm playing on the highest speed as well, so they're probably recovering quickly, but... Yeah, I may still reduce the French accuracy by 5. Like, look how they annihilated this fucking Prussian regiment. It's not any general traits. That's a good question, though, Kaiser, but... Because I'm playing vanilla. Yeah, let's reduce all their accuracy down. That's good. And now a French or an Irish Fusilier has the same accuracy as a veteran French Fusilier, which might seem odd at first, right? But the French veteran has 1,600 guys and the Irish only have 1,000. So you need to give them, if anything, they need even higher accuracy to compensate for that such a large drop-off. Now, that being said, I think we're going to go buff up all the unit strengths, and that's going to be a major fucking change. I think we're going to do it. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I got to finish pricing these units, though. Okay, now that I've changed the accuracy, I do need to rebuild my unit data. And let's go test that battle again with the Prussian versus the French. Good night, WePro. Honestly, dude, I may stay. I feel fucking hyped up, and I feel ready to go. I may stay up. I may stay up. I may stay up till like 3 or 4. Because I'm going to fucking wake up at 12 o'clock anyways, so I might as well do it and just work real hard. I don't know why my fucking thing is broken. What happened here? Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me move everybody up just a little bit. There we go. Now let's fire. Oh, I let them get the first volley. And now they deal equal damage to each other. So despite the numbers advantage, that accuracy is now properly compensated for. You know what I think was helping the French? Is that they have the Charleville, and the Charleville is incredible. Look, it has 23 accuracy compared to 20%, and it has extra range at 138 compared to 119. Now, the range advantage is very helpful because it means you get more into the effective range faster because you get rid of all this crap range, whereas these guys are still firing right at the end of their range. So, yeah. Either way, now the French are only starting to lose a little bit less than the Prussians. I think this matchup looks so much more solid now. Damn. Okay, I'm definitely gonna win this. And this feels more fair. That the Prussians can win that. Because you don't expect the French at this time. The moment they break, I'm pausing. Done. Okay. So, like, 853 kills. Yeah. Let's do that. You could see in the French playthrough when he got out of recruit stage, he started steamrolling. Yeah, that probably helped, honestly. It did get fairly easy, I found. Now what I want to do is I want to bring the global accuracy down just slightly. And if necessary, we can bring the morale damage up a little bit, so you take less death, like less people die, but they run faster. We could do that, but let's not overdo it. Let's just very slightly reduce the kills, because it's kind of insane. We're not even late game. Imagine 9 veterancy. Could you imagine giving them 9 veterancy and items? They would just be getting 250 kills of Ollie, and I think they're just going to be doing too much. So this goes down to 4. This goes down to about 2.7. Now, let me think about this for a sec. I may move this down to just 2. That seems reasonable to me. This goes to 1.6. That goes to 12. 0.25 to 0.2 is what percentage decrease? 20%. Okay. Uh, 0.3 to 0.24 is what percentage decrease? Just making sure that that's consistent. About 20%. So, what I would do, let's just see. I'm not going to put this in stone. Let's just see what happens if I do this. All fire damage has been reduced by 20%, but all fire morale damage has been increased by plus 10%. Let's do that. So let's reduce the amount of kills, but increase the amount people get scared per kill, so we don't slow down the combat too massively. So 0.6 increased by 10% is what? It used to be 0.7, and that was too high. I don't like 0.7. So this is saying 0.65, which is kind of the compromise, right? I think 0.6 is a little low. 0.7 was a bit high. I think 0.65 is kind of where you want it. And we could go 0.85, because I always wanted it to be 0.2, lower than that other. And here's a screenshot. Here's a screenshot of this victory. And now let's rebuild the data, okay? And let's retest this exact same battle scenario with these new changes and see if we like it or not. And if we don't like it, we undo it. And it's as simple as that. So we rebuild the core data. And let's see how this happens. Not to mention, you're not firing at point-blank range. Dude, you're right. Yeah, if we were firing at point-blank range, that'd be a disaster. Plus, imagine I had, like, buckshot or something. You would just be annihilating each other, so... Now, that being said, I've watched people play the early game with like, recruits, and it's not been that fun to watch. Because... Ah, shit. Because the recruits kind of, suck. Alright, let's see here. So we fire. So that was a pretty damp shot. Again, I don't know why it seems like the dark blue unrecoverable moves along with the recoverable. I'm not sure why that's happening. Usually what happens is this, maybe something actually broke, because this light blue is actually supposed to fly down and then slowly re-increase. So something's actually going wrong. And I wonder what changed with the morale. Because look, this is not right. This is just going to go down. Yeah, that's not right at all. I hope this wasn't in vain, because if there's a bug that Thomas introduced by accident, you know, that's not good, because I've been testing under a false assumption. It could be a debug that's happening. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna fast forward it, just for the hell of it. But something's definitely off with the morale calculation here. We'll let the fight finish, that's fine. And then I want to take this into the campaign and just see what an early intro battle is like with the recruits, like what it actually feels like. But yeah, they're not taking any, like, the morale shock that goes down and then recovers up. It's not doing anything. Which may have thrown off a lot of my tests. It may have actually wasted several hours if it's not working properly. Yeah, this is not correct. It could be also because we upgraded our Unity version today and it may have broke a script. I don't know. Like, that is broken there. Managed object binary. I don't know. But nobody's losing morale. They're all just losing, like... Yeah, I don't know. Something's off. So I'm going to go in and get out of debug, because sometimes Thomas enables scripts in debug. Who do we want to be? French? And Prussia doesn't have the larger unit sizes yet, and that's okay. Let's not worry about that just yet. Let's just see that the morale is working. If it's not, that kind of throws out a lot of our work, unfortunately. It doesn't throw out a lot, but... It doesn't throw out a ton. But I want to just see... Yeah. We just need to face, honestly, even a supply cache. Let's go in. I really hope it works. I'm going to be so disappointed if the morale still looks like this, and I really don't know what that is. I'm going to be really upset about that, I feel. Because they should have held on to like 100% of the morale per shot. And I just don't know why that is. I feel like fast forwarding isn't very fast. Like, this is fast forward. This feels like their normal speed. I feel like this has got to move. You know what I mean? Look at it. Look how slow this is. Move. I think it's just because I'm testing. Like, if you would actually try to fight a battle on this speed, it'd probably be pretty slow. Alright, let's hit play. Or pretty fast, I mean. And... took no morale damage. Alright, interesting. So yeah, definitely the morale adjustment we did is not correct, but... what I don't understand is how no one's taking any morale damage anymore. Maybe I changed something, I don't know. It's confusing. I'm gonna have to close out some tabs one moment. Yeah, it's not good because it's not working at all the way it should. I think it's a 2.5 times speed increaser. But something's really just not working well here, and let's take a look at the morale. Well, Kaiser, when you get shot, you know, Does your morale look like this when you get shot, where it's just not even down? Or, for example, like this, where it's all dark blue? Like, usually doesn't it jump down and then slowly comes back up? Jumps down and then slowly comes back up. That's what it's supposed to do. It's not doing that at all anymore. Like, no one can deal any morale damage to each other. I mean, I could boot up the Steam version. Was morale working at the start of the stream? I don't know if it was. I feel like it was. Let's see. That's a great question, actually. I did a straight up battle here. Let's see. Yeah, you see the little... it's not that much, actually. It is a pretty dark bar still here. Hold on. I can't see because everyone's just charging, you know? Let's fire here. Look, the Crownlands are going to fire. You know, it looks like it was broken at the start of this, too, but... look, everybody has unrecoverable morale. Yeah, run a quick test if you could... Kaiser, that would be very good. Maybe this has been broken this whole time and I just haven't noticed. Yeah, look, they just instantly lose the morale. It's not even recoverable, so it has been broken. Something that I can test is we can take a look at the local casualty sustained. The left number is temporary morale loss based on casualties. Make the right number lower to increase permanent morale loss. Okay. Left number is temporary morale. I think you increase this. Let's make it that for testing purposes, okay? And then rebuild morale. Yep, something's going awry. But you should have to lose... yeah, you could take a screenshot on first volley, Kaiser. That would be helpful. But as a test, I've just made it 3,500 morale loss on per shot of temporary morale. So if nothing happens here, then clearly it's broken. Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully someone fucking runs. Oh, nothing happens. Yeah, it's broken. 3,250. Nothing happens there. So I can't test that anymore. I'm gonna have to test another thing. That part's fine. Global morale damage modifier. Loading now, gotcha. See you, Steven. Global morale, let's make this a 1. Oh. And see if this does anything. And if it's all unrecoverable morale, that's really upsetting. If it's not all unrecoverable morale, then I have an idea of what to do. It's funny the stream's actually gained viewers since when it started. I think maybe the Europeans are waking up and discovering it. Okay, so now I set the morale loss to just be the most extreme number ever. Fucking shoot them. And it does nothing. Wow. That sucks. What is going on? The kills are pretty good. But that is doing nothing. And if I make this 10... Is it just completely broken? Because if I make this 10, I wonder... Not morale, I meant to build core data. And it may be the case, honestly, that when this was working, the Prussians did beat the French. And that this entire fucking goose chase has been because morale didn't work, so the French weren't running. And so I kept debuffing them because I didn't realize this was broken. Now I made the morale damage ridiculously high now. It's like a 10x multiplier. It does nothing. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know what to fucking do about that. I really wish I could just fix it. Maybe Thomas will be online. What could it be? What could it be? What could have unhooked it? It's got to be in the code that I can't access. So you know what we'll have to do? I still like the idea of increasing the unit sizes, so we're still going to go ahead and do that. I think I may temporarily revert the French accuracy reduction back to where it was. So we'll give them 15, 20, 30, and 30, okay? So go back to where they were. I kind of like where they were, actually. I kind of like this. Because it doesn't make sense that they're just as accurate as the Prussians. I don't like that. And we'll see if we need to change it. And I still like the idea of increasing the unit scale. So the Prussians are going to go up to 1,400. That means the Fry infantry... They could stay at 1,000. Although... You know, like the Grenzers and Fry infantry are not... This is a fairly significant change. And I'm afraid, because the game is so close to launch, I'm afraid of doing it. And part of me thinks it's necessary to help, because, you know, I've watched... Even Thomas had played, who's the lead developer, and he was like, I didn't buy a single British Grenadier because they just break as soon as the battle starts. They're just gone. And I don't think we should have units that weak. It's just not working the way I wanted it to. So I have a gut feeling that I should do this. I have a feeling I should do this. I'm just a little afraid I'm going to mess things up in the balance too much. What if the temporary morale reduction works but it doesn't show up in the GUI? I did think about that, Ray. It's entirely possible that that's the case. You can always leave the British troops out for now and find precisely... Yeah, I'm not sure. Personally, if the morale being fixed makes the old unit scale works, I kind of like the bigger diversity more. Unless it led to more balance issues. It honestly did lead to balance issues. Like, I just didn't like The exact issue here is that the British units are 40% smaller than the French, which, if you were making like a sci-fi game or something, there is something cool about that, or like a fantasy game. But in a historical context, where muskets are just muskets, you know, like I can't make the British superheroes who would do 1,000 accuracy. I just can't do it. It doesn't really work. So I think this disparity is too great to overcome. And in the new version, the disparity is still large. If you saw your 1,200 men against 1,600, you'd feel still outnumbered, right? You're still 25% smaller. The other thing this solves is a massive amount of new players are completely confused because they will start as Britain and fight enemies with 1,600 guys per unit, and they think, is this right? Is something broken? Am I doing something wrong? Why is this so hard? Why are the enemy armies way too big? But if everybody kind of got brought up at the smaller size, it makes the size disparities less extreme and allows you to better easily predict. Basically, that would mean each man needs 2 to 3 kills for each death. Yeah. Which is, you could do that, Kaiser Waffles. That's not impossible to achieve with the right items. But for every item you're getting, the AI gets an item too. And vice versa if you were playing French and they were British and so on. So I think it is hard. It's been hard to balance. And I think the size difference is still large. It's a 400 manpower difference. So across 3 regiments, if you kind of think about it this way, it's a little crazy. If you had 3 regiments and they had 3 regiments, it is as if they had 4. Because you're missing 400 guys per regiment. So 400, 800, 1,200. You're missing 1,200 men that they have. So the French gameplay difference of having large regiments is still pretty potent. And still has that unit diversity that we like. So I think I will change it. And people are going to be mad at me, I think. But I will do it. And the Frey infantry can still stay at 1,000 men, I feel. And the Grenzers, too. Wouldn't this be countered by their ship morale? It typically does. But if you overcome the morale via items and skills, it can kind of be just overcome naturally. And here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing, Kaiser. Not to throw straw men at you. Like, the best argument I can genuinely give you is this. These guys will retreat quickly, right? If you stack on 8 items, or 4, or whatever, they no longer retreat quickly. So you fix the retreating problem. These guys, if they get shot at, lose. If they lost 100 men, what percentage loss is that? 10%? 10% loss on 1,000 is 900, right? Yes. Now, what is that on 1,600? You'd only... What am I trying to do, man? 1,600 minus 100 is what percentage decrease? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Okay, 6%. So when they lose 100 men dropping, you only lost 6% of your guys. When these guys did it, they lose 10%. How do you stop your guys from dying? You can't. Because a musket ball is a musket ball. You can't wear armor to protect you from that. But morale can be overcome. You can equip items to fix the morale problem. But you can't equip items to fix the fact that you're suffering more losses per shot. And now if 3 enemies fired at you at the same time, or better yet, it's an AI unit with 1,000 guys, and you triple fired, and you got 150 kills, 200 kills, and 100 kills, you're down to... what did I write? 300, 450? Minus 450, dude? Oh my gosh. Half the unit's fucking gone. In a big, strong opening volley from really elite units. Or artillery. The artillery is an even bigger problem, for sure. Like Thomas was telling me, his grenadiers were getting broken on the first salvo. And it just, I don't know, something about it doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Like, it feels forced. This whole giant disparity of unit size. I feel like it's just going to feel better if everything's a little bit closer. The British feel very tiny. And it's fun to have big gameplay differences, but I don't think I can achieve the compensation you would need. And look, in terms of that opening salvo, I can reduce the amount of fire damage everybody does just by a little bit. I think that would be nice, because I think everybody is dealing a lot of damage late game. But that's still, it's still so massive. It's just, and it's only an extra 200 guys. So I think it would be helpful. The Fusiliers, what were they before? They were down to 1,000. Okay, because they're like Grenadiers, right? So the Grenadiers are now 1,200, 1,400, 1,400. That's better. The Light Cavalry is now 600. They're much better. I think the Light Cavalry from 400 to 600 is much better. I agree, Kaiser, before any major balance changes, wait for Thomas. I agree. But I think the size should still change because it's an HP issue, not a morale issue. I completely agree with the morale thing, though. I don't want to overhaul unit stats and their morale or their accuracy, because if the morale in game isn't working, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going in blind. But if I change the HP, I know it's something I want to do. And when he fixes it tomorrow, I'll rebalance accordingly to this new HP. But I think this is just going to make the cavalry as well. The cavalry units will feel chunky, too, with like a big cuirassier unit. And doing big charges will look more epic. And I do like that. Honestly, the artillery could stay the same size. I think the artillery can stay 100, 150 men. They're going to get rocked, but I think that's fine. I don't think they need to be much larger. I will keep them. And then these guys are now 1,200. Look at an 800-man Grenadier. Who are you charging with an 800-guy Grenadier? Who the hell are you even charging? I don't think you're charging shit. You can always reduce the... You can always reduce the increase of numbers later on. My suggestion would be bring them a little closer. Yeah. But the light cav is going to feel so much more fun to play with. Yeah, Brendan, you can space out your lines and reduce fire damage. That can help you. But it just... When you just start stacking 3 or 4 French battalions and they're all firing at you and they've all got items equipped and they've got officers and they've got artillery firing, you know, you can space out a little bit, but goddamn, dude, it's just they just get rocked. It's real hard. It's primarily the British Grenadiers who are down to 800 guys. A British Grenadier unit is 800 guys, and it's just so little. It's not even 1,000, and I just want the units to be a bit larger. I'm trying to think. No, I have to do this. I was thinking, oh, if I really want larger battles, why don't I just increase the unit scale to load more models? And then I thought, no, you fucking idiot. It's not the issue with the models. It's that the smallest unit is way too small compared to the biggest unit. That's the issue. So, yeah, I was trying to think of other ways to solve this, but no, it really is just that the lowest tier units are so small and they get thrashed on. I mean, here's one other solution, is that everything stays the same, but the British go up to 1,200 men instead of 1,000. My issue with that is that it removes some of the uniqueness from the game. If we did that, the Austrians and the British and the Prussians would all be 1,200. So I don't like that. So I think no matter what way you cut it, I think this is something I have to do. I feel that way. I don't know. Yeah. Will I do a console release? Bowler, I don't think I'd ever do a console release because it's very dependent on a mouse. It's a mouse and keyboard game, and it has to be that way, unfortunately. So I just don't think that's possible. Gosh, that looks so much better. 1,200 Grenadiers. 1,200 Grenadiers, I can make that work for me. Here's where it gets tricky with the damn Grenzers. I've been keeping my Jaegers small. It is very interesting what we do about the Grenzer situation. Damn, I don't know what to do here with the Grenzers. I mean, they're a little powerful just because open order damage was too high. And I reduce the open order damage buff you get. So they are not as overpowered, and that's okay. They could go up to the 1,200 men. I think they will have to. Sharpshooters can go up to 800, and Grenadiers can go up to 1,000 properly. That does mean we bring up the Fry Infantry up to 1,200, Jaegers up to 800. Again, I could always revert all this. It's not too challenging to revert all of this if I needed to. The cavalry looks better at 600 though, I will say. Are the Russians go up to 1,500? I do like the idea of the Russians going up in number. That's going to be fucking... Well, I'm saying that sarcastically. They are going to be a nightmare to deal with now. Pandors are meant to be like Jaegers. Jaegers are at 800. But at least Russia's already a nightmare, but everyone else is getting more men. So you should have more muskets to fire at them now. If light infantry is already too deadly, wouldn't buffing their numbers up make them deadlier? It would, Bowler. I think my thing is I can control their damage separately, and I've reduced their damage already. So I've already compensated. And the bigger thing is, like, I don't know if I want any units... Again, the disparity problem, I don't know if I want any units being that small and squishy. Would this make grenades more potent? It might if the formations are a little denser. It could make the grenades a little bit better. It might make artillery better, too. It could, because you can land shots probably a bit better. But I'm not sure. There are more manpower, though, to kill. That there's more kills you need to get now than before. Yeah, artillery just wipes out cavalry. So now if the cavalry is getting a huge manpower buff, I also add something that decreases the morale damage that cav receives, so they should be better now. Balancing game seems like such a nightmare. Gab, it is a nightmare, dude. I literally was in the bathroom and I thought to myself, balancing this game is a nightmare. That is the actual term I used in my head. So yeah, it's funny you say that. Imagine if this was multiplayer. I don't even know, dude. This would be impossible in multiplayer. It'd be fucking impossible. Huh. Russia goes up by 100. So they're at 1,300 for the ops. Oh, that makes the observation corps kind of interesting. They're all at 1,300. It means their other units are 1,100, which is kind of funky. I almost rather just keep them at 1,200 or 14. Maybe they'd be 14. Because no one's really complaining about the observation corps. They're complaining about the big, fucking chunky regular regiments. So I don't mind if these guys are a bit bigger. And look at that. The British finally go up to the 1,200. How the hell will the effect with the observation corps where they take more damage? I'm not sure. I don't think it'll be too bad. They've got more manpower now, so I think they'll be okay. And the French stay the same mostly. The French do get a nice little cavalry buff. I love my French cavalry. 800 British Dragoons is scary, yeah. Yeah, it is. feel like the Swiss should come down, but I'm okay with where they're at now. The Chasseurs are already at 800, huh? Still not have used Royal Cavalry. I'm excited to use them with this update now. I feel like they're going to be quite good. I want to do a pass on light infantry. I think they should be smaller. I think the Fry infantry should be 1,000 men. I think Jaegers should be... I think Jaegers should be maybe 600. And then we can make their damage reduction higher if we need to, but I like the idea of them being very small units that are agile. Because they can reduce fire damage. They can actually... We have stats to play with, so if they have small numbers, they could theoretically have 300 guys. I can artificially reduce fire damage received in open order. I can make it so they negate 90% of damage, so it's okay that they're smaller. And 800 Jaegers doesn't sound right. 600 sounds right. Better on paper, I think. So the Grenzers... So the Grenzers are interesting because they're a hybrid. So their infantry... I feel like their infantry should be 1,000 men. Sharpshooters can be 600, and Grenadiers are 1,000 as well, which I know we're breaking the rule about going down to 800, but I think why would you ever even get Grenzer Grenadiers to begin with? You always pick Grenzers to shoot, and Grenadiers are meant to charge. So if they suck anyways, why not just keep them at 1,000? Because this is a hybrid anyways. I think they're definitely... I think this is fine. And then what other front Pandors? Pandors, did we say 600? Yeah. Pandors are going to be like Jaegers, so they're 600. All right, see ya, Jaden. The Jaegers here are 600. And the Chasseurs are 600. And now we could keep the light infantry damage pretty high. I don't mind if they rack up a lot of kills because they're going to be small. I like that they'd be like small, powerful, little annoying little gnats that fire at you. And they deal a lot of damage, but if you just charge into them... How many times have, Kaiser, how many times have you charged into light infantry and your cavalry breaks? But now that your cavalry is all bigger, you know, the light infantry might get some good shots off, but if you can fucking hit them, I feel like that would be very powerful. Because I want to balance the Austrians to now slightly lose against... Sorry, the French to lose against the Austrians slightly. I priced them at 450 for their Fusiliers. And the veterans should be 50 under the Austrian equivalent at 650. Which is they are. And the Grenadiers, 850. Now the Grenadiers could be equivalent because having a nasty 1,400 man Grenadier unit is pretty good at 40 charge. Is better. They actually charge better than the German Grenadiers. I think it's completely fair. Now what's their morale at? 60 morale as opposed to what? 50. Yeah, I mean, I would say these guys are worth 875 at that point, which is still under the German Grenadier, is that right? Which is 900? 950? You know, I could hear the argument to make these Grenadiers 900. Yeah. French provincial cavalry is very good. It's basically like the Prussian hussar. 700, 650 is perfect price then. 900. The hussar... That should be almost equivalent to maybe an Austrian hussar. Maybe very slightly less. 950. Maybe it's say 900. Yeah, exactly. Gendarmerie is just an upgraded version with slightly higher morale, slightly higher stats. I think I'd say 1,100. Rider recruits are the worst. Yeah, I gave them a discount. I gave them a pretty hefty discount. I've redone all the prices, Kaiser, because I realized I've never touched the cost of units for about a year. So I went through and I really fixed a lot of costs. I made some higher, some lower. I didn't just make everything more expensive or everything cheaper. I just went through what the true value of a unit was. Like, for example, Kaiser, if you start an Austria run, and you have a choice between a Crownland recruit, a Hungarian recruit, and a Grenzer recruit, which one do you buy? Assuming they're all the same price. If you're picking up your first unit. For me, if I'm playing Austria, I know my answer. I usually buy the Grenzer recruit, because if you get the fucking Grenzers early, dude, you already have 3 Crownland guys. Like, why would you need any more Crownland? I could just get the Grenzers, and you turn them into the Grenzer light infantry, and then they just start massacring. So, yeah, Crownland have some flexibility because they can turn into the good artillery. But in the current build, Hungarian, Austrian, and Grenzer are all 300. But in the next build, I made Grenzer 400, Hungarian 350, and the regular Crownland 300. So you have kind of options, and the Hungarians are marginally better than the regular Crownlanders because you can charge very strong, especially with Hussars. Yeah, if you like artillery, then regular Crownland recruit makes sense. All right. Gentleman Cavalry is 1250. I think the Gentleman Cavalry should be like a Horse Grenadier cost. 1250 sounds perfect. 1550 is perfect too. It's the same price as the Guards. That's awesome. That's exactly what it should be. French Reserve Artillery is great because it comes with extra guns. It should be like Austrian Field Artillery, honestly, which is 850. That's perfect. That's perfect. And then 1050 for a field gun should kind of be like the Veteran, but a little bit lower than their Veteran one. Yeah, 1250, 1050. That's perfect. Is Grape Shot and Canister Shot fixed? I think so. I think it's better. Irish. Would I get the Irish? The Irish are like worse Highlanders. So I would take a look at the Highlanders who are 500, and I'd probably pay 400 for these guys. And then their Grenadiers, I would say, are like Highlanders, but again, at like 100 less. So 800. And then German Fusiliers are basically like Prussians. And I'd probably just price them the same. 550. But their Grenadiers aren't quite as good. They're more like, it's honestly like 500 and 850. I think that would be fair. And the Swiss are incredible. The Swiss are like top. They're the best infantry in the game. I think they're as good as the Drilled Musketeers. They're 750. And I think their Swiss Grenadiers are unstoppable with now 80 morale. Which is, to me, basically like you're getting, I would say 1400. It's similar to the Prussian Guards. Now, the Voluntaries Fusiliers are just very decent. I think they're kind of similar to British. I think 500 to 600 is good. Yep, they cost more. Chasseurs are like they're not that good. They're like the Prussian Jaegers. 800 would be their price. I don't know. They're a 40 with 45 accuracy. The Prussian one is a 35 with 35 accuracy. So they're better. And the Prussian Jaeger is 800. I feel like that's too pricey. I feel like all Jaegers will come down by 50. All Jaegers come down by 50. Just a little too high. Yeah, that's 650 now. That's 850. Makes sense. Their Jaegers are a 35-45. What's the Chasseur at? A 40-45, so they're better. But they're a 5-5 melee compared to a 10-10. But you don't want to use melee anyways. They're a 30-40 walk run. 35-45. Damn, they're pretty good. Chasseurs are pretty damn good. I'd say they're better than the Jaegers. So I make them 900. Chasseurs are pretty damn good. Yeah, no, Kaiser, I'm realizing they're pretty damn good. And the Royaux Grenadiers are basically like Grenzer Grenadiers. You just don't buy them. They're just there. 700. I make them 750. I've heard people say they got good use out of them, so I'll go 750. Voluntaries provincial cavalry is just worse than the regular provincial. I think 500 is a pretty fair price. Voluntaries hussars are kind of like light dragoons, so I'm just gonna make them the same price. I'll go 800. I may even go, no, 500 is fine. Voluntaries dragoons, I'd make them like regular dragoons. Well, at 900. So I'll bring them down a bit there. And that does the prices. So okay. Yeah, unit scale is a really tough thing to balance. It is very tough. That's really a shame that the fucking morale doesn't work. I'm really annoyed about that. He fixed officer achievements, reload bar, fire damage received, charge stacking, charge momentum. I often find it's better to buff the bad than nerf the good. Yeah. What seems to be the problem? I'm just getting tired now. I think I'm just crashing pretty hard. So I'm not... Everything's okay. I'm just tired. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing right now. But yeah, there's something broken in the code. I'm just going to jump in one more time. Kaiser, I've overhauled the way the army generation works as well. And I'm not done with it, but I think it's a lot better. I hope that you guys like it. Here's an example. This is just a sketch. I could actually show you a screenshot because it's in-game, but... the AI will field, like a patrol, will field 3 divisions now that are small. One is dedicated artillery, cavalry, infantry, so you can keep track of them better. And also, they're only bringing 3 infantry in this case. Whereas before, they could bring up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is... This is, like, almost unwinnable with certain comps. Like, if you play Britain with 2 infantry, you just lose against this, right? But if you had 2 infantry against this, you could probably beat these guys with superior positioning, and then use your cav to bait the enemy cav, and then try to claw your way up to victory. And it'd be hard. It would be hard, but it'd be more doable. You know, I would trust my odds against 2 shitty provincial cavs. And just a small handful of infantry, rather than just the big infantry spam. There's no way you would win this with 2 line regiments. And the other cool thing about this that I love is there is a difficulty modifier, and it says doubles the count of a random unit in every division. And so it normally does this, right? X2, X2. So what we've done essentially is we've made it easier for the vanilla experience, but for harder difficulties, now it's going to go X2, X2, and another X2. Uh-oh. So they're going to have a 3rd reserve artillery, you know, a 3rd provincial cav, and a 3rd cantonist in this case. And I like that Jesus, I can't talk. It makes players like Thomas, who's like, oh, the game's too fucking easy, I'll just fucking beat it. I'll just fucking beat the game. A lot of the issue I was finding patrols was that there's 6,600 soldiers as infantry spam. That's exactly what the problem I had too. That's exactly the same problem. And hopefully, look at the size difference now. So this would be 1,200, 1,200. Fuck, hold on. 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, plus 400, plus 1,200, plus 1,200. So this would be 6,400 guys, literally the same number you just said. Whereas a new patrol would be 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, 400, 400, 150, 150. So this would be 4,700. So that's a much better patrol, I think. And then I made the boss battle a little harder. So the patrol's a little easier, boss battle a little harder. So that should be a better balance going up. Dude, I would love to just watch... I would just love to watch Shrek. Shrek 1 and 2, man. Just sit down, watch some old cartoons or some old animated movies as a kid and just, you know, just have a nice nostalgia. I'm just so fucking tired that I just want to escape to be a little kid right now and just watch fucking, watch like a Disney movie and just fucking take a break, bro. I'm just fucking, oh. I gotta watch some simple cartoon, just something simple, something lighthearted. I'm just watching soldiers murder each other. I'm trying to fucking calculate murder rates and fatality rates, and it's a little heavy, man. I just need something simple and just watch little Tom and Jerry, you know what I mean? I'd stay if you watch Shrek, yeah. We all have to do a Shrek watch party. Hi, Hetman, how are you? Hetman, you have access to the game now, right? Uh-oh. I'm worried. I sent out the keys, man, and I don't know what to think. I'm hoping that people are okay with the game right now. But how are you doing, Hetman? Are you doing all right? Shrek 2 is better, Shrek. Honestly, Kaiser, if I do think about Shrek, my favorite moments from the second movie compared to the first, I do agree. I do agree, man. Hetman, have you tried it? Do you have any honest thoughts? Did you... Are you okay with it, man? From what I've heard, the intro battles, like the patrol armies, are a little bit tough right now in Region 1. They're not as balanced as they could be. That's what I'm working on now, actually, to rebalance those. All I remember from the original Shrek was the first time I ever heard a curse word. Damn, I think I'm getting too tired, man. I'm falling apart right now. It's been a long, long time. I'm really happy I redid the... I got home late last night. It's early morning in Europe. I'll make breakfast and play the game. All right, sounds good, Hetman. Sounds good, man. For your first playthrough, well, you know what? Play it vanilla. Play it how it is. If you get destroyed by an early enemy patrol, enable on the settings menu. There's a settings on the campaign settings. You can enable a positive modifier that gives you a boost, like one that gives you like extra money or something. You could turn one or two of those on, because I think the very start is going to be a little hard, so just watch out for that. You can get around it if you fight the initial depot battle, and then you sell a lot of the loot that you get and really focus on earning money and pick up another unit as quickly as possible, then you're fine. But if you don't do that, some of those early patrols are really tough. So that's the only warning I'll give, because that's just some feedback I got from a few other people who played recently. But yeah, definitely play it. There's no rush, obviously, but play it and you can give me honest feedback, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. I've been quite nervous to give it to people, so I'm okay with positive, negative feedback. I'm okay with some criticism. I think I'm just curious what people are thinking of it. So, you know. Do I watch any anime? Have I watched anime before? I don't know if I've watched anime. I've watched Avatar. No, I don't really like anime. I've tried to watch it a few times, and I think I don't like the way they talk, you know? I don't like the that stuff bothers me. I don't know. Nani? I think it's just, I don't know. I can't get into it. It's just, damn, I don't know what I'm saying right now. I'm getting really tired, honestly. I can't even remember what I'm supposed to do right now. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Bowler. I appreciate your company, man. Am I Austria and then I'm fighting Prussia, right? And I'm just trying to test... Well, the morale's a mess. The morale doesn't work, unfortunately, so that's frustrating on this version. Damn, what's the time? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, but I've been streaming for a while now, and I've just been working, and I've been working since 10 a.m. I've been working since 10 a.m. since 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. And I didn't even eat dinner today. I didn't even get to eat dinner. And I just remembered that. So it's been a while, man. And I don't even know what's going on. I like these new unit sizes, man. That 1400 strength Austrian unit. It's looking good. I have walked the dog. Yeah, I walked him and I let him out. He's all good. He is fine. When was the last time I drank water? I got water right next to me. I'm doing good. I'm being smart about it. Let's go check out these new unit sizes. 1 second. There we go. So here are the 1,400-man regiments. They don't even seem that much bigger, right? They still seem... Honestly, this looks fucking good, man. I think this might be a smart change. I think everyone's gonna hate me, but I think eventually they're gonna love it. That's what I think. I think they're gonna be jealous they didn't think of this sooner. They look okay. What the hell? Not so simple. Come on, man. Give me some fucking support here. I think they look pretty good here. Look, that's a beautiful 3-rank formation with 1,400 men. Let's go. Thank you, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go! I bet I could tell the AI to space out a little bit. Because look, they're only forming... Whoa. Okay, yeah, they're... Oh, okay, hold on. That shot I did a bunch of the morale damage. Gosh, what is going on with morale? Remember how we increased it to 1,000 for testing purposes? And that unit just got blasted. Look, they got instant shattered as well. Something's going on here with the morale. It's very peculiar. Can they fire in 3 ranks? They only fire in 2 ranks, which I think is fine. Romaine, you can't fight in America, unfortunately. I would love a French and Indian war, but unfortunately you cannot. It will be my Christmas gift, I think. I hope my computer will support the game as configuration. Yeah, I think you should... If your computer has a graphics card, you should be good. The issue that we've had is people running it on old laptops with integrated cards. That's been trouble to run. But otherwise, it's been okay. Kaiser, I think the morale's probably broken across the board. I'll just have Tom look into it when he wakes up, and I don't think it's a huge deal. But yeah, something happened with morale in this stream, and it's obviously not working the way it should. But yeah, now that the enemy now that they have more men, I could probably space them out a little bit in 3 ranks instead of having to fight in 4. Probably look a little nicer, honestly. See how the AI will spawn in or deploy in 3 ranks, but then they move to 4. What we can do here is we can now go into... Check this out. Open up the script for the preferred dimensions. And we were playing on large, and they were forming 4, right? Maybe reduce all this 4 to 5. Three to 4, 3 to 4, 2 or 3. Cavalry's fine. Go 4 4, 3 3, 3 3, 2 2. Maybe. Let's try this. What is the Rise of Frederick? Is it a tutorial? Yeah, it's a series of little battles that acts as a tutorial. It doesn't give you a special unit, though. That's actually a good idea. I wish I had thought of that. It's too late to change, but that's a good idea. I hope the game will love me. Yeah, well, it's a little challenging at first, but I think when you get used to it, everybody who's played it has really loved it, so... Or not everybody, but a lot of the people I've given it to have really enjoyed it, and I think you should, too. I think you will. What did I want to go test? I want to go test unit sizes, so let's jump back in. Or the AI ranks that they draw. So now let's see if they fight in 3 ranks. That's our goal. We don't want that ugly 4 rank that they were doing. Let's see. Aha, see it, now they're in 3 ranks. Beautiful. Isn't that great? Let's see if we could win this. I should be able to win this. Let's move up to the bocage. Oh, the morale is broken right now, so the units are going to instantly explode when they're shot. So let's see that happen. Yeah, that part's working. It's quite funny. You're going to do an Austrian or Russian playthrough? Yes, I will eventually. Yeah, the morale's broken right now, as you guys can see. But we fixed the unit sizes. Yeah, honestly, that would be a great idea if beating the Rise of Frederick gave you, like, the lifeguard. That's a good idea. I don't think we can do it, though, unfortunately. That's kind of, yeah. I wish I thought of that sooner. I think it's one of those things we can't change this quick, or this late. Now, with the new unit size, or the ranks that they draw, I want to make sure that the French don't break because of this change, which they might, unfortunately. Yeah, Rise of Napoleon or Rise of Wellington. That's cool. Rise of Wellington would actually be kind of neat. Because everybody does the Rise of Napoleon, but actually doing Wellington's career would be very interesting, wouldn't it? And it would climax at Waterloo. Now here are the French Fusiliers on large. They form up 3 ranks. Is that right? That looks normal to me. Look, and the British Grenadiers, they're only 800, they should be 1,000, but... Yeah, look, that looks fine, right? Wow, look at all that cav in the back. If I were to play on Epic, what happens then? I suppose that's my concern. But Epic doesn't really matter because it is the, like, unrecommended. Unit scale. Let's see how the enemy forms up now. So they form up in... No. So they should honestly... This is a bit wide, I think. I think in Epic scale, they're forming 4 ranks in Epic. I think that's too much. They're forming 4. I think they should prefer 5 to 6 still. And then an ultra and large, it can be 3 and 4. And I think that's the way to go. We could go 4-5 in ultra and have it do a proper drop-off. I think 5 is still good for this. 4 is still good for that. 3 is good. Yeah, I think incrementing better. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think that increments it better. Could you make a full game from his career on the mainland? I bet you could, Bowler, but I don't think people would buy that game. But he was very active in the Peninsular War and in India. And then in Flanders. Alright, let's see the AI now, how they behave on Epic. So on Epic, they want to form 3 and 2. And if I play, I form about 3 and 2, approximately. It's like more like 3 and 3 for me. But yeah, the AI just spaces out just a little bit more. These grenadiers are too small. So yeah, this is correct. Here are the new... No. Cavalry sizes are still small. Now I'm going to load it in with the new sizes. Is Fry Infantry still 800 men? I believe they are. No, they're 1,000. That's odd. I thought we said we make Grenzers and shit 800. Yeah, they're 1,000. Let's see how it looks. So my own fucking Grenzer... Were the Fry Infantry always this big? I think the Fry Infantry always had 1,000, didn't they? Let's check what it was like. Like on the 30th. The Fry Infantry had 1,000. Yeah, they always had 1,000. So they always look like this, I guess. Which doesn't look great. I don't really like that. I feel like the Fry Infantry gotta go down to 800. It just doesn't look right. They're going down to 800. The Grenzer Infantry have got to go down to 800. Grenzer Grenadiers can go up to 1,000, that's fine. Yeah. Can you get them to spread further? I don't think I can make unique rules for light infantry. Notice here, see how I can drag the same width as the infantry? It would look fine if these guys in the back weren't there. Like if you had 2 groups of 3, that actually looks cool. This I want to trim. And if I move this down to 800 men, it'll get rid of this crap in the back, and that'll look fine. And it might make the light infantry kind of shit, but they've been dominating, so I'm okay to kind of dial them in a little bit, and then I can rebalance them when the time comes. Yeah, no, this seems right. And then let's see how the AI plays on epic scale. Yeah, they're playing like the player does. Look how big the cavalry looks now. At 800. Don't they look scary? The cavalry actually looks really intimidating now. Look at that. Look how big the cavalry units are. It feels like you're doing like a huge charge now. Yeah, this looks way better, to be honest. Doesn't it look... Kaiser, are you still there? Look how big the cavalry regiment is. I love that. I mean, the formation kind of broke apart, but... Oh! Yeah, the morale's broken, so they just retreat instantly, but they just look nicer. And now the hussars are sturdier, I think, here. Yeah, this looks much better in my opinion. Now we want to test it on Ultra, make sure the unit sizes look good. I'm going to go ahead and revert whatever the morale change was that broke the game. Okay, and then what else did I want to test? Oh, I want to reduce, basically the fry infantry go down to 800 now. Yeah, I want the cavalry to feel scary. I want you to actually feel nervous if you see a cuirassier about to charge you. I'm really tired of cavalry just being used for like mop-up operations. I think Blinn had called it that, mop-up. And I just don't want it to feel that way. Yeah, look how much better the Fusiliers look. The Fry Fusiliers, look how much better that is. You get 3 solid rows in the front and then 1 little backup group in the back. That's much better. By the way, I downscaled, so they normally would have the extra 3, but I downscaled the unit size from epic to ultra, so this is a little smaller, but they still look good. And let's see how the AI handles this. Okay, perfect. They have 1 extra row in the back, which if I were to fight, I probably wouldn't do that. No, I have 1 extra row in the back too. Okay, and if you play on large, which is the default, here's what most players are going to play on. Have you seen how crazy the 5th artillery looks? Yeah, I bet it looks crazy. I've not tested it in a long time. I don't even want to look, dude. I know it's going to send me into an hour of rebalancing, so. And then here's what the default looks like now. So this is the default. Why did the Prussian hats, why did the tricorns feel kind of flat? You know? I kind of feel like they could be raised a little higher, but... You know what I mean? They feel like sombreros or something where they look a little flat. But I can't change them right now, unfortunately. So I can't edit the model. See, I feel like that guy on the left, doesn't he look better? That guy? They do look like bicorns, you're right. The front part also just isn't sticking out far enough. See how it's much wider than it is forward. So I'll put it in Seb's space. and have him make some adjustments to it, I think. But Kaiser, how do you feel about the change to 1400? Are you okay with this? It doesn't look much different playing as Prussia here. And then this is the AI's default. Yeah, that looks nice. It's not really that different. Yeah, I don't even notice it. All it'll do is just make the fucking unit sturdier, though. Wow, I tripled up fire in the... You know, is it possible... Let's check the morale. No, yeah, it's not going down. Can this ever go up? Someone said it could be a GUI issue, but look, it never goes up. It only goes down. You see? So they're just not losing any of the temporary morale. So I need that fixed before I can rebalance. Which I'm sure Tom could have fixed in the next 12 hours. So I'm not worried. I love how big the cavalry is. It feels so much better. Like, I feel more intimidating with this cav rushing around now. Smoke is pretty good. Everyone's complaining about the lack of smoke, but I'm like, dude, when I'm playing, if there was more smoke than this, like, it's blinding. I can't see shit. So, I don't know. But look, they get morale damage from fucking cavalry fire. Look. The cavalry is dealing the morale damage. What is going on here? I really don't get it. It's only going down because they're... No, it's not... It doesn't have to do with them being in or out of combat. It's just something's going wrong. Damn, the fucking artillery. Just crush them. It's kind of nuts. You know what, there is a... Yeah, like, the cavalry still blows. Even though I increased their strength, they still fucking suck. It's alright, though. You know, I just don't get, like... The melee, look, they have the recoverable morale, and they'll slowly tick back up. You see, it's right there. Oh, they're moving. Well, this will slowly go up. But it does seem like, yeah, it's only infantry. I will note that. Where's the enemy going? Are they preparing for a charge? Is that what they're doing? Oh yeah, they do not like my fry infantry. I think they want to charge them. They're gonna clip the side of my other regiment instead, though. Oh, they're triple charging this fucking unit. They hate those fry infantry. Oh, they obliterated them. Holy. Hold the line. Yeah, I mean, despite giving everybody an extra 200 guys, they're still burning through their numbers quick. Oh, we killed an officer at least. You know, I wonder if, like, the one factor I did change is I changed the infantry damage. I'm very curious about that. Remember, I went back and I changed the amount of fire damage. And I wonder if, when I did that, that it... See, when I reduce these numbers, I wonder if that fucked up the morale at all. if I set this back to where it was, and put this back to where that was too, so I reverted both of those, and if I rebuild core and turn the AI off, I wonder if it fixes it at all. Because maybe the damage they're dealing is so little. That it's not dealing any actual shock. I'm not sure. Yeah, I got on and started at 10 a.m. I have not eaten, and I think that's a problem. That sucks. I really wish I had my pasta. I was really looking forward to it, but if I eat too late, my stomach hurts. If you try to go to bed with a full fucking belly of pasta, good luck. You're just gonna be aching. You're just gonna hear oh all night. No, it didn't fix it. They recovered something, but no, it didn't fix it. See? Yeah, it's not doing shit. Fuck! There's gotta be a morale. Am I doing something wrong here? I don't know, I think I have to stop now. I think I have to stop now, and tomorrow I will finish the AI army compositions. What are the two biggest things I have on my list? Let's check the roadmap. I've got loot rebalancing and AI army comps. And the loot rebalancing isn't going to require an overhaul. It's just a little bit of work. And then the AI army comps is the last big overhaul. And then I'm all caught up, and now I can get back to this week. Give a couple Patreon keys out. Review the encounters on Monday. And work on rebalancing some of the achievements. And then make maps. And then just continue to balance. And then we are in the clear. Look at all the hard part is done. Now everything just gets easier now. So it's just this. Look at the rebalance AI army comp has held me up. So if I get that done, man, I'm all caught up and we're good. We are good. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. We're getting very close, almost done. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you.